Hey everyone, welcome to Full Stack Web Development Tutorial by IntelliPat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who are having more than 15 plus years of industry experience. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Web development allows you to develop websites that are hosted through the intranet or the internet via web browsers. Web developers are professionals who build websites that can be accessed and used through the World Wide Web. These professionals therefore need technical and graphic skills to build websites of specific designs. Any website you create will comprise of three main components: HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Having a knowledge of React.js and Node.js is also essential. In this session, we have covered everything about full stack web development from basics to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation to make your learning fast and easy. So guys, without any further ado, let's get started.
So before I, start with HTML, let me just talk about some few keywords like, there is something web designer, there's someone who is web programmer, right? Then website. See, told few keywords, right? Web designer, web programmer, website. So what are those things actually? I know all of you are knowing this thing, but let me just, quickly talk about the same. So web designer, as you can see this picture, web designer is someone who is going to have the idea or who is going to have the vision how my page is going to look like, right? So that person, web designer, is a person who is going to design the look and the feel of a website, who is having the creative side of a website, right? The creative side. Who is going to decide the layout, fonts, color, images, etc. Who is going to create the visual mock-up of website, and finally rarely does the development of the website or a page. Simple, he is just going to have the idea, and that idea finally someone else has to do the programming or someone else has to do the development. So this is what the web designer role. Right now you will ask when I'll do the coding. So let me just talk about the another role, which is nothing but the web programmer. So web programmer is the person who is going to do the next activity. What is the next activity? That person is going to bring the website mockup to life on internet. So someone who is going to create the web pages, that is what the web programmer, who is going to develop the website and host onto server, right? So that is what we are also going to do. We are going to write the code, as well as we are going to host our website on the cloud using this AWS. And that person should have the web development skills like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java, Node.js, React.js. So in this training, we are going to concentrate only on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So using these three, we are going to create the websites. Node.js, React.js, they are the next level, the programming language. So to learn that, first you have to be very good in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so let us take to the next page, which is nothing but the website. Website, you must have observed or visited many websites like Book My Show, Facebook, right? Everything, Gmail, all the websites which you can see here, they are nothing but the websites. So what is a website? A collection of web pages which are grouped together and usually connected together in various ways like hyperlinks, buttons, etc. So website does not mean you are going to have a single page. You can have the multiple pages, and how those multiple pages are going to be interlinked by using hyperlinks or buttons. So why my website should be the best one? Because it is going to create the first impression of your business. Next is it can bring business from any part of the world. It reflects your expertise and reputation. Okay, so the website whoever is going to create, they should have a clear vision how the page should be look like. Now the question will come, are we going to behave as a web designer or a web programmer, right? So it depends upon company to company. Few companies, they will be having one set of people who will be simply designing the page, and one set of people who are simply going to do the coding, right, or the programming. And few companies, what they do, they will be having a same team who is going to do both the work, right? So it depends, like where are you placed. Okay, so this is what the web designer role, web programmer role, and the last is the website. Now a person can have both the roles together, designer plus programmer, or he or she can have a single role also. So this was all about the different kind of roles, right? Now we'll just discuss, we just know, right, using HTML I can create the web pages, but why do I need, right? Why do I need? So let us understand there is something known as a architecture, client server architecture. Now who is the client, who is the server? So just take an example of Gmail. Okay. So what we do, so if suppose I need to open my Gmail, so what will I do here? I'll simply write here gmail.com, correct? Then we get the things here, right? So how we are getting this data? That is what the question. So someone is going to respond my request. So that someone is nothing but the server. So somewhere in the world, the Gmail server is located. So the moment I sign in, I get the data from there, and that is what you see in your web page. Okay, now Gmail is a website, correct? A website is going to have the multiple pages that is nothing but known as the web pages. So you can see here that is what the server is clear. Now who is the client and who are we? So we human being, who are we? So the client is nothing but the browser. We are the end user. The human beings are the end user and the client is the browser, because through the browser only the request goes. Though we type, but the request goes through from the browser. So you can see the client or the browser user is going to enter the URL in the browser. What happens further? The HTTP request is submitted to that URL's corresponding server. So if I take the same example, Gmail, so somewhere Gmail server will be residing in the world. The moment I enter gmail.com, the request is submitted to the URL's corresponding server. Now, what is server? A physical machine operates server logic on the user request to determine what to send back. Now, the server is going to decide what to send back to the client, right? Now somehow it prepares some data or some response, and finally that response is returned to the user or client in a form of HTML, JSON or other formats. So now the server can respond back either in the form of web page or some data or JSON. So don't worry about JSON. JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. Okay, so JSON is a way to communicate between the two systems. Okay, so this we can go through later on in more depth actually. After it receives the response, client receives the response, what happens? User receives the response in the form of HTML page which renders in the browser window. So the moment the response is sent back to the client further shows in the form of web page. That's how the user or we see the response in the browser. So this is what the very basic architecture in the client server, right? In this web world, this is what the basic architecture having the client server. So this is what the two-tier architecture. There are two tiers involved. One is client and the one is server. Then there are further more architecture like 3-tier, 4-tier. So there will be multiple, layers will be involved between client and server. That is what the different tiers architecture. Okay. So now I'm just going to talk about HTML. Till now we just discussed before HTML, like what is this word, what is the web word. We discussed few keywords. Now let us start with what is HTML. So HTML, as we know, it's very simple. It is known as a hypertext markup language. It is a standard markup language for creating web pages. Now if someone is asking me, I need a page. So the very first thing I should be knowing is the HTML. I need a web page which I want to display in the browser. I should be knowing HTML, right? As I said, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML describes the structure of web pages using markup. Some definitions are there. HTML elements are represented by tags. So here, as I said already, HTML is going to have infinite tags, and each tag will be having some or the other meaning in the browser, right? HTML tags label piece of content such as heading, paragraph, table, and so on, right? We are going to discuss anyways all of them. Browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page, right? So we have a tag, suppose heading tag is there, right? So heading tag, it is not going to display the heading, the name as a output in the browser. But what is going to do? You see here, browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page. So this heading keyword it is already defined in the browser. So anywhere if you see this heading keyword, you have to do this. Got it? So paragraph, anywhere you see this paragraph tag, you have to do this. Okay, so those tags already, the meaning of these tags are already defined. Okay, now whatever content we are going to write inside those tags, that is going to be displayed in the browser. Fine. Okay, so now the very next question should come to us, how to create our very first web page, right? So this is what a basic HTML template. As I said, it is, just having the tags. You just have to remember three things if you want to study HTML: tags. That's it. Okay, so you can see here, anything written inside the angular bracket, that is what known as a tag. So HTML, whenever we are creating any tag, there should be a closing tag for the same tag, right? So if I'm opening my HTML tag, I have to close this. How to close this? / and the same name. Okay, now the next thing is, HTML is not case sensitive. Okay, so I can write here in a small letter, I can close with the capital letter, I can write here with, the combination of a smaller capital, or anything you can write. Okay, but it's not case sensitive. But the good practice is, we should always write all the tags in a small letters. Why? Because if you go for the advanced languages like React.js and all, React.js, they will be having, you can create your own tags. See here, all the tags are already created. Okay, in React.js you can create your own tags. So to differentiate between both the tags, it is a user defined, it is an inbuilt tag. In case of React.js, the user defined tags, they should start with the capital letter. Okay, so make sure you always write the inbuilt tags in small letters. Okay, so HTML is a way to tell it's a HTML page. Again, HTML tag is going to have two more further tags. One is head, another one is body, right? Inside head, title is written. Inside body, these tags are written. This is what nothing but known as a heading, right? H1, we'll be having multiple headings like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Till H6 we have the different headings. The output we will see very soon. How does it differ? P stands for paragraph, right? So this is how we have written a very basic HTML page. Okay, so let us do that. So the prerequisite for this course is going to be, there is no prerequisite actually, first of all, as this is a very basic language to create the web page. But the software which you need, again, there is no software needed. If you just have the notepad, that is also more than enough. Okay, you can write your HTML code in the notepad, but I won't recommend writing in this, because we have many more editors available in the market, which is completely free of cost, open source. You can anytime you can download. But let me create the very first page using notepad. Okay, so I'll just write the same code whatever was written there. So HTML, and let us write the header section and body, and this is going to be our very first hello world page, right? So I'll just write here hello world. No other tags I have used other than HTML head and body. So make sure whenever you are opening, make sure you close it. It's not compulsory, but again, it's a good practice. All the text should be in small letters, and whenever you are opening them, you have to close them. It's a good practice if you do this. I'll save this file. As of now, I'll just save this file in my desktop. Okay, and let us have a look how I'm going to save it. So this is our first file. So let me just write first.html. The extension of the file should be .html. That's how it will recognize it is a HTML page. Okay, so this is what my first.html, and you can see we are getting the output. Are we getting the tags here? Are we getting the tags here? No. But the tags, whatever they are having the meaning, that is going to be rendered in the browser. Okay. Now one more thing. Can I haven't used any other tags, right? So let me just use a tag called paragraph. Paragraph will refresh our page. Can you see any difference? No difference, right? Okay, let me increase the font size of the same. I'll use another tag known as we saw, right, headings H1 to H6. So I'll close this. Whenever you are opening them, make sure you close them also. You can see the font size got increased, right? So this is what the heading tag does. It increases the font size. And as I said, from H1 to H6, we have the different headings. So now let me use the H6 and now see the difference. You can see the font size got decreased, right? So H1, the meaning of H1 is the highest font size, H6 meaning is the lowest font size. And if I don't use any of those headings, it will show in a normal font size. Got it? Okay. So let me show it again. Yeah, very simple. So we have just written a hello world page using notepad, but actually I should not be doing this. As I already said, we are having multiple editors. So you can download a editor known as the Visual Studio. I already have it actually. This is what the Visual Studio Code, just download it. As I said, it's open source. Okay, you can download Visual Studio Code, and as I already have it, based upon the OS, you can download the corresponding one. So once you download it, you will be getting this kind of a screen. Now the next, I'm going to write all my HTML code here only. I won't be writing in the notepad, right? Because now once I start writing, you will see that difference clearly. Okay, so what I'll do, we have to create a new file and all, right? So already I have created a folder in my C drive. Let me show you the folder structure. In the C drive, I have already created a folder called UI. Inside that, I have a folder called HTML, and I'll make sure all my HTML files should go inside this HTML folder. Fine. So I'll do the same. Already I'm inside the HTML folder. I'll create a now new file. Fine. So whatever code was there, I'll just copy paste from here. Save this file in the HTML folder. Same, I'll say suppose with the same name. But anyways, the folder location is different, so it doesn't matter. And the file type should be all files. Okay, now you can see the difference, I believe. Automatically, the font color is changed, right? So I can easily differentiate. These are my HTML tags, and this is what the content of the same. Got it? So now I'll execute the same page, and we are getting the same output, right? Only the way we are not using notepad, this time I'm using Visual Studio Code. There are many other editors also. You can use any one of them. Next, I'm going to talk about the different kind of tags available in HTML. So you can see here the main categories of elements and attributes. So as I already told you, there are infinite of elements or tags present in HTML. So no one can remember all those tags or element. So what they have done actually, all the elements are divided into two main categories. One is block level elements, another one is inline elements. Now what is the difference between both? The one what we already saw P and H1 to H6, right? So they are known as the block level elements, whereas the inline elements are IMG, which is used to create the image or display the image in a web page. Anchor tag, which is nothing but used to create the hyperlink. A span input element, which is nothing for the form tags. For the forms, we use this input element. Now the major difference between both is block and inline. Block will be occupying the entire width of the browser, whereas the inline elements is going to occupy whatever space is needed, only that space. Okay, so let me explain this with the example, the difference between block and inline elements. So I'll be continuing in this editor only, and earlier we did with this P, right? Now again I'm going to create another, say suppose H1, and I'll say here this is my paragraph or this is my heading. Got it? So what do you say? Should I get hello world and this is my heading in a same line, or they should come in one after another? So let us see the output. You can see here they are coming one after another because they both are the block level element. And so block level element, as I already told, it is going to occupy the entire width of the browser. Okay, so the one thing which I missed out, the browser, you can use here any of the browser. You have, the liberty. You can use Chrome, Mozilla, IE, all these. But only thing is the HTML5 features or the advanced HTML features, they are completely supported by the Chrome. So in that case, I'll recommend you to go with Chrome. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just copy this URL and type copy paste in Chrome. Okay, we are getting the same output. Let me do Control Shift I. This is what known as a developer tools. Okay, so how I did this, how I got the right screen. Control Shift I, that's the shortcut, or you can do right click, and here we have the inspect, which is nothing but known as the developer tools. Okay, so you can see the same elements. You can see this code what I have written there. You can find out here also. This is P element. This is heading. This is entire body. This is head and HTML tag. Got it? Now just have a look on P. Okay, so check out the highlighting part. When I select this P, you can see the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. When I select H1, again the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. The reason, they are the block level element. Remember, they said one more element, that is a span element, right? Which is nothing but the inline element. So let me just show you how this is inline. So after this, I'm going to create, suppose, okay, I'll create one text box. So as per the PPT, they were telling the span and the input element, both are the inline elements. So let us, just ask for the proof. And you can see here, this is span and this is, as they are the inline elements, they are going to immediately start one after another. They won't take you to the next line. Now if I highlight this, you can see highlight part is only, this is span. If I select this, you can see only the text box is selected. Are we clear? So the major difference between the block level and the inline element is, the block level elements occupy the entire width of the browser, whereas the span is going to occupy whatever space is needed to display that content. Okay, so as I said, all the HTML elements are divided into two categories. Either they are block level or the inline elements. So that's how we can design our page. Okay, so next is, we discussed about this. Now I'll be discussing very soon about how to create IMG, how to create table, form, input, all those things I'll be discussing with you very soon. Okay, so now one more thing, div and span. Span is the inline element, div is a block level element. Okay, but see, each element is going to have some or the other meaning, but only div and span, these two elements are there which don't do anything other than making a element a block or inline. So what do I mean? I'll just show from here. So suppose this span was the inline element, right? Now I'll just surround this span element with div element. As I said, div makes the content as block level. Okay, so I'll just do this. We'll see the output. Does the output get changed? Yes, because now we made the span element as a div element or the block level element. So div and span, they are very useful. We use them a lot. Div is used to convert your content into the block level, whereas the span can be used to convert your block into a inline element. Okay, other than that, they don't do anything else. Yeah, so this is what the elements, we just discussed one thing, elements. Now there is one more thing known as the attribute, right? So we'll discuss now the attribute. Attributes are something which give the additional information of the element we already saw. When we are talking about the additional information, that is what known as the attributes. The example can be name, width, height, alt, title, ID, class. Again, they are the inbuilt attributes. Each attribute is going to have some or the other meaning. Fine. So anyways, we discussed div currently, right? So let me just take this example here. Div, how to write the attribute? Space, you have to write the attribute name equal to the value of the attribute. Make sure always the attribute value should be in double quotes. Again, it's not hard and fast rule, but it's a good practice if you write the attribute value in double quotes. So as it's already mentioned, attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Now there are two inbuilt attributes. One is ID, another one is class. It is exactly same as, you can think you are in a class of your college, right? And each student is going to have their own unique ID. So multiple students can belong to a same class, but each student is going to have its own roll number or the ID. Okay. So see here, this is what one of my HTML code snippet. You can see all the div elements are having the same class name CLS1, 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 but their IDs are different or the unique, right? So if my roll number is 101, my next person roll number cannot be 101, right? In the classroom. Same here, ID should be unique. But again, it's not hard and fast rule. You can have the elements with the same ID. Okay, but it's not a good practice. You should have, we are having the same IDs for the multiple elements. So make sure whenever you are using ID concept, all the elements of the same web page should be having the unique IDs. Now, can multiple elements have the same class name? Yes, they can have. Can they have the different class name? Yes, they can have the different class name also. Okay, now I'll be showing you very soon how you are going to use these class names, right? So I've just written, see, this is what my user defined value, right? See, the class attribute name is inbuilt. ID name is inbuilt, but the value is, the attribute value is my user defined. So how you are going to use these values? So I'll be showing you that very soon, what is, how you are going to use the ID value and the class value. Clear? So ID and class, very important in your web page designing. ID meaning is uniqueness, class meaning is multiple elements can have the same class name. One more thing about ID and class. So as this class nomenclature you are going to do, make sure this nomenclature, the very first letter should be alphabet. Okay. And it's hard and fast rule. Okay. It's nothing, you have the other option. The very first the letter should be alphabet. It cannot be number, it cannot be space, it cannot be any special character. It has to be alphabet. Okay, so now you can see this div element is going to have multiple attributes. So the thing is, a single element can have the multiple attributes also. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll also create ID and class, and we'll see, do we get any difference? ID equal to, this is my own user defined value, so I can write anything here. So we'll see, I mean, do we get any difference in the output? There is no change, because the thing is, see, I have told you have this ID, you have this class name, but where are they defined? Do they have any meaning? No, because they are the user defined. So I have to tell the meaning of this ID one, I have to tell the meaning of this CLS one. So that I'll be showing you when we start with CSS. Okay, so the next thing is, what I'll do, there is one more element they are discussing here, the IMG element. I'll use this IMG element also. Now what is IMG element? It is simply used to display the images in the web page. IMG, okay. It is going to have multiple attributes. One of the attribute is, you have to tell what you want to display. Where is your image, right? That is what SRC meaning is, source image. Where is your image? We have many other attributes, like we have width, again inbuilt attribute. Here you are going to tell what should be the width of my image, right? You can change it. Suppose the image size which you are trying to display in your web page, it's a bigger size. So you can change the width or height using the width and height attribute. Yeah. See, as I said, attribute value should be always in double quotes, but till now I haven't placed any value. So I'll be placing very soon. Then there is one more attribute which is very specific to IMG, which is alt. Alt meaning is alternative. If the image is not available in this source, display this alt. Display this alternative. So I'll say here, the image is not displayed. Are we clear? And I am closing the IMG element here only. Yeah, we'll see this output. I haven't given any source code.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
So it means if the image is not available or the path is given wrong, I should get this message. You can see here the image is not displayed, and this cross is there, means the image is not there, right? So alt meaning is if image is not available, display this alternative message, and it is very specific only for IMG element. There is one more attribute which is common for all the elements. You can use this, that is title. Okay, title is nothing but, I'll simply say my image. Title is nothing but when you hover your mouse on that element, you should get the title. It's not you can only use with IMG, I can use with anyone. So suppose with H1 I'll say title. I'll just write some title for this, my heading. It is a user defined messages. So when I hover on the image, you can see my image is coming. When I hover on H1, you can see my heading is coming. Okay, so this is what the title attribute does. Okay, now, but till now we are not displaying the image, right? So let me display some image here. So I'll just copy paste some, or you can download from net, anything. So what I'll do, I'll just copy paste. I have one folder here. I'll just place it there. Okay, so all my images are inside this images folder, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have to make sure I have to give the proper extension. So let me just check the properties. It is a .jpg file. Yeah. So I'll be giving the path of my image. Okay. So there can be multiple ways to give the path. So one way could be I can simply right click properties and copy paste the actual path, right? Absolute path actually. So I'll say here C drive UI slash images folder, right? It was in images folder, right? And then 1.jpg. Okay, let us check. We are getting. But the question is it a good practice to do in this way? See, if I'm doing in this way, suppose my project is running in client system and client does not have this location, right? Client does not have this JPG inside C drive UI images, right? So in that case, I'll be getting this alt message, which is not a good thing to display to the client. So this is what known as an absolute path. So you are telling your image location absolutely, right? There is one more way to tell the location, which is nothing but known as a relative path. Relative path is very simple. The meaning is very simple here. You are telling corresponding to my file where you can find your image, or relative to my file where you can find out the image. So if you see the the folder structure, to go to images, I have to come out from UI. I have to go to images folder and there my image. So I'll do the same. How to come out from the folder? So there's a way called dot dot. Dot dot stands for come out from the current directory. So come out from the current directory. Now I'm outside the UI folder. Go to images folder and there you can find out. We'll refresh and we are getting the same output, right? Now no matter you are running in the client system or someone else system, you should get the same output. So we should make a habit always to use the relative path. Never ever use the absolute path. Okay, so when I'm going to share my code to the client, or when we are going to host our website onto AWS, right? In that case, I'll be hosting this UI folder altogether. HTML files, images, and next we are going to talk about CSS, JavaScript. So everything we are going to host together, and we'll make sure everywhere it is going to be relative path, no absolute path. I think it's clear. Okay. So IMG we saw SRC. Then there are two more attributes which I haven't used till now, width and height. So you can change the width and height of the image as per your design. So suppose here you can give some number. Suppose I'll say here 50% size of my image I want to display, and suppose 80% size of the height of the image. So you can see here 50%, 80% meaning is going to be, it is going to occupy that much space from the browser. Correct? If you see here, till now we were getting a very small image. Now I'm telling 50% of this space you can occupy as a width, and 80% space you can occupy as the height. Okay, so using width and height, you are going to tell the same. Are we clear? So this is how, I just covered the IMG element, and we discussed the different kind of attributes. Not all the attributes, the selected the attributes belong to IMG, the attributes like ID and class which can belong to any element. Fine. So this was all about IMG. Okay. And next, as I already told you, there are different types of elements, and all the elements are divided into two categories: block and inline elements. Right. So I'll just show you in a very fast all the elements present in HTML. Okay. So there is something known as a empty element. See, till now whenever we are opening any element, we'll make sure it is closing also, right? We use P, H1 to H6, span, div, right? But if you have observed this, when I use this input element, where is that? Yeah, when I use this input element, immediately I close this. So this is what known as the empty element. So there are some elements in HTML which do not need the explicit closing. There you close them immediately. Okay, so one of them is input. Then we have the BR. BR is nothing but line break. Then we have the nested elements. The nested element is as simple, element inside elements. Then we have the different kind of headings present, the paragraphs, list, tables, images, link, text formatting. So let me just talk about list here. There is something known as an ordered and unordered list. Okay, so now what is this list and all? Let me just show you with the example. OL stands for ordered, UL stands for unordered. Now if I just write OL, let us see the output. Do we get anything or not? Okay, first I'll remove the image because it is occupying so much of a space, or maybe I'll just remove the width and height so it won't occupy that much of a space. Okay, you can see when we used OL, nothing came up. Okay, now OL, UL, they are having nested elements. If you want to use them, you have to use these nested elements. LI. LI stands for listing. You are listing what your ordered or unordered list should have. We'll see the output. Yeah, so we are getting in a format of listing, right? This is nothing but known as a ordered list. Now I can simply convert into unordered. Just replace OL with UL, and you can see it is coming in a bullet symbol. Got it? So with OL, UL. Okay. Now by default, UL or OL, if I'm using, OL displays in number formatting and UL displays in a bullet formatting. You can change this formatting also. For that, there is an attribute called type. I can tell if I don't want in bullet, I can say, I want in a square format. You can see now it is coming in square, right? It's no more bullet format. The circle is default one. You can change it to the other one, but this, whatever name you change, that should be supported with your browser. It's nothing you can write a pentagon, all those things. Whatever is supported in your browser, only that type you can change it. Similarly for OL, I can do this. Suppose I don't want numbers, I want, with the ABCD, I'll say capital A. If I want in capital letters, if I want a small letter, I'll say A, small a. If you want in the Roman numbers, you can simply say here I. The meaning is we are talking about the Roman numbers. Got it? So this is what the meaning of this ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll discuss about the anchor element. Okay, so anchor element is very simple. Let me just show from here. So anchor element, I'll say, please click here, click here. Okay, and anchor element, always you are going to use attribute called href equal to. The meaning is very simple. This anchor element is used to link multiple pages together, right? So href, if I say here, I want to, when I click on this, I want to move to another page, suppose google.com. Okay, so let me just show from here. See, we can open this google.com from here. Got it? So this is how your anchor element works. In the next, so here, what all the things we discussed? Let a quick recap. We discussed a few elements like IMG. We discussed anchor element. We discussed the different kind of attributes. We discussed the ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll show you how to create tables and forms. Okay, so the table, as we know, table is something which is going to have some data. We are going to display some data. So to display the table, we have altogether the tag name itself is a table. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the previous stuff so that we'll be having the clean browser, and I'll create a table which is going to have some rows and some columns, right? Generally, table contains these two things. To represent it's a row, we use a element called tr. To represent it's a column of that row, we use a element called td. So a single tr can have multiple tds. Are we clear? A single row can have multiple columns, right? Now suppose I'm going to create a table of students data. Okay, so which is going to have few fields like name, say the department, and the age. Let us have three columns, right? So I'll create a table which contains further two elements. One is tr, which is known as a table row. Another one is td, which is nothing but table data. So tr is just going to represent one row, but the data you are going to write inside the td element, right? So as I said, name, age, and department. Okay, so now I'll create first one row which is having those headings, right? So I can say here th, either I can say td, name, right? Let me first show you with td, then I'll show you, introduce one more tag known as a th. Name, age, these are my headings of my table, and department, right? This is what are we are expecting. Okay, now my first row is going to have all the headings. Next row is going to have the actual data. So let us have the name as Sam, the age, okay, so I'll just put 20 years, and the department, I'll say computer science. Okay, let us have the output. Okay, so let me open this. So you can see we are getting the output like this, right? So I'll just open in Chrome because that is more effective. Yeah, so we are getting like this. So similarly, we can have n number of rows, right? I can keep on writing and we'll get multiple rows. We'll change the name also. Yeah, so that's how we create a table. But generally, table contains the border, right? So, and moreover, if you see, generally the headings also, they are in bold letters, right? So to get the bold letters, there are multiple ways. One way could be you can simply use the element known as th, which is nothing but table heading. Yeah? So if I do this, you see the name, it is going to be in bold letters. Okay. Other way could be, as I told already, as I said, I'll be discussing the text formatting here. Text formatting is same as you are going to use multiple elements which they are going to do some of the other stuff. Like if I use B stands for bold letters. So it is going to display the content in bold letters. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just put the age here inside B. Yeah, either we can use th or I can use the b element. So here in this case, as we are talking about table, let us continue with th because that also does the same, right? Why to write the multiple tags? So I'll simply use here th. Got it? Otherwise, b can be also used to make it bold letters. Now, similarly, like anyways, we are discussing about the text formatting. Let me talk about some more formatting elements.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So like how we have B, similarly we have I element. What is that? It is nothing but it is used to make it italic. The output will come in a italic format. Make sure the nesting elements, as I said, see you can see that it's an italic. Okay, so then we have U. U stands for underline. So it's mentioned here. Text formatting, the elements are I, U, B, strong, EM. I stands for italic, U stands for underline, B stands for bold, and then strong is similar to your bold letters. Either you can use B or the strong. Actually, this element was introduced in HTML5. Okay, which gives the special meaning, right? If I'm talking about a strong, it means actually it is a bold letter. EM is nothing but emphasizing. We are emphasizing on that element. Okay. So these are the elements, the basic elements of HTML. So I'll talk about more about HTML, more about table tag. So let me just go back to the same. And I'll not use this and these text formatting elements. Instead of that, I'll just go with the TH. Yeah, I'll just replace with this TH. Because we have to put the border and all, right? This table does not look good. This is without the border. Okay, so let us see how to place the border. Got it? Now to place the border, we have an attribute altogether. The border, the attribute name itself is a border. Okay, so if I say here, say border, the value, as I said, all the attribute values, they should go inside the double quote, and it has to be some number. So if I say 2, and let us see the output here, we are getting the output like this, right? So which looks proper table, right? Now my TT, you can have a text or you can have a image, anything, right? So can I place the image here inside the TT? Yes, let us give a try. And as we know, img is a empty element, and make sure whenever you are giving the path, it should always be relative. So that's the beauty of this editor. If you are writing in this notepad, it is going to be you have to be very conscious while writing, right? Here it gives the auto suggestion. You can see here we are getting the image also. Okay, so see in this I told you about the basic tags, right? Table, tr, td, th, all these things. We have many more attributes also. We just discussed border. We have call span, we have row span, call span attribute, row span attribute. They are nothing but to you know club multiple columns or club multiple rows. So that is the assignment for you people. You have to find out how to use call span and row span. Okay, so that is, I'll clear again. Call span and row span, they are used to club multiple rows or multiple columns. Suppose I'll just show from here. Suppose a single student is belongs to multiple departments, right? So what I need to do, I have to place a this vertical line here, right? Vertical line here. I'm not going to divide department column. I'm just going to divide the data into two columns. So one CS, another department, right? So you are going to place a vertical line. So you are going to have two TDs in this TR. Got it? Along with these two TDs, you should have two more TDs for this TR. But this TR can only have a single TD for department. Okay, so we have to club two columns together. So here you are going to use call span. Row span, as I said, it is going to club the rows. In the next video, I'll discuss about how to create the form, which is very important. The forms are something which allows you to accept the data from the user. So first let me show you one form, then I'll come to how to create using HTML. So this is what Yahoo website, and I'm going to create a new account for myself. So when you open this page, you can see here you are getting something wherein you have to tell what is your first name, surname, email ID, the password, the phone number. If I write something in other than numbers, it is going to display me in red color. This is what the drop down, right? This is the gender. So altogether, if I see in this page, we have the text box. These are the text boxes which does not have the complete border, just the underline is there. Text boxes, and then we have this drop down, right? This is also one of the drop down with the different countries. Okay, and then finally we have a button here, and these are few hyperlinks which takes me to the next page, which is nothing but using the anchor element they have done it. Right? Generally, any form whenever you fill, which it always contains few fields like the text boxes, radio button, check boxes, drop down, and buttons. So let me just show from here. List of elements contained inside a form in a normal form. Okay, in generally in a normal form, which all the elements are always present, but again it's optional. Like in the Yahoo website, they haven't given any radio button checkbox. So now first thing should be text box, which is nothing but a single row. Then radio button, in which you can do a single selection. So generally radio button we create for gender and all. Checkbox, wherein you can do the multiple selection, right? Checkbox, we can use it for the technologies which you are aware of. Drop down for multiple selection, wherein you can create a drop down for which all the cities you lived in. Text area and text box, the only difference between both is in both the cases you can write the things, right? In text box also you can write something, text area also you can write something, but only thing in text area we are going to have multiple rows, whereas in case of text box it is a single row option. Then we have a different kind of buttons like click button, submit button and reset button. Submit button, reset button, they both are related with your form, right? Whereas the click button is a normal button which can be used either inside a form or outside the form. Now all these elements, they should be inside the form element if you want them to behave as a form in which you are going to take the input from the user. Right, so now I'm going to create a registration form which is going to have all these basic elements. To let us create a student registration form here. So how to create text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down. So one by one I'll be showing you. In the same example, I'll create a form here. Okay, as I said, whenever you are creating a form, it should always have a form element. All the form elements should go inside the form element altogether, inside the form tag. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to ask the user, please enter your name, right? So I can say here name, and it has to be a text box. So I'll say here input. Remember, we have created a text box actually by just doing this. Let us see, do we get a text box or not? You can see we are getting a text box. Okay, just we have written input element and closed it as they are the empty elements. Okay, now age, it has to be a number, but it has to be a text box only, right? Or you can make it as a drop down also. Let us just do with the text box. Okay, now you can see age is coming immediately after this. So what you feel, which kind of element it is? So yeah, you got it correct. This is what the inline element, it is coming next line itself. So in the next altogether, not next line. So if I want to put a break in between, I'll use a BR, which is nothing but line break. Okay, now we can have some more. If you want some more text boxes, you can have it. Now I'll just jump to the radio button. The next is radio button. So I'll just ask the gender of a student. Okay, now how to create a radio button? See, for all the form elements, if you want to create, it is only with the input tag. With input tag, you are going to do everything. So how, on which basis? We'll be having an attribute called type here. Okay, now based upon the type value, you are going to get different form elements. So if I say here radio, I'll be getting a radio button. Okay, so we'll just check. I'm getting a radio button here, correct? Next is, okay, so as I'm asking gender, I have to give the option male. This is one and another one is female. Yeah, it's coming here, and the only thing is we have to place a BR so that it will come to the next line. Okay, this is what type radio to get the radio button. Now the question will come, why for text boxes I haven't given any type? So by default the type value is always text. Okay, by default the type values is text. If I skip, then also there is no problem. If I write something wrong, like if I say anything, if I write anything random, then also I'll be getting a text box. You can see the text box is coming. By default type value is text. You can write either text or you can do something else, it doesn't matter, because browser will never show any error there, right? It will always consider it as a text box. But for if you want to get other elements, you have to specify properly. If it is a radio button, you have to say radio. If it is a checkbox, let us create a checkbox now. I'll place the break checkbox for the technologies known, or say okay, this page I am making for, actually this registration page I am making for an employee who is going to apply for a job here in this company. So this guy is searching for a job, and it's a checkbox, right? We are going to make a checkbox. So input type equal to checkbox. So this is what another keyword. So if I do this, I'll be getting a checkbox. Radio, text, checkbox. So different type values, different output. You can see one checkbox is coming. Okay, now how many checkboxes you need? You have to write those many checkboxes. So I have to give the value also, say HTML. I'll add multiple technologies. After this, I'll place a BR because we know all the input elements are the inline elements. You can see we are getting multiple, and you can do the multiple selections also in case of a checkbox. Yeah, so we have done three things: text box, radio button, checkbox, right? Next, let us discuss how to create a drop down. Okay, now don't say for drop down we have the input type is good drop down. No, we have altogether a different tag, that is a select and option. So I'm going to use the same. So these are the technologies known to the person, and next I'll say here city, say lived in. So as I told, the drop down, see, drop down can be used in two ways. From a drop down, you can do a single selection as well as a multiple selection. So first I'll show you with the single selection. Okay, so the combination, the elements which you are going to use, select. Okay, so if I just use select, let us see the output. You can see we're just getting the drop down, but no options coming. To get the option, we are going to use the element name. Yes, you got it, option. So I'll say here Bangalore. Next option, say suppose Delhi. I'll just put all the metros. Okay, so let me just put only these many, and we'll see the output. You can see we are getting the options also now. Right? So it's very simple. I'm just explaining step by step how to get the text boxes. Text box, can I write something? See, but it's wrong. I should not be allowed to write anything other than numbers for each. Right? So I'll just talk about that. This is what known as the validation. Name, I should not be allowed to enter the numbers for the name. It should be only alphabets. Okay, so we did text boxes, we did radio button, checkbox, drop down. Next is going to be the buttons, right? So I have to submit this data, right? So as I said, there are three kind of buttons. How to get the button? The type value is going to be button. Okay, so if I say simply this input type equal to button, let us see the output. I'm getting a button with no value. Generally in a button, if you see here, we get the value, right? Continue, cancel, reset, all those, right? But here I'm not getting a value. So in that case, how to get a value? There is another attribute known as a value. So again, value attribute is common for, I can use with input element, right? So anywhere I can use this value attribute. So value, suppose I say here, click me. Can see the button is coming, but see, even though I'm doing something, I'm clicking, nothing is happening, because I have to tell explicitly if it is a normal button, what should happen if the user is clicking, right? Which I haven't done it. Okay, so this is a normal button. Now I'll create a submit button. Not placing the value, please.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Make a note, I'm not placing a value, giving a value, but by default the value is coming as submit. Because the type is submit, I'm getting a submit as a value. But don't think like, this output will be common for all the browser. The same page I'm running with Mozilla. And here I'm getting the value is submit query. So different browser give the different value for the submit button. Okay, so what if you want a same value? Use the value attribute. I'll say here submit form. Now I'll refresh. Okay, M got. Sorry, bad luck. Submit form here, and let us check in the Mozilla also. Here also we are getting the submit form. Okay, so make sure if you want the same name in the different browser, use the value attribute. First let me place the line break. Yeah. Okay, so this is what the submit button. Now, but what submit button is doing, that also let us check. Okay, so let me write something randomly HTML as a name. Age suppose 20. I'll select its mail Bangalore and click on submit form. Just have a look in the URL. Okay, first.html, it's written like this. When I click on submit form, you can see here it's coming as question mark. So the meaning is very simple. The form data got submitted. But the thing is, whom it got submitted. Generally, when I create my account here, I write my details here, right? Suppose I write my details here, right? And when I click on continue, so here the continue is the name of a submit button. So if I click on continue, the data gets saved into the server, Yahoo server, right? But here in our case, do we have any connectivity with the server? No. So how the data will be saved? No, it won't be saved. So what is happening? It is refreshing my current page. Okay, that's the reason you can see here question mark. Like the data is getting submitted, but there is no server connectivity. It is coming back to the same page. Are we clear? Okay. So that's how the submit button, and when I click on click me button, the button type value, we are not getting anything because you have to tell the functionality explicitly. Whereas the submit button functionality is already defined inside the browser. Okay, now there is one more button called as reset button. So input and if I refresh this page, reset is coming. By default the value is reset. Okay, we'll check in the other browser also. Do I get the same? It's coming same, but maybe other browser they show in different way, reset form or something else. So why to take a chance? So you can give the always the value. Okay, so now what reset does, let us see here. I'll just write something and click on reset. It resets the form. Whatever data the user has entered, it is going to erase that or reset that. Okay, so that is what reset does. I hope it's clear the difference between button, input type equal to button, the input type equal to submit, and the input type equal to reset. Okay, so we discussed only one element, that is input, with the different type values, and we got the different elements. Only thing, for the drop down, the element is select and option. But again in HTML5, we have the replacement for this select and option also. Okay, there they use the input element itself to get the drop down. I will discuss that during HTML5 features. Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, we discussed the attributes type and the value. Okay. But one thing I'll show you from here. See, as I said, radio button, there should be a single selection, right? I'll select this, I'll select this. Both are getting selected, which is violating the radio button fundamentals. But for checkbox, can I select multiple checkbox? Yes. Can I have a single checkbox? Yes. Can I select multiple drop down? As of now, no. I can select a single drop down, but you can select the multiple drop downs also. But the main problem is this radio button. I should not be allowed to have a multiple selection for the radio button. Got it? So we have to somehow do something so that that problem gets resolved. Okay, before that, one more thing. Text area I haven't discussed, right? So text area, let me just write, then I'll come back to the radio button problem. So we have a drop down after this text area to take the address from the user. Just text area I'll just place and place the BR if it is not a block label. So you can see here we are getting a space with the multiple rows. The difference between text box and text area, you are getting the multiple rows the moment I keep on writing, and you can see the automatically in this vertical scroll is also coming. Right? You can increase or decrease the size of the width and height of your text area by using calls and rows attribute for the text area. So I'll use this calls. Calls meaning is columns. How many columns should be present in your text area? If I say 10 here, rows, by default, how many rows should be displayed to the user? So if I say 20 here, and I'll place here some address. You can see I increase the rows, right? So you can see the 20 rows by default get displayed and the calls is 10. Okay, so I'll decrease the rows now. Are we clear? Okay, so by default 10 rows will be displayed. By default 10 columns will be displayed to the user once you load the page. Okay, now coming back to the same radio button issue, we can select the multiple radio buttons together. Now there is one more attribute name as name itself. I'll just use that and show you the output. Name, I'll just tell you the meaning of this very soon. I'm just giving the same name attribute value for both the radio buttons. You can have multiple n number of radio buttons, right? Okay, so now if I say male or female, yes, it's working fine. So now what happened all of a sudden? We just use the name attribute, which is going to have the same value for all the radio buttons, right? In that case, you can have the single selection for the radio button. But why didn't I use with other form elements? Can I use here also? Let me see. Can I use here also? I'll give the same name value. Okay, there is no issue. But when I click on submit form, okay, now just have a look here. This is important one. When the data gets submitted, as of now, no server connectivity, nothing is there, but just have a look on this URL. You can see here question mark, gender equal to on. Till now, this gender or these keywords were not coming, but now all of a sudden they started coming. Why? Because whenever you use the name attribute, for whichever field you use the name attribute, only that attribute value is going to be displayed or is going to be served to the server. Okay, so simple meaning is whenever you want your data to go to the server, for that element you have to use this name attribute. Otherwise your data won't be submitted. Okay, how can I make sure? So suppose I am entering, first let me just go back. Yeah, suppose I'm entering name, some values I'm entering and click on submit form. Though I have given name and age, but name and age are not coming here in the URL. Whereas only those fields are coming wherever we have given the name attribute. So looks like name attribute is very important. So what I'll do, I'll just have the name attribute for the person name. I'll say here uname, username, and for the age, user age, username. So name attribute, let us have a look. Okay, so I'm this time again I'm entering some name, some random values, and click on submit form. Now you can see the U name, whatever I have entered, it's coming. Whatever age I have entered, that is also coming. Gender, that is also coming, right? So it's coming. But see, is that clear? So the name attribute is important. For those field, whichever field you feel, right, it should go to the next level, or it should be that data should be saved to the server, or the data should be sent to the server. Okay, there all in all those places you use the name attribute. Yeah, that's clear. Now, why gender, even though I have selected male or female, why is it coming as on? So now one more important attribute, that is a value, right? Did we use value attribute till now? Yes, we used value with the buttons, different kind of buttons. So now value attribute is very important in case of radio button checkbox dropdown, where you are not writing anything, where you are hitting something. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll say the value attribute. So this is suppose M, this value equal to F. Meaning is very simple. I'll just explain. The meaning is very simple here. User is going to see this value. Which value? In the display, user will be seeing male, female. But when I select male or female, the value which goes to the server is either M or F. It does not go as male or female. Similarly, here if I say value equal to, suppose I'll say here, same HTML, the value should go HTML, value equal to say CSS, okay, and suppose I'll say here JavaScript, which is a full name display to the user, but when the user select this, we are sending to the server a shortcut, short form JS. Okay, now let us execute our program again. Refreshing, write some name, say UI, age 20, female, HTML, CSS, and suppose I'll select JavaScript also. Click on submit form. Uname is coming, age is coming, gender is coming F, no more on. Tech equal to HTML, CSS, and JS. Yeah. So whatever data values are defined for each tag, that is going to be displayed or sent to the server. That's how we need it, right? So we use the name attribute, we learned how to use the value attribute also. So after this name and value, let us check out for the rate for the drop down also. But there's one thing here, you can see the technologies, the name of the technology, as I mentioned in the HTML page or in the code, the name was tech, right? So tech, all the tech values are coming as HTML, CSS, whatever the user has selected, we are getting that. Either you can do in this way, or you can have the different name values. If you want to do in this way also, you can do this. So if I refresh my page again, you can see if I select only CSS and JavaScript, submit form, you can see tech 2 is equal to CSS and tech 3 equal to JS. I hope that's clear. Now this is all the text boxes and radio button checkbox is clear. Let us check how to fetch the drop down value also, or how to send the drop down value to the browser. Solution is, answer is always name and value attribute, right? So when I use the name attribute, only that value will go. If I use the value attribute, only that will go, otherwise the value will be displayed as on. Let us check out. So name equal to, here I'll say as city. Okay, as it's a single selection as of now, so I'm selecting suppose Delhi, right? Submit form, you can see city equal to Delhi. Okay, but whereas the uname and UH, they are not coming anything. The reason is already I haven't typed any value for the name and age. Okay, so city is coming as Delhi. Name. Okay, what if you don't want display as Delhi? You can have your own value. I can decide like, I want the different, I don't want to send the big values. I can simply send the shortcut. Say BGR. Yeah, some DLH, right? So if I do in this way, this value will go instead of this. We'll refresh and cross verify again. It is selected as Bangalore. You can see the value is going as BGR here. Instead of Bangalore, that is what going at the back end. Clear? Now, as I said, okay, so name attribute we used as well as the value. As I said, in the drop down, you can do the multiple selection, but as of now, we are not able to do. Now I'm going to use another attribute so that multiple values can be selected from the drop down. Okay, so this value, the attribute name is multiple. You can see this attribute does not have the value. Generally, whenever we mention the attribute, it always has the value. Okay, so these attributes are known as the self-contained value. So even though I can write like this, or I can say multiple equal to multiple, right? The value is also same as attribute name. So instead of this, I'll simply write multiple. So in that case, I can select the multiple options, and you can see here it's coming. But how to select the multiple option? You have to hold the control key and then select. Okay, I selected two options from here. Okay, for Kolkata, I think I haven't given the value. You can see here, city value is coming as BGR, DLH and Kolkata. Are we clear how to get the multiple values selected from the drop down? Okay. So we saw one more attribute named as multiple, and this attribute is known as a self-contained value. Okay, so no need to say multiple equal to multiple or multiple equal to on. You can simply leave that as it is. Like this is one of the attribute which does the same. Similarly, we have few more attributes which do not need the value. Like for the radio button, what if you want radio button to be selected by default, right? So you can see you can use an attribute called checked. Checked is again a self-contained attribute. Either you can say checked equal to checked, or you can simply leave checked. Similarly, for checkboxes also, what if I want CSS to be selected by default? I'll say checked. Okay. So checked I use for radio button, checked I use for the checkbox also. You can see by default these values are checked. Now for the drop down, you will say, use the check. No, for that the attribute name is selected. So I'll use selected. You see by default Kolkata is selected. Okay, but then further user can change it. Similarly, CSS, even though by default is selected or checked, but user can change it. Okay, so we saw, three attributes which does not have the value or no need to mention the value. One is multiple to get the multiple drop downs. Another one is checked to get the by default checked value for radio button or checkbox. And third is selected to get the a particular option to be selected by default. Are we clear? Okay, now let us go back to our PPT. The next slide. Okay, so quick revision what we discussed till now. Text box, how to create, input type equal to text. Name, if I don't mention name, it won't go to the server. Value is the default one. Say suppose if I say value equal to something here, say I'll say here John, same example. Refresh, the default value is John. If I click on submit, that value will go. Okay, so this is the default value which you are sending. Yeah. Okay, now radio button, input type equal to radio, name is gender, value equal to M, right? So value we understood the difference, the usage of name and value attribute, which is very important you to know. Checkbox, that is clear, input type equal to checkbox, name and value. Text area, rows and calls. For drop down, name and value. This value goes to the database, and if I don't mention name and if I don't use the name and attribute, the value won't be submitted to the server. And these are the different kind of buttons. Okay, now here we used one of the attribute checked, which makes sure one of the checkbox is selected by default, selected for one of the option of drop down. And one more attribute we use, multiple. Multiple allows to select multiple values from the drop down. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll discuss the other attributes also. The very first one is size. Size is nothing but changes the width of the text boxes. Now, if you see here, by default, the text size is this much only. Yeah, if I want to increase or decrease, you can have an attribute size. So if I say size equal to 20, So I think that is, just a minute. Let me go to the its previous size. Yeah. Okay, I'll just increase the size. You can see the width of the text box got increased. Increase or decrease based upon what size value you are giving. So size attribute, it works with the text boxes. Okay. Now the next attribute is max length, min length. Before that, let me just talk about the placeholder, display the placeholder value. So this you must have observed in the website, placeholder, which shows, what to be entered in that text box. So I'll say, please enter username. So if I want that to be displayed, I have to remove the value attribute, otherwise that is going to be displayed by default. So placeholder, another attribute, you can see please enter your username, and the moment the user starts writing his name, that will go off. Yeah. So this is what placeholder. Check selected we already discussed. Now the max length and the min length. Max length is nothing but the maximum number of characters entered in the text box. So these are most of the attributes actually we have for the text boxes. So I'll say here max length. Okay, so suppose I'll say max length is 4. So the meaning is maximum 4 characters the user can enter, not more than 4 characters. So we'll cross verify. So I'm trying to enter more than 4 and it is not allowing me to enter. Okay. Now another one is min length. Min length, suppose I say minimum 2 characters to be present in the name. Okay. So what I'll do to check this, first I'll make sure I'm entering only minimum 2 characters. So 4 or 3. Submit. It's submitting. It's working very well. Now what if I say only 1 character? Okay. Click on submit form. And you can see here we are getting the pop-up error message. Please lengthen this text to 2 characters or more. You are currently using 1 character. Yeah. All because of I use the min length attribute. So minimum length of the text should be 2, and wherein I am just passing 1 character, it is showing me the error. But this error is not, the appealed one. I mean, see, if I see this kind of error in the UI design, it won't be that much appealing. So the error should be always in the red color, and it should not come as a pop-up. They should be always next to the element where the error is coming. So in this case, I should get my own error message first of all. If I again click on submit form, you can see this error message is coming. What if I want my own error message, right? So I want next to that text box in the red color, not as a pop-up, right? So that is you can do using JavaScript. So once we learn JavaScript, they will see how to add the the content on the fly. Okay, so this one thing we saw min length, max length, but not user defined error message. It is coming as inbuilt error message. Okay, now next is multiple, we already covered. Then we have read only, disabled. Read only, disabled, the meaning is very simple. The data is, you cannot write anything. They are just going to be read only. You cannot write anything in those text boxes. Okay, action, method and target. Okay, so now I'll just show you how the read only and disabled works. So what I'll do, I'll simply say here, suppose in the age, I'll say read only. This is the attribute which does not need the value. It means I cannot enter anything here. See, in the age, I'm not allowed to enter anything because it's a read only. Similarly, for disabled, if I say disabled, I'm not allowed to enter anything. Again, I'm not allowed to enter, right? But then what is the difference? So that is your next assignment. You have to find out how read only and disabled behave differently. So solution is already written here. In case of read only, data is going to be processed. In case of disabled, data is not going to be processed. Process meaning is simple. The data is going to be submitted to the server. Okay, in case of read only, that data, whatever data is already written in the text box, that data will go to the server. In case of a disabled, the data won't go to the server. So please cross verify this. Did I say correct or not? Okay. Next is action. Now, the form element. See, we discussed multiple elements, but the form element, which is very important, it contains one attribute called action. So it tells, it tells us, ask you if the form gets submitted, what action you want to be taken. Okay, so that you can do it using this. So suppose I want, when the user clicks on submit button, I want to move to the next page. Okay, your next page could be, welcome page, right? As of now, I'm just taking him to the google.com. If the user clicks on submit button, I'm taking him to the google.com. Generally, it has to be welcome if user has entered his details properly. Okay, as minimum 2 characters, submit form, and you can see it is coming to google.com. Till now, the same page was going to be refreshed. Now, as we have given the action, it is taking us to google.com. Yeah, okay. What is the next attribute? The method. The method specifies the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data, and the last is target specifies if the submitted result will open in a new browser tab or in a current window. Okay, so what is a method? Method is again, see, now we are talking about all the attributes of the form element. So one is action, another one is the method. So method is always, either get, these are the HTTP methods, get or post. By default, the form method is get. Okay, so we'll see, does it make any difference if I say here get? We'll see that. I'll just enter, make sure 2 characters are there, and click on submit form. And there's no change. You can see the data. Earlier also we were able to see the data here. Now I'll just change it to post. Simple meaning is how the data should be submitted to the server. Okay, which method you want, get or post. Again, I'll add some data and click on submit form. And this time you can see here the data is not visible in the browser URL. Moreover, in the google.com, that is a problem, not with our coding. The google.com does not take any post request. Okay, so what, to avoid this, what you can do, instead of sending to google.com, you can send to some your other HTML page, say welcome.html. You can transfer the request to the welcome.html. So instead of saying google.com, I can send the action to the welcome.html. So method post, the meaning is the data whatever user is entering, that won't be displayed in the browser. That is the difference between get and post. Okay, so post is more secured. So whenever you are asking the user to log in, give his credentials, username, password, we need to make sure the method is always post. The by default the method is get, which is not secured one, because whatever you enter, that will be displayed in the browser, right? Suppose here, like instead of age, I'll just make it password. Okay, I'm asking please enter your password, right? So first let me remove method. As instead of post, let us have get only. By default method is get, no need to mention explicitly. Okay, so I'll enter some name and password. Suppose I'll enter, okay, it's read only. Let me remove this, disable. Okay, so I'll just enter some password, say HTML is my password, and I'll enter some name also. Click on submit form. Now, do I want my password to be displayed in the browser URL? No, the answer is obviously no. So how to avoid this? In that case, I have to make the method as post. I hope that makes sense. Okay, next is target, which is the assignment for you. You have to find out how the target attribute works. The simple answer is, when I click on submit button, you want to open in the same tab or a new tab or a new window. Okay, as of now, when I click on submit button, the same tab gets changed. Now, do you want to open in a new tab or in the same tab or new window? That is what the target attribute does. You have to find out the different values for the target attribute. So this was all about the form elements and the form attributes.
First, we'll start our journey in HTML. Okay, so we'll go create a new file. I mean, there are many ways to do that. You can click on this icon, you can go to the file menu and choose a new file, and then, or you can also press the shortcut Control N to do something like that. So we'll go click on this icon as of now, and then it'll ask you what is the name of the file that you want to create. And in order to maintain the sequence of these topics, I'll call this as step 1 hello world .html. Notice that the extension .html is important. If you don't add this extension, the tools that we have installed may not be able to recognize this file and do the auto completion. So since many of you guys are totally beginning fresh, I would spend some time on most of these trivial coding practices that will help you scale up really fast. Now, first step is, let's say now you created an HTML file. What is the content? What do you have in HTML file? So usually you'll have an HTML tag, correct? You have an HTML tag, and inside that tag you have the head and the body tag. These are the two tags that you'll have. So if you want to technically understand, you know, um, the hierarchy here, HTML contains head and the body. Head happens to be the first child of the HTML tag, and body happens to be the second child of the HTML tag. So we have the HTML tag, and inside that HTML tag we have the head and the body. Head is where all the processing information for the body tag will be stored. I mean, we can specify how our body tag should appear, or how it should be styled, how can I access it, and all of that will be in the header tag. And the body tag is what the user actually sees and interacts with. Okay, so all invisible elements are put here, all visible elements are put here. In other words, the script tags, the CSS declaration for the content will be declared in the head tag. Basically, the processing information will be stored in the head tag. And we can add some configuration instructions inside this head tag as how this document should be treated and things like that. Okay, so now typing this every exercise would become a pain. So we installed emit, correct? And with that emit, we can specify HTML:5, and this will give us the abbreviation for this code. And if you notice, we have all the standards maintained. The doc type declaration is added. Now, why is this line required? Because Vijay, you told that HTML tag should be the root. Yes, of course. But see, before this HTML tag can be understood by the browser, there are many ways to interpret this HTML tag. In fact, we have come a long way since the very first inception of HTML happened. Okay, so HTML also has a lot of versions. The one that we are working is HTML 5.01. And that's a pain. I mean, it's so much that you have to remember. Maybe it is small, but trust me, when you have to know about this in different flavors, it becomes really a pain. But that was shortened. HTML5 doc type is just doc type HTML. And again, the doc type declaration here can also be lowercase, uppercase. Browser is smart enough. Earlier, those days people used dial-up connections, and browsers were very slow. Now browsers are fast. They can interpret things really fast. So we'll go with the modern approach, HTML5. And the very first line here, the HTML tag, has a lang attribute set to English. Why is this a requirement? Because see, there are a lot of screen readers who would come to your application. People who are visually challenged, people who are trying to interpret the content of this page, they all will come and try to understand your document. And they have to be told that the language that I'm using in this page is English. So we are specifying lang as en here. So the screen reader which comes to this page will immediately switch to an English language and start reading the content, so that the person who is using that application can hear the content. Okay, people who are visually challenged use a software called JAWS, and that can read English, Latin, Spanish, Russian, Japanese, Chinese, Arabic, and things like that. So which language should they be using to read the content? So you are telling in the very beginning that you should be using English. Okay, and then every keystroke, see, I'm using an English US standard keyboard. Many people out there would be using a Chinese keyboard, an Arabic keyboard, to add on to the complexity. It created different keyboards for different countries and their language preferences, and each keystroke generate an ASCII value. That way, if I prepare a page and send it to you, and if you suppose are using an Arabic keyboard, the ASCII values will be completely different, and your page the page that is displayed on your screen will be completely different, because I have used English keyboard. Alphabet A on my key would be completely different on your device as well. So in order to bring that uniformity, in order to bring that synergy between different keyboard users, we'll have to specify what kind of key strokes will be generated when I press a key using this UTF-8. This is also allowed. And then I press tab and it will generate the content along with the tag. This is happening because we had installed this tool called Mithril Emit. Okay, so that generates the HTML code for us. So now I'm done with this, I want to display this in the browser. How do I display this? I want to look at the output that's being generated out of this file. So what you can do is step number one, go to this folder where your workspace was generated. So this file which is generated here, you can either double click this. In my case, it is configured that Firefox will open this file. Why? Because Firefox is the default browser on my machine. Optionally, you can also right click and open with. Notice, there is this command open with, and you can use a browser that matches your flavor. I can use Firefox, Chrome, older Explorer, and a new Microsoft Edge, and things like that. So if I prefer to work with Google Chrome, which I do in for the rest of this workshop, let's just use Google Chrome. So if press on this, you'll get Google Chrome opening this file. If you notice, it is on the C drive php-dev step 1 dash hello world.html. Easy. Now, instead of doing this, I told you that there is a shortcut. You can now right click this document and choose open in default browser or other browser. Now these two menu options are available because we installed this extension open in browser, this one. Okay, so this will allow this menu, or else it won't be available with Visual Studio Code. So if I now click on other browser and from the drop down select Chrome. If you have installed Chrome, okay, don't expect if you don't have Chrome, if you click on it, it'll magically open in Chrome. No, it won't. Chrome should be installed on your machine and then you can select Chrome. So notice, this also opened the same file. See, this also opened the same file. So HTML5 has introduced some new things into the starting. So what is HTML5? It is a standard of writing HTML content so that your web browsers and mobile devices which are having web browsers can interpret these elements and render them appropriately. The question is, why do you really need it? Because HTML has evolved over a period of time. I mean, fortunately, you guys have entered into this domain when most of the things have settled down and there is some concrete route forward. But I started working with HTML around 2000, and there's not much of clarity as to um, what technology will be using. I mean, many people were working on frame sets, and frame sets don't work in browsers. Okay. So HTML was actually controlled by an organization called W3C, Worldwide Consortium, for a long time. And as of now, it is doing its job, but there is one more organization which has got into the standardization of this technology, which is called the WhatWig organization. The purpose of WhatWig organization is to collate inputs from users, like even you and me can suggest what are the features that we are expecting in the next version of HTML, and WhatWig will work on it, provide that to the W3C consortium, make sure that it is standardized and it is implemented in all the browsers so that you can look at your technology rendered in the browser. Okay, so WhatWig stands for Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group. The company actually was started as a rebel company, which was an offshoot of a debate that people had. some years back, around 2009, I guess, many people started wondering whether is this HTML that we are working, is it going to be used in future as well. So the debate went to an extent where they wanted to thrash HTML and replace everything with XHTML 2.0, and browser manufacturers sitting in that workshop did not like the way it's been projected. So they came out and they started their own technology, and they said, okay, we will not follow what W3C is saying, we will follow our own technology, and they launched HTML5. 9 months from there, the developers in that consortium were mainly from Apple, from Firefox, and from Opera. So if you think about major browsers, which are the major browsers that come to your head? Safari for Apple users, Mozilla, that is Firefox, Opera if you are using on a mobile device and tablets, predominantly it is Opera. And then we have Chrome. So all of these people joined in one side, and who's left out? IE, correct? Frankly, nobody cared about IE, because how many of you here use IE as your primary browser? Unless you are forced to, you would not, isn't it? Okay. The rest of the browsers manufacturers went one side, and they started working on this technology called HTML5, which is what we would be using now. Gave you the date as 2009. It is 2000, around 2005, which is when the XHTML 2.0 was actually announced. Okay, so HTML5 has some new advantages. As of now, they all are old now, because between 2005 and 2021, there has been like 15-16 years, right? So this technology has standardized over a period of time, but they had a lot of advantages, which I will reveal one by one. Not many developers even till date know about these. That's the point. Okay, so I've summarized that in a few points that could be easy for you to follow along. So you have the support for broken markups. Now, if you have done any HTML programming, if you start an li tag, you need to end the li tag, right? But there is no need like that. In HTML5, it will work. So what do I mean by that is, if I go back to this page and I will use a UL tag, under the UL tag, I'll have an li tag. And I don't have to actually close this tag. I'll say list item 1 and list item 2, 3, and 4, and expect this to work. Like, this looks crazy. Why will this work? Well, let's go give this a try in our browser. Select Chrome. See, it works. And just to prove that there is no, yes, li means list item. So if I right click, there are no problems as well. Li means list item. Ideally, you should be closing these tags, but just the opening tags are supported because you are comfortably inside a UL tag, which is a grouping element for the li tags. So you have UL tags, and you also have something called as OL tags. What is OL? UL stands for unordered list. OL stands for ordered list. So if I come back, and you should see that I have got the ordered list this time, and the order is 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can also specify what is the order type that you would want to have. The type can be, we have one, but which is the default, which means to say the order type will be 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the default. You saw that. So the order would now be in ABCD. You can say, no, Vijay, I want to display Roman numbers. So you see, there are so many options. Okay, so I can say I, that means to say it's a Roman number. So if I now run this example, it will be in Roman numbers. So you can, meet your match here. And frankly, this is not the end of the list. You can actually do use even custom list items actually. When we speak about CSS, I'll show you how you can customize these also the way you want. So this is for ordered list. And again, for an Unordered list, also you have some different types that we can use. The type here would be by default. Notice, here it would be, it is actually showing all the syntax that we have here, which is wrong. UL, not tab index, type. The type will have a value of a round, dot, and things like that. See, as of now, the type or the icon that you see here, this one is called a dot or a disk, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we can check this in the documentation. I don't use this often. It's not disk. Yes, you're right. But is that type disk? Can I use disk? That is, disk is default. We also have other alternates, right? So at any point, guys, when you are in doubt, okay, when you are in doubt, I recommend that you go to this website called developer.mozilla.org, okay, and I can look for unordered list. Okay, there is something called as list style, and something that we can assign here. This one, this is the official documentation, okay, and you can actually see what are the different attributes that you can go set. So notice this type has circle, disk, and square. The disk was the default. The fourth bullet also supports something called as triangle, for the type. Let's go check that out. I've never used all. The type is triangle. Oops, did it not copy? Triangle. Copy just to make sure that the words match. Let's now go to the browser and see if this is what I get. Where is my browser though? I think I've lost it. Let us now open another browser, Google Chrome. The triangle is not recognized by this browser, but I think this was another element that was added. Where is my, yeah, here. So we can use a circle if you want to, a square if you want to. I have seen all of these working, but triangle was something exciting, so I thought I'll try. But we can actually use CSS to modify these as well, the way we really want. So now you see it is actually become a square. It's very subtle. Okay, could be. I've not tried. Let me go try if it works in. Yeah, some of them may have a browser compatibility issue. Yeah, no, triangle does not work in Firefox as well. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so maybe you guys can try and explore. Did I make any typo mistake? No. So let us go check in Firefox. And I'm using the latest version of Firefox and it doesn't seem to work. Nevertheless, okay, so it's not important. Just understand that there are different types of types that you can go use for list items and ordered list and unordered list and things like that. So you can use, okay, and they have a working example right there in front of you. I don't think they have an example for triangle there, because maybe they were also not sure about it, so it's not displayed in here. Okay, so what we have learned is that there is something called as list that we can go create, and that can be of two types, ordered list and unordered list. Now what is more important here is you have opened the tag but you never bothered to close it, and that's supported in HTML5. It never used to be supported in HTML 4.01 or XHTML. XHTML, though, it was never supported because XHTML is what? XML version of HTML. Because it was XML, you had to close the tags. And now even badly nested tags would work. See, ideally, in the slide you can see B stands for bold. So anything that you put inside will become bold. And I stands for italics. Anything that you put inside that I tag will become italics. So if you think about it like that, I start a B tag, I put some content, I start an I tag and I put some content. Now ideally I had to end the I tag and then the B tag, correct? Because you need to properly nest them. Even if you improperly nest them, this will also work in the browser. Okay, so this is also supported. So just to prove that, what I will do is I will use the exact example that I have displayed here on the slide. There's a B tag. I will say this is bold, and I'll use another tag called I, and inside this I will say italics. And then now what I'll do, see, this is correctly nesting. So in this case, bold will be bold, italics text will be in italics, and outsider will still be in bold. Okay, if I go back to the browser, you can experience that. See, It's working, correct? Bold is in bold, outside is also in bold, italics is inside italics. Now, if I come back here and wrongly nest this, I would close the bold tag before and I would close the I tag later. So this is wrongly nesting, isn't it? I mean, you can easily find out. No, no, Vijay, this will not work. But in HTML5, this would work. See here, this word is bold because bold. This word italics will be in both bold and italics, and this will be just in italics. So the way it would work is between this and this tag, things will be bold, and between this and this tag, it will be italics, and this will be both bold and italics. You got it? And that would work in HTML tag. So sometimes if you don't pay attention to all such trivial things, you may have an undesired outcome. Is that clear? So pay attention to all these subtle changes that has happened, in HTML recently. Okay, but just confirm if this gave you the same output that you are seeing on my screen. Yes, got it. Good. So there are some new tags. If we change the tag, this will these plugins change them accordingly? No, there is one tag that we can use. So there's one more plugin that we can use. If you change the starting tag, it'll change the corresponding ending tag. Okay, so maybe later on I'll show you how you can install it. Okay, but you can. That there are plugins for that. So if you basically select the first one, it'll select the last one as well. But see, it is not in this case. But there are techniques that we can use to do that. If I were you, I would select this and press Control D. Control D would select the next occurrence, and then I can change UL, and that will change in both of them. Okay. How do I get suggestions for type or any attributes? Okay, see, these are built into the Visual Studio Code. You will be able to get them, say, automatically. So if I don't have it, if I press Control space, I do get the drop down, correct? And see here, when I press Control space, I did not get any option. And it's then referring or suggesting me everything that I have in the content. So sometimes it is not all that great. Sometimes it is. Okay, so the idea here is you should know which one to accept and which one not to accept. I mean, just because this browser, this ID suggested, can I start with B tag and bold tag and all of this? No, it would be such a waste of time, right? So you should know which one is accepted. I mean, if you know about it, then this code hints, they all will make sense. If not, life will become a mess. I mean, you're like, what can I type this? What will happen? And then you go back to the browser and check, what is happening. Nothing is happening here. So you come back, oh no, car set is nothing is happening, and then you can say, oh, let's say I do head there, and then see nothing, because the default type is a disk. Oopsie. The default type is what? A disk. The disk. That's the default. I mean, whether you use it or you don't use it, the default would be disk. You have other options like square and round and things like that, so that you can use. But you should know what are legitimately allowed, so you can identify them. Okay, so now moving forward, so there are some new tags that has been introduced, like canvas. We'll talk about canvas. We'll also do some practical exercises around them. There is this audio tag, this video tag. All of these are new tags, but since these are new tags, if the browser does not recognize, you can put some content in between the tag. Like for example, I have put the word fallback in the content, in as a content in between the canvas tag. The content fallback will then be displayed instead of the canvas tag. Okay, so that's a fallback option that most of the browsers support. So if you expect a new tag that was introduced, and if the tag is not recognized, the content inside the tag will definitely be recognized. So that way you can tell the user that, oh yeah, this tag is not seen on your browser, you should probably update. You can give him some default message. We'll be using Canvas moving forward. And then there is this widespread practices. Developers, have been using all of them since a long time. So if there is an orphan tag, now what is an orphan tag? A tag that cannot take any other elements inside, in between them. Those are called orphan tags. And inside this orphan tags, if there is an orphan tag, you don't have to close it. Just declaring the tag is good enough. And when we learn PHP, we can generate these tags via PHP. And then, it becomes very effective um, to understand your output if you know what these tags will do or how will it be performing outside. Okay. And there are many other utilities. HTML5 has actually added into the browser. In fact, there are different set of people or groups of developers who are contributing to this. This is an open source community. In fact, you can also join and start contributing in any which way that you can. Okay, because there's a lot of scope to work on all of these technologies, and a lot of people have started contributing to uh, creating this platform, making this platform better. So you have something called as mm, semantically declaring your application, which could be easy for the machine to interpret, and not only for machine, even for developers like us to find out, what is the structure of this application, which tag is more appropriate in this case. You can also make an application faster, even when it is not connected to the internet, by the usage of the offline API, local storage, IndexedDB. There would be something called as um, application cache internals, which is now uh, removed for some security reasons, but we still can sniff and find out if the user is online or offline. But earlier we had the ability to give some alternate content. Let's say now if the user is disconnected, I can give him a different page altogether. So that those features are down for some maintenance. When they come back, we can probably explore them. But as of now, we can just find out if the device is online or offline. And when the device is offline, we can ask the user to read the data locally, which is stored in something called as local storage. And local storage has few more flavors. You have session storage, local storage, and web storage, and things like that. We will get to the details in the next classes. You also have the ability to store a database on the user's machine. But now there is a challenge with this. Firefox, Safari is supporting IndexedDB, and it is also supporting something called as WebSQL. But other browsers have a lot of conflicts with that. Opera is saying we'll only support IndexedDB. IE doesn't want to support any of them. The new version supports both IndexedDB and WebSQL. So the road is a little rough. There is browsers are still contemplating on which technology would be more appropriate. So as and when things become more mature, we will be able to use the database that will be available on the browser. See, even as of now, IndexedDB is available, but the support across different browsers are limited. Okay, so we can safely rely on local storage because that's available on most of the browsers, which is what we'll focus in this workshop. But I told you that it is not supported on all the browsers yet. So if you build an application which is relying on IndexedDB, don't expect it to work on all the browsers, because not all the browsers have implemented it. See, you should understand that these browsers are manufactured by a different team of developers who are working on different core technologies. So not all the technologies support all the features, correct? So there would be some rough patches in between. And you also can access the device and its abilities, like geolocation, where the user at this point in time, the orientation API, the accelerometer. I mean, how the device is oriented. Is it tilted to the right? Is it tilted to the left? And is it tilted to the top and bottom? You also have pedometers installed in some of these devices, where we can also find out, track the user when he is moving and things like that. You also have something called as get user media, which allows you to access the camera and the microphone. Again, on this get user media is available only in few browsers, like Chrome supports it. That is why I was recommending that let's all use Chrome to a larger extent, because that supports most of the features that we'll be discussing in this workshop. Okay, so you have some better server connectivity with these APIs. We'll be communicating with WebSockets in this workshop. So let's see how it goes. I can show you how you create WebSockets and communicate, because many applications are nowadays relying on these technologies. You also have a plugin free environment where people can listen to audio, video, play video without even having a plugin on their machine. Earlier, there was a demand to have a plugin, but nowadays you don't.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And you can create some uh, uh, content which creates a good impact on the user by using these technologies like SVG, stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, Canvas, WebGL, and some CSS 3D and things like that. Unfortunately, we will not be able to spend much time on these, um, because that is not something that we are here to learn. Correct? But these are very interesting to know. I'll show you some resources that you can start using. But each one of them has its own domain. Say, for example, SVG can be used for creating dashboard applications. Like you would want to interpret huge data. Okay, you can't simply prepare tables to display. So that's where SVG and Canvas comes into play. And WebGL takes advantage of the graphics acceleration that the user may have, like graphic card. They will be able to take advantage of it. I mean, the program will be able to take advantage of it and deliver really rich content. I'll show you some applications that have been built, and moving forward, you should also be capable of doing that. Okay. And we can improve the performance of an application by splitting your main JavaScript thread into multi-threads. You should all know that JavaScript runs in a single thread. Now, how do we create pseudo threads in them? That's how the web workers comes into play. And the new version of the HTTP that we have, that is, the way to communicate from a browser to a server, has also been enhanced. There is this HTTP version 2 and XML HTTP version 2. XML HTTP version 2 is a client-side resource that the browser is capable of making a request. Okay, so that gives you a big performance boost when you start using these technologies. Frankly, there are lots that has been added. Okay, so let's head our course up. Code is pretty easy to follow along. So I told you earlier we had to use HTML for semantics, the tags. The doc type declaration would be a pretty lengthy long one. And we had three different types: strict, transitional, and frame set. Maybe someone may ask you in an interview, that is all. But practically these are obsolete now. Nobody would even be using them. But for you to understand, when I say strict, it simply means that I am strictly following whatever W3C has told. Okay. So whatever W3C has laid out as standards, I'm following it in my application. If that is so, I would use a strict doc type. If I'm somewhat following it, and sometimes I'm not following what W3C says. Say for example, B and I that we used in the previous exercise, B is for bold and I is for italics. Actually, these are styling components, right? They were actually supposed to be written in a different file called CSS, and that would be applied onto your application. So the recommendation from the W3C consortium is any styling tags will have to be written in CSS, not in HTML. So those rules, if you are breaking them, if you are using B tag and I tag in your document, that means to say you are violating some of these rules, correct? So then you have to specify in the doc type that use transitional. If not, the browser should start showing errors. Okay. And later on, we had the ability to have a web page inside another web page using something called as frame sets. So if you don't tell the browser that this application has many HTML pages in one, it would just render the outermost frame. The frames that are inside would be simply ignored because the browser made a request and the server sent one HTML file, so browser rendered it. The server then sent another HTML file. The browser doesn't know what to do with it, so it would ignore it. Okay. So in order to tell the browser that, hey, this web page is made out of several HTML pages, so wait, I'm supposed to send you more so that you can start rendering. So you had to tell the browser that doc type would be frame set. In the bottom, you can see the doc type is HTML, and this is for HTML4, that is 4.01 also, and the doc type would be given to us by the W3C. W3C is that worldwide consortium thing, and the doc type declaration is HTML 4.01 and transitional English language. And if you want to read more about it, you go to this website w3.org/tr, that is transitional, and HTML4/loose.ddt. Loose simply means to say it is transitional. It is loosely typed language. I mean, loosely typed or loosely following whatever the implementation is. You also had strict and frame set DDTs. So you saw this. There's a lot of things that people used to do. Now that is replaced with something called as this. Don't you feel that this is so easy? At least now I can relax. I don't have to remember all of that. Okay. So moving forward, we will have to simply use this doc type. So that's the new header text. We discussed about this, but I thought I will take you to the nitty-gritties of it. And we also had this namespace declaration that is now removed. You just have to use HTML. But to give your application a better feel, it's a good idea that we specify language. We spoke about this as well because it can help the screen readers to start reading or interpreting this page in English. And we can also specify what kind of ASCII values, or what is the character code that we have used to generate this application using meta character set. But that tag was also quite a lengthy long one. HTTP equivalent would be content type, content equals text/HTML. So basically you're telling what kind of content it is. When we create some server interaction, we will again have to do this, because from the server side, we can send HTML files, we can send text files, we can send JSON files, we can send XML files, we can send whole lot of things, right? So we'll have to educate browser as to how things should be treated. So we'll have to specify this on the server side. As of now, the HTML page does not have to carry this information. It simply will have to confirm what kind of Unicode is being used in our page. So you see the ones that are in black is what we should be using moving forward. And in order to add scripts, JavaScripts in your document and add styles in your document, the old way was script type equals text/JavaScript. This is the MIME type that we have to tell the browser. But since there is only one language, should that not be understood by the browser? There's only one that we can send. There can't be many. Earlier there were many languages that were used on the client side. You also had the ability to render VB code on the browser, C++ for a brief amount of time. So that is all removed now. You only can use JavaScript on the client side. So you don't have to even specify that you are writing JavaScript. Similarly, CSS could also be written in JavaScript earlier. So there was a conflict. Well, should I be using CSS in JavaScript, or should I be using a file by name CSS? So now that conflict is also resolved. We'll still be using just CSS on the client side. Okay. If you are working with external CSS file, then you will have to specify what is the relationship, because a document can take more than one CSS file. So these are some header tags. So what is semantics? See, earlier we used to use this tag called div. Basically, div is a division element. You can create a division of content using these div tags. The purpose of this tag is to group similar kind of tags. Let's say now there are about 3 paragraphs. I want to group them. How will you group them? You wrap them into a div tag. Okay. So if you keep wrapping your content in div tags, it would create a mess of many div tags, and you would not even know for what these div tags are used. So I think we'll go create a problem, and then you'll understand the solution and you'll appreciate the solution. I'll now go create a new file, which I recommend you all do. This is going to be called as step 2 semantics.html, and we'll use our HTML:5 snippet. So let's say here in this application, we'll go create header, some footer, and I mean that is heading and then footer content, and then we'll create some 2 or 3 paragraphs to display on the page. Okay, and I'm using divs to do all of them. So this div will be to create some headings. So I'll use an h1 tag. Welcome to my application. So this is the heading. Okay, and let us say I also want to do some navigation in my document. I'll use a UL tag, and inside the UL I'll use some LIs, and this LI tag would be nested in a anchor tag. A anchor tag will have an href, that is a location where it should take the user when the user clicks on this button. I'll have about 5 of them. I'll give each one of them a number. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So this is for navigation. And then the main part of the application comes into play. So I'm using a div tag, and inside the div tag, I want to wrap some content. Now, how do I put some content? I'll use a div tag. I'll put some content. Lorem ipsum is some placeholder dummy text. I would want to have about 3 of them, 4 of them. Who cares, right? I mean, 3, 4 is fine. And then finally, I have a footer. Footer will also have a div tag, and inside the div tag, I would put some ampersand copy and say copyrights. Copyrights reserved by my application. A is for an anchor tag. Basically, it will create a link from this page to an external file. Okay. So now if I run this page in the browser, this is how my application looks. Not all that elegant, but yeah, somewhere we can start, right? So for all you who are waiting, I will give this file, this page. I doubt, if it would be accommodated by the, no, it does not take it. It does not take it. So what I'll do, guys, is I'll put it onto a page that you can access. This website called Pastebin. Give me a minute. I'll create a login. I'll give you access to these files. I'll paste this entire page. So all you need to do is click, copy paste that link in the browser, and when the application shows you like this, click on the raw and you'll be able to copy the content. So HTML5 has introduced some new semantics. These are new names for a div tag. What is it? It's a name for a div tag. That's it. So it doesn't do anything apart from that. Instead of using div tag, you can use these now. That is all. It will also group. But the question is, when do I use each one of them? There is a specific requirement for each one of them. See, nobody will hold you by these rules if you don't follow them. Okay, if you miss one of them, it's okay. But if you are if you want to create an application which is semantically structured, it's a requirement that you follow all of these rules. So what we have here is header. Now, what do you think a header will do? It will come on top of the page. Sometimes it can also come on top of some content, correct? That is where the heading comes. So the easiest way to think about all of this is to relate this to a newspaper. I'm sure all of you have seen a newspaper, right? All of you have seen a newspaper, right? Yeah, so you'll have a heading. Now, what will the heading say? Some very important content that you would want to display. And then you have a footer. Where will the footer come? Somewhere in the bottom. Header and footer is something that you can easily understand. Now, if you have many headings, you can group them in one H group. There would be scenarios like this. Like, for example, a company name is heading. Company will also have some taglines, which is also a heading. So you have a requirement to group them. How do you group them? You group them under something called as an H group tag. Easy? Is that simple? Header is on the top of the document or top of the content. Footer is in the bottom of the document. H group is to group all the heading tags. There is this tag called a nav. Whenever there is a navigation that is happening from one page to another page, you can use the nav tag to navigate from one document to another document. Easy and simple. And now you have something called as a main tag. The main tag responsibility is to group the main content of your application. I'll show you this pictorially, that becomes easy for you to understand. Now, what is the main tag? Something that excludes the navigation and the header and the footer. That's the main content. Then you have several sections. So in the newspaper, you have several sections, right? The sports section, the finance section, the entertainment section, and each section will have a lot of articles written in it, correct? Under the sports section, you'll have a lot of articles. Under the economy section, there will be a lot of articles. Under political section, there will be a lot of articles, correct? So now you understand what is section and what is an article. Section is a group of articles put together. Is that easy to get? Okay, so now we are clear with header, H group, nav, main, section, and article. Now you also have something called as a aside. Anything that is not directly related with your with the content that we are discussing can be put aside, so that you can give a reference. I mean, if you open the Wikipedia page, you will see that there is a lot of references that are actually being given. If I go to Wikipedia, not only Wikipedia, I'm using Wikipedia as a reference, but you could also use, let us say, I'm looking for some, this one. See, if you click on this, you do have this main content, okay? But you also have some references. Sometimes, it may come in the bottom. See, these are all references, correct? These are references that we have, notes and references. Sometimes these come in the right side or the left side as well, somewhere in the right side or the left side as well. See, on the left side, we also have some navigation, which are not directly connected with the content that we're talking about. Okay, anything that may not be directly connected to your document, but that is like an also information, read more information, they come in the aside tag. Usually these aside will be either on the right side or on the left side or somewhere in the bottom as well. Aside would be something on the left side or the right side. I mean, that's the general convention that many people have, but you can also put it in the bottom. Nobody will come and question, why are you putting it aside? That's because this is an aside tag. I put it in the bottom because I don't want this to clutter the main flow of the content. So that's an aside tag. Okay, href is just denoting the link. Nav tag is used to actually do the or group all those tags that has href in it. Okay, so I was asked what is the difference between nav tag and href. See, href is an attribute of an anchor tag. You go back here, see there is an anchor tag, correct? Anchor tag is an attribute. What is an attribute? It is a property of a tag, correct? So you write it inside the tag, that's an attribute. That is href. And you group such tags together under one nav tag. Yes, nav tag indicates that there are many links inside this page which can take you to different pages. Now, earlier we used to, when we had a requirement to ask user to submit some information, if you had, we could gather information of the user using text input. So the user can enter some text, correct? But what if the user had to specify his favorite color to us? I mean, not a favorite color, like, he would want to share and tell us that this is the color that he would want to use on his application, correct? So, and if he is allowed to type some color, he may make a mistake as well, right? Instead of red, he may say read. That would be an irrelevant information for us. Instead of black, he may say block. I mean, maybe, while typing, he made a mistake. Okay. So that would be an inappropriate data for us. Now, how do we protect? That was one requirement. So validation, that is, you validate the input before the user can type. So you have some new inputs that are available here. Not only just color I'm talking about. Let us say the user will have to select a range of values. So now you have some new inputs. I recommend that you start using them if you have to build some application moving forward. So we can search, we can use the search, color, range, time, date and week and month and number, email, telephone number, URL. So these are some inputs. You see, there are tons of them, right? No, not tons of them, lots of them, right? Okay. So you have at least about 10, 12 of them easily there, correct? And then you also have some outputs. These are inputs and these are some outputs. So if you just put some space around them, these are outputs. Inputs where the user provides an input. Outputs is where we as developer give display some data onto the user's machine. So these are inputs, these are outputs. Okay. Let us now see how each one of them can be created. So what I'll do is I will create a template to add these different types of inputs, and then I will add each one of them. And not only that, I will also show as a developer how you can extract the values of these. Okay. Let's go create another example here. This is going to be called as step 3 input API .html. API stands for application programming interface. HTML:5, and I will now go use a table, and inside the table I'll use the head. The head stands for table header, and then we'll also have table body. We'll talk about that moving forward. We have table head and table body. I'll use an HR tag. HR is for horizontal table row, and inside the table row I'll use a TH tag. The first one will say the type or the name, input name. This is the first one, and inside this T body we'll use a TR tag. TR is for again table row, and this time we'll have a TD tag. TD is for table data, and we'll put some empty placeholder as of now so that it is balanced. Okay, so ampersand NBSP semicolon. This is non-breaking space. So now if I go back and run this in the browser in Chrome, you should get to see this. I mean, I can probably put text here, that way you'll actually see text here. I will not only want to type the name, but I want to show you how it is rendered. How it is rendered by the browser. So here I will show you how you can use a text input type text. I'll go to this table and add a border, because without this border we won't be able to distinguish how it is working, correct? Let's say 0.1. All would be the same. I don't think it would make such a big difference though. No, I can only, I think the minimum is just 1. You can't use. There is a property called padding. I'll give about 10. I don't know if this would work. I think it's called table padding. Nevertheless, I think border would be good enough. Just you'll note this down, and we'll keep using this. There's one more that I want to add. the value that is entered. Value entered, and we'll need one TD tag for that as well. And this TD tag will have a span tag. What is a span tag now? Like the way div tags can be used to group elements, like you want to group paragraphs into one, you can create group articles into one div, sections into one div. You can use span to group inline elements. Now what is an inline element? See, this text that I have written here is an inline element. The value entered here is an inline element. Out of them, I want to just select this entered. Okay, how do I do that? Let's say now we have this text called value is, let us say this is a placeholder. I want to select only this text placeholder and then change its appearance. I want to select only this. How do I do that? That is where you use a span tag to select it. But as of now, we don't know what to do with that. So maybe if I were to show you, I'll use a style block. We'll be doing this, all of this shortly. So if there is a span tag, I want you to select it and apply a background color of yellow. Let us say, so run this example and it should apply. So I'm selecting only this text. That is why the span is used. What is the use of a table? Okay, so that you can structure your document into rows and columns. Okay, so let's say, for example, you want to write a table of some products, a list of some products. So there is a requirement, right? You will have to display them in rows and columns. That is why you use tables. Okay. Okay, here in this example, we'll go create these many inputs. I'll show you how you can, I will show you how you can create a input type search. And so we'll all do that together. Okay, this tr tag, paste it again, change this to search. The input type will be changed to search. And maybe here I will say search, and maybe I'll type text. So that becomes more appropriate. If I go back and refresh, the text value is placeholder, search value is placeholder. Now both look the same, right? They both look the same. What is the difference between these? So you can write some text, no doubt. You can write some text, but hey, what? There is a X mark here, which tells you that you can click on this to get rid of the text. That doesn't come with text. It comes with search, because you can change the search term as you want. You see there is a difference now, right? They're not the same. Just because you said the input type is search, it'll then become search. Now let us clone this. I will now add color. So we have search, color, range, time, date, time, week, month, and number. See, some of these are not standardized yet. I think I've removed it. It was called date, time, locale. I think I've removed it. But again, not all the browsers have the standard support for this. Something that you need to keep in mind. So let us go create all of these: color, range, time, date, time, week, month, and number. Okay, here this would be color, and this type here would be color, and the color value is here. Let's clone this. Color, we have range, the type input would be range, the range value is here. This is range value. You see there is a new input type now. I can select color, I can select a range. These are new, and then we can use time, date time, and date. Go back here, we have time, time, time. So this allows the user to select a time. See, I can select the time now is 12:28 12:28 p.m. Select it over. Yeah, and you also have date and date time together. So you may want to select the date and date time. I think I'll complete all of them. This would be date and time, date time. So you see the date time doesn't work, but you have something called as date time locale. That is recognized by some of the browsers. See, date time locale is supported. Date time is not. It's something that you need to keep in mind. Date time local, because see, what do you mean by date time it is the local date time, right? The user is selecting his date and time. So earlier we had the ability to read the date time on the server side. So that is now deprecated. So you have that is being now replaced with date time local. Then we have week, month, and number. So that should be easy for us to complete. Why we typed local 2 in date time? See here, when you use the date time local, which means to say the local system dates and time are picked. On your machine, it will be your local date and time. On my machine, my local date and time. Correct? So when we are interacting with the application, you can specify what is your local date and time and specify on the server side. When as a developer, we can read it on the server side. Okay, so now we have email, tel, and URL as well. So let's go create that also. Email, tel is for telephone number. Copy paste it, and URL. There you go. So you have all of them on the screen.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
And if you notice, number has a new stepper. Email does not have anything. It can take any content. URL can also take any content. They don't change much. You agree? They don't differ much, but there is a significant difference between all of them. So this is what we have. Okay. But now if you display it on a device, mobile device that is, see, this is the standard the standard keyboard for a text input if the input is text. But if the input is email, notice the space bar accommodates an @ and a dot there. Correct? Have you ever tried that? When you're typing email on your mobile phone, your space bar also has @ and dot. It happens even on an Android phone and an iPhone, both. And if you are using URL, again the keyboard layout will change. The space bar will accommodate / and .com to help the user type the URL really quick. And when the user uses number, then the keyboard will only show him the number. And when the user sees telephone number there, the keyboard will only accept telephone numbers. But see, we as developers who are using a keyboard don't expect that keyboard to change. That will not, right? So only the soft keyboards, the software keyboards, have the ability to change and accommodate the user inputs. So this is an advantage that you get. But users who are interacting with their application again are free to type whatever they want. But if you have forced it to enter a number, then the number keypad is automatically enabled. But the user can click on this ABC button and then switch back to entering some text. He can do that. And when the user is interacting with the input type telephone, he can enter a telephone number along with some special characters like pound and hash and plus and plus whatever. So they can use all of these special characters in the phone number. So now as a developer, we have created this application. The user has got this. Now the user will, let us say, change some value. Let us say we'll type some value. Hello there. I want to, as a developer, I want to read this value. How do I read this is the question. How do I read it and probably put that here? So if I have to put it here, I know I have to read it as well, isn't it? So let us go ahead and write some logic now. Okay, this is where we get into some basic JavaScript. Easy. I will write a JavaScript here. So you use a script block and write JavaScript there. Okay, we will go write a function that can be called, I'll call this as get value. This get value, the first parameter would be, let us say I will call this as input, and the second one will be called as an output. So we have an input and then we have an output. So what do I want to do with these two is I will use this input to look for an element that is giving me the value, and I'll use this output to assign the value from the input. You get it? So here I will go and say document dot get element by id output dot inner html equals input document, maybe I'll say input dot value. For now, we'll have to somehow make the boat sail, right? So what am I trying to do here is I will take the value from the output and I'll assign it to the input. So now coming back to this example, let's just check if this is working. So on this input, I will listen to an event called on change. And when on change happens, I'll call this get value function. Now this get value, when I'm calling, is supposed to get two parameters. The first parameter I would say is this. The second parameter would be the ID of the span tag. So the span tag will have an ID attribute. ID is like a unique identification for this tag. It should be unique across the document. So if you use one ID here, you can't use the same ID again. I mean, if you use it, doesn't mean that your browser will get angry on you. No. As a developer, it is not a good practice to use the same ID in multiple places, because ID is meant to be unique. I mean, if you have many IDs in your document, then your document will simply start ignoring the remaining IDs as long as it has got the first matched element. So that will work against you. So watch. So this, I'll call this as text IP. IP is for input. So this value is something that I will pass here like this. This name I've passed here. So this becomes the output. This is where I'm trying to display, correct? And the input is this. We'll understand the keyword this in a greater detail moving forward. Okay, so if I now refresh and if I type something, hello there, and I come out of this, see the text is now transferred here from here to here. So what am I trying to do here is I will read the value from this input and I'll assign it as an inner HTML for the output. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next step, guys. So we can, the way I have written this function, it can accommodate any value. In fact, I can now take the same program. I suggest you can do that. We'll have to just assign an ID to the span tag, which will be, starting with this search and end with IP. Okay, so this would be color IP, so on and so forth. So let us go ahead and do that. Here, the span will get an ID, search IP, search IP. So I got search and IP there. And on this input, we'll go use that on change event and we'll say get value and we'll pass the keyword this, and then in quotes, I'll pass search IP. Easy. So if I now go back, refresh, if I type something in the search, if I say football is here. If I go back, cricket would be displayed here. Easy. So you can now try with all of these. Like for example, go to the span tag and assign an ID as color IP. And I go to this input and type on change get value and pass the keyword this, and in quotes I pass color IP. That would also display the color now. So if I click on this and select some color, okay, select the color. You can also use this color picker to pick any color from the document. So if I come out of it, it gives me the hex value of the color. Okay, frankly, I can use this to do something. So I can now work with all of them. Cricket, using it as an example. Hello there, and it. Okay, so here I can select this range and then I can get the value here. So in order to do that, go to the span and I'll use an ID and say range IP. Frankly, I can copy this. So this would be a range IP. So go back, refresh. So when I'm changing, see, I'm able to get. And what we understand of this range is the minimum is 0 and the maximum is 100. And we can set any value in between. Easy. Similarly, we'll go ahead and add this on all of these inputs. Input on change. This would be time IP. And this would have an ID called time IP. This is date IP. This will have an ID as date time IP. It should have been date time dash local, but in JavaScript we can't use the minus symbol because this would be treated as minus. Okay, so I'm escaping that. I'm just using date time here, and this is sorry, date time IP. I forgot that date time IP, and that should work. So this and this should match, isn't it? So now let's go ahead and this would be a week. Save, go back and relaunch. Everything should work now. So if you select the date and time, that would be applied. You can select that would be applied, and you not only select the date, but you can also select the time that would be applied. And we can select a week. It tells you the week of the year that's taken. We can select the month that's taken. We can also change the number. There is a problem. Month and number is a conflict. Let's say month and number. Yeah, so this should be month and this should be number IP, correct? Copy paste problem. So month and number, that is fixed. I don't think anything else has that problem. Let's go back, check, refresh. I can select the week. I can select the month working. I can select the number that's working and add an email. I'm putting my email address. That should accept. Telephone number, some number. That works. I can put the URL http://www.google.com. That should work. Okay. So you saw how you can use these inputs and you saw how you can extract the values. Moving forward, we'll have a lot of business doing this because most of the PHP would be related with forms. We'll be using users inputs and validate them. Okay. So we created this example where we have this header and h group and h1 h2 and all of this, correct? So I thought I'll just add one more idea to you. So here we will apply some basic styling. Here I would want to make this look like a decent web page. Now how do I make it? So as of now this looks like this. It doesn't look like a page. It doesn't look like a web page, right? How do I make it look like a web page? So there is a library called Bootstrap that we can use. Getbootstrap.com is the website. I'll walk you through this. You can use this CSS sheet. So we can use this. It's available. You can simply attach to your application. Notice there is a CSS library here. You can attach this to your document and your document immediately starts becoming better. See, I'll just copy this and I paste it here. You don't have to do this because we are not going to do this either. I'm just showing you. See, if I now refresh, see, your document immediately changes, right? And you can then start attaching all the different features that Bootstrap does offer. You don't need an in-depth workshop on this. It is like this. You learn a small part of it and then you get comfortable with it and then you extend your learning and so on and so forth. So if you want to create a navigation, that is if you want to create a navigation out of this, it's as easy as working with Bootstrap here. So there is a nav or nav tabs that you can click. And if you notice, they are generating from the UL, LI anchor tags, from the UL, LI and anchor tags that we have here. We do have UL, LI and anchor tags. So that is all that is required. So if you add this class nav, I'm just doing this. If you want, you can also do this. But we will have an exclusive class on this as well. So I can attach this class here. So you are basically adding a class attribute with a value nav attached to it. Easy. And for this li tags, we need to add this tag nav item. Copy this, and where all we have this li tag here, 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 and here. So you paste this. So, and by just this, you should get your application look like this. See? Pretty easy, isn't it, guys? So this is how it is actually looking. If you want to add more styles, you can actually look for other style behaviors. So not only adding nav, but if you say justify content, you'll be able to make this in the center. See, this is now in the center. If you want that to look like a bubbles, you can. There's one more style that we can add onto it, like this nav pills. So this will make it look like nav pills. I mean, you can stack all these classes onto your element. That's what I'm trying to say. See, it's pretty easy. Now you can also say, Vijay, I want to add on to a very specific element, not onto all of them. Of course we can. See, as of now, we have made all of them active. That was a mistake. Not all of them are active, right? At any given point of time, not all the links should be active. So if I now go back, not all of them are active. You can actually click on each one of them, and it is trying to navigate. As of now, we have not created these links, but when we create these links, you'll actually see them changing from one to another, exactly like this. Now, this is one of the CSS in frameworks that we have. We have others as well. So you can also use something called as foundation. It is by a company called Zub. This library is used by Facebook. Okay. So if you can click on download foundation, so of course, this downloads as a zip file. We still can click on getting started. There used to be a CSS file for download for link. So the idea here is, you can also use this library. I'll show you how you can use this as well. It's pretty easy. Okay, so they have removed. There are some case studies. There are some resources. So you can probably click on one of these applications that has been developed using foundation. Okay. So you definitely have a lot of help, and if you want to create something from start, which already has some amount of content for you in place, you can click on this. This will create a news magazine theme, and the CSS is already loaded for you. Okay, so you can use them. But what am I trying to say here is there are many libraries that are out there that can help us. It's not that you have to write everything from scratch like the way we did. Okay. But however, it always pays if you know what exactly these libraries are doing implicitly. So I'll go ahead and delete them. Okay. I'll go ahead and delete them. See, because this workshop is all about creating everything from scratch. That way you will know exactly why this line exists. However, once you understand how these libraries are functioning, you can go ahead and start using them. You don't have to write everything. But why would you need to know all of the syntax? Because it's it's usually that you don't want to use somebody else's library as it is. And if you have to make some customizations, you know exactly where to make such changes. So you come down here and let's say I would want to make it look like maybe something like this, okay? But not the nav part. It is possible, we can do it, but just that it will take more time. So we'll just stick to some basics. So as of now, this is looking like this. This is the same document that you also should have, correct? So now I'll go ahead and write some styles from the scratch. Now I want to make a selection onto this header. I want to select this header. How do I select this header? Header is the name of the tag, correct? So I can directly use that header like this. And using these curly brace, I am assigning a style property to this. In fact, this is called a style declaration block. A declaration block. So why? Because there can be many declarations in it, assigning many properties and values to them. So this is a declaration block. So this is a selector. This header is a selector. This is a declaration block. Inside the declaration block, you specify the property that you would want to select. Let us say I want to assign a background color. Background color is a property. Now, what is the value that you would want to assign? Let us say I want to assign some teal color. So if I run this example, the header will be in that color. Not a favorite color of mine, but nevertheless, if just to illustrate, okay, you can choose different colors. If you're working with Visual Studio Code, you get to see even colors here. It's quite a useful feature. So I can select the dark slate gray onto this header. So it's working, but the text here has become black. So we would want to change that. So I'll say the color property. Now background color is for the background. Color is usually for the text. So I'll select some floral white color for the text. There you go. And I want to apply some basic padding to this. Don't bother about this. I will again come back to you and explain padding exclusively, but padding is easy. It's just that you have some extra space around this element. So you basically add some padding to this element. See, you got some padding there. And if you don't like the font, we can change the font. I'll simply say the font family would be Trebuchet MS. Save, run this example. See, it's looking nice. I mean, at least compared to what we had before, this is better. And I would usually want the same font and everything for the footer as well, for the footer element here. There is the footer element. So I've selected footer. This is footer. So you've got the header and footer. Since I'm applying the same font and same style and same declaration, should I repeat myself is the question. You don't have to. You can simply comma separate, add another tag right there. So this style declaration that we have will be assigned to both header and footer. Easy. It looks the same. So I've applied some basic style declaration block, which contains several declarations, and each declaration is made out of a property and a value. And I've applied it onto this element here. And I can apply the style for nav. We will do that in the CSS workshop. For now, it's okay. I'll just leave this part aside. And I would want to take this section, and I want each section to have a different color. So how do I do that? I can take this section. I want to apply a background color. I will apply a background color, but definitely not a slate gray color. I want something more maybe subtle, dark cyan. I don't know if this would make sense. Let's go try that out. Okay. And so I will also want to add padding onto that. Send 10 pixel. There's a padding. And we would also want, these sections to be apart from each other. I don't want them to be um, touching each other. And usually you would want to add a header for the section. I mean, if you go back to the documentation, whenever you're working with a section would usually have a heading, right? Or else how will you distinguish it? Say, I was talking about the newspaper analogy. How will you know that this is a finance section? It'll have a heading, right? How do you know that this is a sports section? It should also have a heading. So usually you will have a heading inside every section. So headers will come. Let us say this is about our company. So this is about our company here. And maybe, this is about past, and this is present. So if I go back, so I do get headings. I want them to be separated. I don't want them to be touching each other. So what I can do is go give some margin as well. So go to this section, I'll go give a margin. What is margin? Margin is space outside. And where all do I want a margin? I want to have a margin on the top, and I want it to have margin on the bottom, not onto the left and the right. So I can say margin top is about 5 pixel, 10 pixel maybe, and I want margin on the bottom as 10 pixel. So if I go back, see, on the top it has 10 pixel margin, on the bottom it has 10 pixel margin. This one in the bottom should also have 10 pixel in the top and 10 pixel in the bottom. Sure enough, it has 10 pixel in the top and 10 pixel in the bottom. But both of these are asking for 10 pixel. So that would have made it 20 pixel. But in CSS, there is a rule called vertical margin collapse, which means if vertically the same margin is applied, they will collapse. So they will still use the highest margin. So that will make sure that you have 10 pixels only, because both of them are asking for 10 pixel, 10 pixel. So it would be 10 pixel. So that would make your application look like this. And I would want to apply some different color for these articles. So we'll do that here. Article, I'll have a background color, maybe dark gray, and the font family is Arial, and the padding inside would be about 10 pixels each, and a margin on the top. Okay, all of them will have a top margin of about 10 pixels. Save and run this example, and it should start looking like this. Okay, maybe I'll make it silver, light gray. We can actually apply some styling to this. Okay, so now you got this example to work. Looking nice, isn't it? But let's see what is the problem that is associated with this now. I'll go to this main, and I'll also apply a small border around this so that let that not be left alone. Apply a border. Oops, border. border, 2 pixel solid gray. So let's go check. So there is a border. We apply some. I don't think the border is not looking all that nice. Anyways, so I'll make this a background color. Some way to represent this guy. That is all. Okay. I'll apply some padding in the top, or maybe padding all around of about 5 pixel. So you see there is a padding now. There is more padding up. I'll tell you why. Because see, there is a heading here, right? So the heading is asking for some extra space. That is all. And again, here I might have, but we can work around with that. Not a problem. So coming back to the context, we get to see the the main tag as well. That is all the point is. I'll make it even more lighter. It'll be very subtle, but you can see it. That is all it is. Okay, so now if I try and run this application, if I run this application using Chrome, this is what the users get to see. But if I try and run this application onto a client who's using an older version of IE, see, this already seems to have a problem. See, the main tag is not getting rendered here. You see that? The main tag is not getting rendered. I mean, if I put some content here, you'll know the main content. So I type, and if I render, see, this main content now is showing. But if I refresh, see, the main content is shown here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
You see this? This is not how it is displayed here, isn't it? This is not how it's displayed here, which means to say every browser has its own ability to understand these components. Not all of them understand it same. Now that becomes a problem, because you are trying as a developer to make things uniform, and browsers are trying to break them. And they're not trying to break them, but they break on browsers. So how do we address this is the question. I mean, this is bad, this is okay, but if I take you guys one step back, then if I show you the developer tools, that is developer tools, and from the developer tools, if I change the version to, let us say, IE 9 or IE 8 perhaps, so none of the styles are working, and it looks pretty pale, isn't it? I mean, this is not how you wanted your application to be, isn't it? So what we can do here, I mean, what is happening in IE is because, see, when IE 9 was around, IE 8 was around, these tags never existed, correct? These were newly created, header and h group, and nav and main tag, section, header and footer. All of these are new tags. IE did not know that these tags would come in future. So how do we support? But many people will still be using IE 8. Let's say now anybody is using, anybody who's using Windows XP would be using IE 8 or IE 9. So they'll have a problem. So how do we address this issue? So what we can do here, okay, HTML5 tags are not. No, it is not that it is not supported on IE. It's just that HTML5, which was introduced in 2004, 2005, they these tags were created, but I was created much before, so they did not know that these tags would be coming at a later point in time. Correct? That makes sense. So now you'll have to educate the browser that, yeah, these are tags I want you to render. How do we do that? Okay, so I'll show you how you can write a small snippet to get this job done. And in fact, there are libraries that are written. In my slide, you will realize that there are some 2 slides that I skipped. There is one library called HTML5 Shiv. In fact, they should have actually called it as Shim, SHIM. Some mistake by one of the developer. He called it Shiv instead of Shim. So shimming is a way of creating fallbacks for your content. Okay. So you can also use HTML5 boilerplate or a library called Modernizer and get this job to work. However, let's say I want to know what is written in this library. That's exactly what we are trying to do here. We are trying to recreate whatever that library would do for us. So what the library is doing is it is telling the browser that these tags do exist. Header, footer, section, article, and main do exist. Now, how do I tell the browser that these tags exist? We can go create a script block, a JavaScript block, and we'll go create those tags. I'll say document dot create element, a method called create element, and you'll create an element called header. Easy. So with this command alone, header component is created, and the browser should know that there is a component called header. See, headers came. But see, this is not how the headers would have actually come, isn't it? I mean, they are being displayed, that is all. The styles are now being displayed and things like that. So we need to make one more fix here. This is the style property. See, whenever you create an element like this, if you want to create an element by your name, you can do that. You can simply say document dot create element Vijay. You can create. Legally, this will be an element that is now available for you. After this line, you can actually come here and create a tag by name Vijay. That will work. This will work. So if I go back to the browser, see this hello Vijay is working. But how should this be displayed is something that we have not declared. So whenever you are creating a tag, by default, you are creating something called as an inline tag. Just keep this word inline. So I have not only created this tag inline, so this is an inline element, but I would want to declare this inline element and change its behavior to a block level element. How do I do that? I'll do that here. If there is a header, I want it to be displayed as a block level element. So with this, a combination of the style and the script, we are declaring this tag and we are declaring this to be a block level tag. I mean, can we do this in the style, in the script block? Yes, we can. We can actually do that. We can, pass that to an element and then assign. As of now, I'm showing you the most easier way. So if I go back and if I relaunch, this would work. The header is now fixed. So whenever you create a custom tag, it by default is always an inline element because inline is the default. Okay, and now I not only want to create a header, I want to create a footer tag. I want to create a section tag. I want to create an article tag. I want to create a main tag. What else do I have? Header, footers. Okay, then there is this nav tag as well. So I've created these many tags: headers, footers, section, article, main, and nav. I think that is all that we have used in this work, in this exercise. H group. Okay, but we did not do any styling on that, I guess. Yeah, we did not. That's okay. Now, how is it a block level element? Okay, I'll show you in Chrome. It will become a block level element. And so with this fix, all of these elements will be a block level element. Okay, so now if I go back to the browser and replace and refresh this, notice the CSS, everything looks applied as we expected to work in the new version as well. So this is a new version, and this is the old version. Okay, you can go in further down, version 7, which is like obsolete now. Nobody would have Windows 5, Windows 6 and things like that, but still our application will work. So you should know what is wrong and how you can go fix it. So now moving forward, let us look into the other features of HTML5. So what I'm planning is I will go create some folders. Call this is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Now we'll speak about form validation. Now this form validation is quite different from the JavaScript way of validating. I'll show you JavaScript validation also. I'll also show you how you can do the validation via PHP. So you will have many ways to implement this validation. As of now, I'm showing you how you can leverage on the HTML5 validation API. So let me change this to form validation. So we can create a validation for a text input, for a number, for a telephone number, for email, many such things. I'll keep this example really simple, and maybe we'll use some very basic validation. Let us say I want to check the validation for the name, for the age, and for the email, I guess. Okay, so I'll show you how you can do that, and with that you can expand this example to whatever that may be your requirement. So let's do that. So I'll go create one table, and in this table we'll have the T body will have a tr tag, and tr will have username. This would be a form input. Instead of a table, guys, I'll show you a good practice. Not use this table. We'll use a div tag. So inside a div tag, we'll have a label. The label specifies for what? I'll say this would be a user name. And inside this div, we'll also have an input. The type is text. And here, the for and the ID should match. Always remember this. Now you may ask, Vijay, why is that a requirement? Okay, watch. So if I run this example in the browser, in Chrome, see if the user comes and clicks on this username, if the user comes and clicks on this username, I want the corresponding input to be highlighted like this. Okay, if I click here, this should be highlighted. How do I map this label to this input? Sometimes they may be one beside another, sometimes they may be little far as well, correct? So in such situation, for accessibility, the for and the ID should match. they should have the same name. Okay, they should have the same string. So if that is done, now if I click on this, you will see this will get highlighted automatically. Watch. Correct. So that's the purpose of the for. The for and the ID should match. The name is something that is useful for us as developers when we start working with PHP, because when the user submits this form, name is used as the name for the field, and the value that the user will enter will be the value for the field. We get both of them on the server side. If the user is making a get request, we get it as a get variable. If the user is making a post request, we get it as a post variable. But the name of the form is important. Okay, so I will go give this user name. Anything which is quite descriptive that can help you understand that this is a username property. Okay, so let us go create another div. This will be for user, let's say age. This will be user age. This would be user age, and we'll have the user phone number. In this example, all three are same. That's okay. See, as long as this and this match, this really doesn't, matter much. So now we need to have a form to submit. We need to have a button to submit. So I'll go create a button. Maybe I will create a div. There won't be any label. This is just for aesthetics. That is all. Okay. Button, login, or sign up, something like that. And we'll wrap all of them into a form so that the validations can start working. So form can either have a get or a post method. The default is get anyways. And action, I will specify that this will submit onto the same page, and I'm done. Okay. I will ask each one of these div to have a class called form input or form item, anything. Okay, and we can wrap all of this into a div. This will help us do some styling. I will paste this snippet so you don't have to bother typing this. Okay, and now we have got this example. This is how it should look. Of course, we'll have to improve this a lot because this is not looking all that great. So we'll go to this form and apply some basic style. So if there is a class called form, maybe I'm changing this, guys. Don't keep this form, make it box or something like that. So I'll say dot box, give it a width of about 400 pixels, a background color so we can see, slate gray, save, run this. Okay, this is about 400 pixel. I think this is comfortable, right, for the entire form. So I'll maybe make it about 300 or so. Yeah, this is also comfortable. Everything can be accommodated. I will add some padding of about 10 pixels each. I have 10 pixel padding, and inside this box, if there is a inside this box, if there is a label, I want the label to be displayed as a inline block element. There is something called as inline block as well. So inside this box, if there is a label, I'll give these labels a width of 100 pixel, but because I gave a width of 100 pixel doesn't mean that they will take it. There's no difference. Why? Because these labels are inline elements. They will only take the width that are required by the children. Who is the child here? The user age is a child. So it is only taking that width. So I can go assign the display type as inline block. So that would be an inline block element. See, now all of them are aligned properly. And we'll also say the text align is right side. That way they all are aligned to the right side. See, this looks nicer as a form at least. Okay. And now I want this button that is inside this, class box to be having a margin on the right side of about 100 pixel. So we will do that as well. So inside the box, if there is a button, I want that to have a width of 100 pixel, maybe 150 pixel, but I want that to have a left margin of about 100 pixels. Correct. Save and run this example. See, we forgot about the margin of padding that this guy had. So we need to ensure that this moves by 110 pixel. Okay, padding. I'll make it 5. It's not pixel perfect even here now. Maybe increase it. Yeah, I'll explain, why I came with this number. There is a relation. At least we can figure out later. For now, I want to give some spacing between these labels. So I will say the margin in the bottom will be about 5 pixels for all of them. Okay. So there is some spacing around. This is how it looks as of now. And I would want this box not to have a background color. Background color looks pretty bad, right? I'll apply a border to it. 1 pixel solid gray. I'll ask this to have a margin of auto. See, margin auto is simply assigning this margin auto, calculating this left and the right margins automatically. So whatever is available. So if the viewport size increases or decreases, it will always maintain its size position. So let's see, now this is applied. And for now, I want, I will paste this style as well in case if you have missed out some properties, you can pick it from here. So you have everything, guys. You have the form tag that is required and you have the style that is required. You have both. So both. So now the question is, how do I apply validation? So if I try and submit this form, it seems to submit on the browser. You can see the username property, user age, user phone got submitted with some blank values. So if I now go add Bruce 21, there are two age mistake. So let's, guys, you'll have to change this. This is user phone. But in the label it says as user age. I just realized that. So if I change and the phone, click on sign up. See, that information is sent to the server. Using PHP, we'll be able to cache this and use all of them moving forward. We'll do that. So for now, when the user clicks on this button, we would want to do some validation. If the fields are empty, if I click on it, they're submitting this form. So how do I apply a validation and stop that? So we can go to these inputs, each one of them, and add a new attribute called required. So if I say required, which means to say all of these are fields that are required. Without addressing these, you cannot submit the form. Without addressing that, you cannot submit the form. If I now try and click on submit, you'll say, please fill out this field. You see, the basic validations are now started to work. If I click on this, it says, please fill out this field. So I fill this field, Bruce. Click on this, I get, please fill this out field. I'll say 21. So now it says, please fill out this field. I'll now give a number. Now if I click on sign up, it submits. Makes sense, right? So the basic validations are done.
Let us take a look at what is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is an acronym, just like HTML. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. While HTML is used for structuring content, CSS is used for styling it. So if you're trying to style some content, CSS is a great tool for choice. Using CSS, we can define the styles, including color, positioning, etc. Now, whenever you look at an HTML page, if you create the same content across multiple pages, then they all look the same. However, if you want to make them look different, such as change the colors, background colors, borders, positioning, size, there's a lot you can do with the styling aspect of it, and where they are laid out, you can use CSS for that. CSS allows you to target each specific element and then change the styling of that. You use cascading style sheet to do that exactly. And you change the colors, you change the positions, you can change a lot of different things about a particular element. CSS can control the layout of multiple pages. Depending on how you're using CSS, you can control the layout of a single element or all the elements on a single page, or all the elements of all the web pages available in your domain. Basically, you need to be able to control the layout of a page. You use CSS for that. You want to change how a button looks, you use CSS for that as well. So that's how CSS works in general. Why would you want to use CSS? Now, when no CSS is used, browsers apply their default styling rules to an HTML page. If you create two HTML pages with the same markup, then that markup will be styled based on the default styling rules of an HTML page that is applied by the browser. It is to be noted that the same HTML page might not look the same on different browsers because different browsers apply different styling rules to different elements. Nevertheless, if the same HTML page with the same content or markup is opened up inside the same browser, then it's going to give you the same result, even if there are two different HTML pages. Now, if you want to customize the look and feel of these, then CSS is what is used for that. These rules may vary slightly different browsers and may make your user experience inconsistent. So for instance, if you are using a Firefox web browser and somebody else is using a Google Chrome web browser and someone else is using Internet Explorer, all of these browsers may render things differently if you don't take care of the styling of the thing. Now, because of this, we take care of the styling of all of our elements and the layout using CSS to make it look a bit more consistent across all the pages. Now, these default styles do not suit our needs for many organizations when they are building the websites. Now, this may be the case that when you're building a website, your organization has a particular color scheme, they want certain elements to be displayed in a certain way. You get a web design from a designer and you want your application to look like that. In any of these cases, using the default styling that is provided by the HTML is not going to help you out. You're going to need to have to do this all on your own. Now, CSS helps in addressing these issues by applying style rules to different HTML elements of the page. You can apply the styles on your own. You can choose which styles to apply where, and this will work exactly the way you would suppose it to work. You would have to firstly create style sheets, then write the styles that you want to write for the elements that you're targeting, and change the colors, layouts, positions, etc. to make it look as close to the design that you've gotten as possible. CSS allows us to define styles to make our web pages look different from other web pages. Even if two web pages have the same content, CSS can make them look entirely different based on not just based on the content, but based on the style. You can change the layout, make some element appear first and second, the other element appear later. You can change the colors used to display those elements. You can change the border, the width, the size, the position. There's a lot of things that you can change. CSS also takes care of making the user experience consistent across multiple browsers, as it defines styles that are applied all over the browsers uniformly. So it takes care of making your browsing experience or the user's browsing experience across multiple browsers, across multiple devices, and across multiple screen sizes. And we'll take a look at how you do that in a moment. Right, guys, now let's take a look at how you can use CSS in HTML. So since CSS has been around for a long time, there are several ways of using it inside a web page. Now you can use this inside a web page for many reasons, but there are several ways because it's been around for a long time. People have figured out several ways of using it. Out of these ways, the one you choose has to depend on the scope of the elements which you want the styles to be applied to. So for instance, if you want the style that you want to be applied to is going to be applied to only one element, let's say a button, paragraph, a div tag, then you can use it there. In case you're trying to attach your styles to multiple elements, such as two buttons, multiple paragraphs, multiple div tags on the same page, then there's another one that you can use. And if you are going to apply the same styles across your all websites in different web pages, then there is a different way. It only depends on the scope that you need these styles to be applied to. You can also use one or many of the ways available in the same project. It is a common practice in CSS to apply or use these styles and mix and match them. Although don't mix and match them without understanding why they are being used the way they are used. You should mix and match them only when the need is there. For instance, there are some styles that you want to be applied consistently throughout your website on all web pages.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Some styles only need to be something that appears on just one web page. In that case, the one kind of style is fine. And in other cases, if you have a style that only needs to be applied to one element on one web page, then that's another option. But don't mix and match them just because they are available there, because this could cause a lot of headaches, and differences in understanding on how this works could cause a lot of problems in the teams in the understanding of why certain style was used over the other. So these are the different ways: inline CSS, style tag, and CSS files. All of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. Let's take a look at inline CSS and try and understand what that is. So inline CSS is probably the easiest to understand out of all the ways. There are several ways of doing it. Inline CSS is by far the easiest way of doing it. The reason why is quite easy because it is the most primitive and the least configuration needed way to get started with the CSS. Now to apply the styles using inline CSS, we make use of style property of HTML elements and write the CSS code as its value. To understand it more correctly, as we have discussed, we have tags and attributes. An attribute that is available on all HTML elements that are displayed on the screen is called style. The purpose of the style attribute is to contain CSS code which needs to be applied to only that particular element. This is why it's called inline CSS, because you are inlining the CSS that you're writing. You're writing it in line with the code that you are writing, or in line with the element that needs the style to be applied. Inline CSS, as we have discussed, are quite easy simply because you don't need to configure a lot of things. You don't need to create new tags. You don't need to create new files. You don't need to do a lot of setup and management kind of stuff. You can just create set the attributes value to a particular CSS rule, and you have the styles with you. The advantage is that the styles do not affect other elements on the page. So for instance, if you have 10 elements on the page, you don't have to worry about those elements being affected since the style is only scoped to one particular element if you use the style attribute. Similarly, if you have 3 buttons on 3 different web pages and you want them all to have a different style, if you use the inline CSS way of doing it, then the style that you're using is not going to be affecting the style of other page or other elements on the same page. This is one of the reasons why inline CSS is so popular, because it doesn't lead to a lot of headaches compared to other kind of ways of dealing with CSS. The disadvantage is that if two elements need to have the same style, Then we need to copy the styles and make sure that the future changes are applied to both elements. Consider a scenario where you have two buttons. Both of them need to have the same style. So for instance, both of them need to have a blue border, a black background, and a white foreground or text color. In cases like this, it's not going to be easy for us to write code that's going to work across all the buttons, because if you just copy and paste the style attribute from one button to the other button, some new developer comes along with a new requirement being assigned to him saying that the buttons that are blue in color and blue border, black background and white foreground need to have a slight change to them. Their background color needs to be changed from blue to dark green. Now the developer looks at the code and figures out that okay, there's a button that has these styles, I'm going to change it. And he or she end up changing them. The issue with that is that there's another button which is far down below the code. Let's say that the HTML page is 500 lines of code. First button appears at the top, second button appears at the bottom. And now you have no way of knowing where are all the buttons that need to have this style. Worse yet, if this style is applied to buttons across the web pages, then it becomes even more difficult. Now you have to rely on search and replace features which may or may not work depending on how the styles are configured. And there could be a lot of issues regarding this. So in cases like this, we can use some of the other styles available. However, if this was just a one-off style rule that only needs to be applied to one element, and then inline style might be a better candidate for that. So let's get started with some hands-ons and see how you can apply inline style to an HTML element. Alright guys, now let's take a look at the style tag. So this is the code that we had previously in our previous hands-on. We created a p tag with the style attribute set to color. We discussed the problem. Let's recreate the problem for those of you who didn't see that. If I were to change this to red color, I want both of them to be consistently with the same style, right? So I change it to this is another p tag. And since I want them to be in the same style, let's just do it this way. If I save this, I'll go back, I'll refresh, and both of them are currently in the same consistent state. Now let's say somebody comes along, looks, and by this time the code has grown. This another p tag is pushed really down the file, and the other one is at the top. Looks at it, says, okay, that this is something that needs to be in the red color. Saves it up, goes back, refreshes, and sees the p tag to be in the red color. He thinks, okay, I've done the job that's needed, unaware that there's another p tag that needs to be changed, that needs its color to be changed. They both need to be in sync, as we have already said. So this is a very common problem, not just in CSS, but in computer programming in general. It's called don't repeat yourself. In which case you don't want to repeat the same style again and again, because they cause duplication, and then keeping the duplication similar and in sync is going to be really difficult, considering the fact that you might even forget that you had two p tags with the same styles, where same styles need to be applied a few weeks down the road. So in cases like this, what we can do is we can use the style tag. Take a look at that. Let me just leave it to be blue in color so that we can compare the syntax. Now the style tag needs to be embedded within the head tag. You write the style tag. Inside it, I'm going to write the style. Now here we have to use selectors, and we may not have understood selectors yet, but I'll show you how we can use it. So I want to style all the p tags. So I choose the selector to be p. I press a space and I create a curly brace. Now inside the curly brace, I'll write the same code that I had written inside the style tag. So I want to change the color. I'll write color and I'll change it to, I save this. Now as you can see that this, and if you take a look at the highlighting feature in Visual Studio Code, these and the thing that I've written inside the style tag is exactly the same. So I can just drop it up, and now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, now both of them are of the same color. I can use different styles for different p tags as well. Let me just show you. If I were to create a class of red inside a p tag, and this is a red p tag. Now if I were to refresh this, right now it's going to be blue in color. But if I were to tackle this to, let's say there are two of these, and want both of them to be red in color, all I have to do is just say, okay, all the p tags with the class of red. And by the way, if this syntax seems a little difficult, don't worry, we'll read more about it later on. I want the color to be red. So the way it will work is this. Now both of them are red. So our HTML parser will take a look at this. We'll see p tags with no classes attached to it. So this is the tag that matches it, changes the color to blue. It's a p tag with the class set to red. So the p tag with the red class is the thing that matches with it. This matches with it as well. However, this is more specific, so it matches better, and it creates the color to be red. So that's how this works. Now, if I were to change the color to from red to some other shade of red, let me just use Visual Studios. Save this. Go back and notice these two colors, right? Right now they're red, and now they are really red and blackish red. So they are a mixture of red and black, but the important thing is that the color has changed for both of them, even if I change it only for one piece. Now imagine that if this was a really huge page, multiple elements have the same class, and instead of you having to jump through all the pages, change the color to from red to the current color, it would be really difficult. But the style tag makes it really easy. However, great style tag is it also has the same problem, which is if let's suppose that this was another HTML page that I had linked to, let's say that this is the home page and I want to go to the about page, and I want the same styles to be applied to about page if the about page has a p tag with a class of red. The issue here is that this is only local to this file. If I have a new page and I write the styles there, it won't work. For instance, let me just show you. If I were to change the syntax highlighting to HTML, copy this code, paste it here, and this style tag is not here. Let's say it's not here, and now I have the same thing. It won't have the styles and it will look completely the same. If I were to change this, however, if I were to copy the styles and then paste it here, and it looks like this, now the color would work, but we run into the same problem that when we change the color here or we change the color here, the new page in which we have copied the styles won't be updated, and we have to go through all the pages, check if the colors exist, and change them. Now, to overcome this, we'll come to the next kind of way of using CSS, but this is how the style tag works. So just to recap, you create a style tag in the head of the document. Now, it's not necessarily the case that you put it into the head of the document. Let me just show you. If I put it into the body and I go back and I refresh, it still works. But the thing is, body is reserved for things that the user is going to see. SEO parser or any web crawler looks at your code and thinks style tag is embedded within the body of the element and it will get confused. So in cases like this, just leave the style tag in the head tag. It will give you better SEO and better performance. Anyways, after putting the style tag here, we can use selectors and properties and values to set the colors of, to set the properties to certain values. And finally, we can just close the style tag and then use it as we want. Now let's take a look at the third method, CSS file. So we have already discussed style tag and we have discussed inline CSS. Now let's take a look at how we can create the styles and embed them inside a file which can be referenced by multiple HTML pages. Now this is also quite simple. Let's take a look at the previous example that we had. This is what it looks like. Now if I want to create another style, all I have to do is just add the new style. However, if I want the same style to be applied to multiple pages, then I would have to copy and paste it. Or if I were to change the current style, then also the same thing happens. Just to recap, what we did was earlier we had a p tag with inline styles. Then we figured out that multiple p tags need the same style, so we upgraded them to have to be inside the style tag. When that worked out, but now we have multiple pages that need the same style, then style tag doesn't really suit our needs. So in cases like this, if I want multiple pages to have the same style, let me just close this. What I can do is I'll create a new style. Go to the file page. I'll create a file and you can call it anything you want. I'll call it style and make sure that you have the extension set to .css. If I press enter, this is what it looks like. And now if I were to add the same styles here, p of color blue. That's the first style. Now if I were p dot red or ed to have the color of red. Now unfortunately this wouldn't work just now because let me just show you why it wouldn't work. I have this and right now it's not working because if you look at this correctly, we have created a new file in the same directory, but this HTML file has no idea that this CSS file exists. Even though it's in the same directory, we have no idea whether it exists or not. So for that, there's a tag that's used here. It's called the link tag. I'll call it link. And again, this Visual Studio Code provides me with a lot of syntax highlighting features and syntax completion features. So I'll just select this, and since it's style.css, I don't have to do anything. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. I have a link tag with the relation set to style sheet. Now you can omit this if you want, but it's better for the search engine optimizers to, or search engine SEOs to look at this and say, okay, fine, it's the style sheet, we don't have to worry about that. Also, the web crawlers take a look at your code and take a look at the link tag and figure out, okay, it's the style sheet, we don't have to worry about that either. However, in the style sheet, we have created these colors and all of that, and we have linked it here. As you can see that I can click on this and follow the link. So it's currently linked as well. Always make sure that you have given the correct name to the file. Sometimes I end up writing styles.css and then I can't find it. So after doing that, I'll go back, and now if I refresh, as you can see, it has the same color that we expect. But the advantage here is that if I were to create another file, let me just call it about.html. I'll press enter. About us. I have an h1 tag, and it needs to have a class of red. Let me just make the styles a little more generic. So any element with the class of red will have color of red. Right? So if I were to then put red heading, and if I were to save this, now if you can see, this is what the code looks like as of now. So we have created a new page just so that you understand, and we have created the h1 tag, created attached a class of a red to it, and have written about us inside it. Now again, that works. However, it's not something that's going to work as we expect it to. And the problem is quite similar to what we had faced earlier. So let me just open it up so that you can see. And it's not getting the red color because if you take a look at the source code, let me just zoom in. The link tag is not there, so it's not working. Let me just go back, and again you can link it in the head. Make sure that you link it in the head though. And again, it's style.css. I can save it. I can go back and I can refresh, and now it's red in color. So the great thing about this is that if I go to style.css, instead of it being red, let me just again change it to some other color, a lighter version of red. How about that? I save this, go back, and if I refresh, take a look at the color here. It changes to a lighter shade, however, the shade isn't too different. Let me just change it more. Now it's very different. Refresh this. Now as you can see that it's more on the black side than red, but if I were to zoom in, you can see that there's a little hint of red in this one. If I were to go back and check this one, this also changes the color. So that's the advantage of using ACSS UI, that multiple pages can share the same style and they can be kept in sync. Now the thing to understand here is this. Let me just close this one, close this. We have taken a look at three kinds of ways of doing this. The style tag.
Okay, guys, a quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, IntelliPath provides a full-stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
The CSS file and the inline CSS. There's no particular reason to choose one over the other than the scope of the problem that we're trying to tackle. If the style that I'm applying is applicable to just one particular element, then there's no need necessarily to create a style tag or CSS file. If, for instance, I'm applying styles and those styles need to be shared among multiple elements on the same page, then a style tag comes in handy because you don't have to create a new file and clutter up your entire directory structure. On the other hand, if you want to apply the same style to multiple pages in the same domain, then maybe a CSS file is more useful. So it completely depends on the problem that you're trying to solve. Now, I would recommend that you start out with a CSS file altogether, mainly because if you have a page and that there are multiple elements and you are given a task of applying a color of pink to a p tag, or let's say color of blue to a p tag. So you just create a p tag, create the style tag, style attribute, color to be blue, and you type this is a p I save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh. So as you can see, both of them have the same styles. Now the issue here is this. Since the code here, imagine there's a lot of code in between where I've created blank line. Since there is a lot of code in between there, the new developer has no idea that this is already created. He doesn't need to create another style of color of blue. It's going to look exactly the same. But the new developer doesn't know that, so it's going to be a problem. However, had this been inside a CSS file, the developer would have opened up the file, gone through all the styles, and taken a look at a p tag, or he could have just searched p here, and this is what he would have found, that the color is already blue, so he does not need to change anything. Goes back, refreshes, okay, the color is already blue, he has no reason to change it, and it works. So again, depends on the problem you're trying to solve. If you're confident that this is only a one-time thing, then maybe use inline style. If you're not confident that it's a one-time thing and you think the style needs to be shared among multiple elements, use style tag, and use CSS files if you think that the CSS files are needed and the style needs to be shared across multiple pages. In either case, just make sure that you're using the right tool for the job. A little more complicated than your normal inline CSS. The reason being that in the style tags, you have to apply the styles to multiple elements on a page. And applying that could be a little more typical than your inline CSS, in which you just use the style attribute on any HTML element. Now we use style tag by nesting it inside the head tag of the HTML document. So if you remember in the previous ways where we have in the previous hands-ons in the previous modules, we had used the style tag before. In the head element after the title, we had put the style tag there. Now it's not necessary that you put it there, but it's a good practice because this is not something that needs to be shown to the user in the body. So just to make the meaning more clear, we put it into the head tag. So the styles get applied first and then the elements load, and that way our HTML elements know how to be displayed rather than being displayed first and then the styles being applied to them. Now we write the styles of the HTML page inside the style tag. We can use all the methods and ways that we'll discuss in later videos about how to do that. But in basic sense, we create a style tag inside the head tag. Inside the style tag, we write all the CSS code. Now the advantage is that if we elements without resorting to copying and pasting code, we can. So for instance, in our previous understanding of the inline CSS, we can apply a red border to one button. But if we needed that to be applied to multiple buttons, let's say two buttons, one at the top of the page and one at the bottom of the page, we can use the style tag and just target a button in general. Now using that, if the border is changed from red to blue, that would still work in the style tag case. However, in inline CSS, we would have to change it on both the sides. Now the disadvantage is that these styles cannot be applied to different pages. So we have moved up a bit in the level of abstraction, in the level of scope. However, the problem here is that if we have 3 pages and all of them need to have these buttons with the red border, then we can't really use the style tag, or we'd have to copy and paste the style tag across. And we can copy and paste it. However, this is going to be the same problem that we had with the inline CSS bit. So we need a different solution, and that's where CSS file comes into play. But before that, let's take a look at how you can use the style tag. Okay, now let's take a look at CSS file. So CSS file is the most complicated out of the 3 ways to apply the styles on an HTML page. The reason why we say it's the most complicated is because in this one you would have to create a new file, link it to the current file, and so on and so forth. So the steps are more, but it provides a larger scope for you to apply the styles to. Now to use the CSS file, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a file with any file name that you want to give it. Typically it's styles.css, but you can give it any name that you want. Make sure that you attach the .css extension at the end so that the browser can understand that this is a CSS file and the code inside it is supposed to be read as a style sheet, and I need to apply it to the elements of the page. The file contains the CSS code that needs to be applied to all the elements of all the pages in the website. So think of it this way: wherever this file is attached, in whichever HTML documents this file is attached, its style are going to be applied to that. Whichever elements match whichever styles that we have applied to them, they'll get applied. So for instance, if I create a button with a class of red border and I want that button to be usable across all my web pages. Wherever I create a button with the style of red border, I want that button to get a red border. I can create a CSS file, create a style for that, and then link that file to all my web pages. Now it's going to work exactly the way we expect it to work. Now that file is then linked to each HTML page using the link tag in the header. Earlier we were using the style tag to create some page specific styles. However, we could use the link tag, and inside the link tag we can give the URL or the location of where our CSS file is stored. It is to be noted that in the link tag we can also give URLs to external style sheets such as CSS frameworks or external CSS files that someone else has created but we wish to use. All of that is possible using the CSS files link tag in the header of the document. Now the advantage is that you can have a single place where we keep all the styles, and these styles can be applied uniformly throughout our website. Many HTML elements can have the same style and across our entire website as long as they have the style sheet linked on their in the head of the document. The disadvantage, however, is that if not careful, this file can grow very large and become difficult to navigate and debug. So we have to sort of figure out how we're going to deal with the CSS files getting large and big. It's not really necessary for us to think about it right at the beginning, but as the files start growing, as the applications start growing, we start adding more pages and we have more styles that we need to apply. You can see how it can quickly go out of hand. So you need to be aware of how you can use it. Now you can use different styles, different kinds of these styles applications, such as we can use inline CSS for some elements, style tags for some elements, and CSS files for some elements. I would recommend that you choose the appropriate method for the appropriate problem and then use that for your solution. Take a look at CSS selectors. Now a CSS selector allows us to target and select an HTML element to apply styles to them. So if I want to select a particular button, I can use CSS selectors. If I want to select all the buttons, I can use CSS selectors for those, so on and so forth. So CSS selectors allow us to define what is the element I want the mentioned styles applied to. Now there are 5 categories of CSS selectors. These are simple selectors, combinator selectors, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and attribute selectors. Let's take a look at these one by one. The first ones are simple selectors. Now simple selectors are selectors that can select element based on their either the element name, such as P, H1 or whatever, ID, the ID attribute, or the value of the ID attribute, and the class attribute. So these are called simple selectors because these are the simplest formats of selectors that you can use, and they are the most popular ones as well. Now to select an element using name, you can simply use the name of the element as selector, as shown in the code example below. We have a p tag and we have changed the size of the font to be 15 pixels. Now, if I wanted to use an h1 tag, I can just use the h1 tag. If I wanted to use the form tag, button tag, input tag, whatever I want, I could just use the tag name and it will work exactly the way it should. Now, if I don't want to select all the form tags, all the p tags, etc. on the page, then I would have to specify class. Now, class, as we all know, or I hope we remember, that a class is used to target multiple elements on a page. So if you have multiple elements with the same class on a page and you want the same styles applied to all these multiple subsets of an element, let's say I have 5 p tags and I want 3 of them to be red in color or green in color, then I can apply the green class on 3 of those and leave the others unaffected. So for that, I'll just use the dot green, which means a class of green. That's the syntax. That's how syntax works. And inside it, I've defined the style of color being green. So that's how I can specify more styles in it as well. So that's how it works. Finally, we can select a single element using an ID. Now, IDs, as we all remember, that not a single page cannot have more than one element with the same ID, and one element cannot have more than one ID. So if I want an element with the ID of green to have a color of green, I have to change the period in the previous class syntax to a hash. Hash specifies an ID, period, or full stop or dot, whatever you call it, specifies a class. So hash followed by the ID name, and then Inside curly braces, I define the styles that I want to be applied. So this is how that. Now let's take a look at simple CSS selector. So far we have discussed three kinds of selectors: the tag selector, ID selector, and class selector. Let's take a look at these in action. So I have the previous code here. I'll just close this one out, and I'll just remove everything else. So I go up here, and let me just clear this one out. We start from blank slate, and we want the.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Simple selectors. Now, if I were to create an H1 tag, and I were to say green H1, that's why I think you have seen how you can use style tags or inline tags or whatever. But I'll use the style tag. Now, make sure that you understand that if you're using inline styles, you don't need to use the selectors because you are already embedding the styles in the element that you need to be styled. So for instance, if I wanted to style the H1 tag, all I had to do is put the style tag here and I don't have to use any kind of selector whatsoever. But if I'm using a style tag or a CSS file for creating a style, then that requires me to use selector. Simple way to do this is if I want all the H1s to be of green color.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A, BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I can create an H1 tag, change the color property to be green, and we're done with it. I can go back, fresh, and it's a green H1 tag. Let me just zoom in. This is what it looks like. Let me just zoom out again. Yeah. Now this is for a simple CSS selector. However, that's not the only simple CSS selector that we have. We also have a selector that can help us select elements based on class. So let's say I have two different elements, but with the same class. Let's say that the class needs to be, let's say P has a class of red P or red P tag, and let's say B tag has the same class attached to it, red B tag. Now if I were to go back and refresh, both of them have the same color, although one of them is bold because we have used the B tag instead of the P tag. If I want to attach the red color to both of them, since I have provided the same class to them, I can just create a red color. Now, it doesn't have to be this way. You can be more specific here as well. For instance, if I want the P tag to have this color, then I can say P red. And then I can also say B red and have the color to be red. But I don't have to do that because both of them have the same class and I don't need to be that specific. If I go back and refresh, as you can see, the color has changed. I don't think the B tag changed its color. Let me see why. Class is red. Oh, sorry. Let's save this. Go back, refresh. Now the B tag has changed its color, so has the P tag. So that's how the class selector works. Just to give you a quick recap, whenever you want to specify a class, you attach a period at the beginning. You prefix it with a period or a full stop or a dot, whatever you call it, and then followed by the name of the class. So here it is. Now let's say I want to use an ID instead of a class. So I create an ID of, let's say that the ID is big, or let's say heading. I'll put it at the top, and it has to be an H1. I hope you guys remember that I had told you that you should not use the H1 to H6 tags to make the make an element or some text look big or small. You do that with CSS, right? Let's just do that. Big heading, and with the class of heading, I can change the font size here to be, let's say, 100 pixels, which is surely more than the current H1 tag. And I think it's less. Let me just change it to 400. It should be 4 times its current size right now. Okay, it didn't change. Let's see why. Oh, because it's an ID. So for the ID, you have to put the heading here like this. Let me just change it to 100 pixels. So for the heading ID, I have to use the hash symbol instead of a dot symbol. Dot symbol is useful for classes and hash symbol is useful for ID. Now if I go back and refresh, as you can see, it's much bigger than the original H1 tag. If I want to make it smaller, I can do so as well. Let's say it's 10 pixels. It's quite small. It might not even be readable. I might have to zoom in. It's quite small, right? If I were to zoom in, this is what it looks like. So this is what we get when we are trying to use the H1 tags and P tags and B tags. And this is how you use the headings with the class or with the ID of heading, P with the P and B with the class of red, and H1 tag as it is. So this is the simple selector. This is the class selector, and this is the ID selector. Now, one thing to notice here is that I have used it inside a style tag. It's not something that you use, the selectors are not something that you use inside a style attribute, which is the inline style. But if you were using a style.css file and linking it to this, you would just copy and paste or cut and paste the exact same code in this and remove the style tag, of course. So this code, if I were to place it inside the style.css, let me just show you. Here is style.css, paste it, close it, and now I have to just link it, style.css, save, go back and refresh, and as you can see, it's the same thing that we would have expected it. So that's how it works. That's how the styles, tags, and all of that work. And this is how the selectors, simple selectors work. Let's take a look at other selectors and understand how they work. Now we come to combinator selectors. Now, if you have already used simple selectors, you may notice that if you want to apply some style based on the hierarchical rules inside an HTML page, then that could be a little difficult. For instance, you only want to apply the red color to a p tag if it is inside a div tag. Now that might be a little difficult. For that, you might have to hunt down all the p tags inside the div tags and give them a class and then use this. However, CSS provides us with selectors that allow us to define relationships between multiple selectors. For example, if I want a p or a span will select any span nested inside a p tag. So if I were to just as in the example below, I have used div space p as the selector. That means any p tag which is a child element of a div tag will get the color of green. That's how the combinator selector works. Now there are several different kinds of combinator selectors. You can take a look at those. If you want to have the same style applied to multiple elements, you can separate them using commas. And there are multiple ways to use the combinator selectors. You can use multiple combinator selectors as well, and that would work as well, which we'll cover in a hands-on now. Alright guys, now let's take a look at combinator selectors. So combinator selectors allow us to essentially tackle objects or gain access to HTML elements using some relationship between them. So let's take a look at them one by one. Here I have the code. Let me just remove this one. And this is the output. As you can see, nothing's being outputted here because nothing is inside the code. Now let's say I have a div tag with a p tag inside it. Add p tag and black p tag. Now I want this one to be red. I want this one to be black. Both of them are p tags. Neither one of them have a class attached to them. So how are we going to do this? Well, the method that we have learned thus far is that firstly, let me just create a style tag. Inside it, I can create a class of red, give it a color of red, and then attach the same class to this one. Style, not style, class red. Now I can save it, I can go back, and if I refresh the page, one is red and one is black. But if I don't want to use classes to muddle up my HTML, I want it to be clean and simple. Another thing I can do, if you notice, there's a difference between this p tag and this p tag, and that is that this p tag is nested inside a div tag. This p tag is not nested inside a div tag, it's nested inside just a body tag. So if I were to change this from red class to div with p, if I were to save this, go back, refresh, now it's showing with the p tag as red. There are several other combinator selectors as well. Let's say that I had another p tag, right? I call it red p tag, and this one is nested inside, let's say another div. Let's say it's not a p tag that's nested inside a div. Let's say that this is a p tag that is nested inside an h1 tag. Although that's not semantically correct because you don't have a paragraph inside a heading, but let's say that that's the case. If I refresh this, now you can see that both of them have red color. This is because although this one is a p tag nested inside a div tag and this one is a p tag nested inside an h1 tag, this h1 tag is nested inside the div tag. So eventually when we walk up the parent chain or the ancestor chain, we reach the div tag and we change the color. But if I were to change it to this and then go back, save it, go back and refresh. Now, as you can see, only the direct children of the div tags that are p tags are getting the red color. Now, this may be a desired behavior if you want it to be. If you want only the div tags that are nested one level deep to have the red color, then you can use the p tag. And if you want all the p tags, no, doesn't matter how closely they are nested or how much nested they are. If they are having a parent child or ancestor of div tag, then just change it to this, and this would work as well. Similarly, there are many other tags available. There are several combinator selectors available. We won't be covering all of them, but that's the way it works as of now. You can take a look at other combinator selectors as well, but these are the basics and the most popular ones. Let's take a look at other kind of selectors as well. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So the way pseudo classes or pseudo selectors work is basically you have an element in a special state. That special state can be one of many states. For example, let's say that you have a div with a user's mouse hovering over it. When that kind of state is reached, that's called a special state. And a pseudo class allows us to apply special styles to an element when its state changes. To give an example, let's say that you have a div tag with a green border and you want its border to be turned black whenever a user hovers over it. In cases like this, the pseudo selectors can come in really handy. Had there been no pseudo selectors, then we would have had to use JavaScript to figure out when the user has hovered over it and change the styles dynamically or programmatically. However, CSS has these abilities for us to do that, so we can have pseudo selectors or pseudo classes to do it for us. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So we'll try and understand what a pseudo class is and then we'll apply it to one of the elements that we create. So currently our code looks like this, and we have just some code. Let me just remove that and remove the style class from here as well. Go to here, use remove the style class, and everything works fine. I'll just change the name to pseudo classes. Now let's say that I have a h1 tag with the hover over me text written inside it. If I refresh it, I get the same text. It's black in color right now. Now let's say I want it to be blue in color. So again, in the head tag, I'll create a style tag. I'll check the h1. I'll change the color, which should all be familiar to you by now. And I use the blue color. I refresh this. I go back and I refresh here, and here it is. It's blue in color. Now what I want is when I hover over it, it should turn red and it should have an underline as well. Now to change it to that, I have to again go back, and here's where pseudo classes come into play. So I can just determine, okay, I want the hover pseudo class, right? So now whenever I'm hovering over h1, I want the color to be red as described. Color to be red, and it should have an underline. For that, I use the text decoration property and set the property's value to underline. I save this, go back, refresh. As soon as this goes over and I hover over it and I'm not getting the output, Whenever you want to debug something in CSS, just go over here, select the button over here that selects the element, click on the button, and you can take a look at the styles that are applied here. Okay, so the color is blue, and when H1 is hovered over, let me just save this, go back, refresh, and now it's working. So there was a syntax error. So if I were to hover over it now, you can see its color immediately changes to red and an underline is put here. Now, if I were to do this in any other way, I would have to use JavaScript. But right now, since JavaScript is needed, I am working without JavaScript and it works fine. So that's how pseudo classes work. Let's take a look at how the other selector methods work. Alright guys, now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now a pseudo element is used to specify a specific part of an element, such as the first letter, the last line, etc. Instead of you having to wrap a particular element inside or a particular part of an element inside a span tag to tackle or gain access to it, you can just use pseudo elements. These pseudo elements basically allow you to basically change styles of either the first element, the last element, the first few elements, the last few elements, all the odd elements, all the even elements, and so on and so forth. Pseudo selectors are really helpful when building out user interfaces and layouts. For instance, let's say you have a table and in which you want all the alternate rows to have a darker color and all the even rows to have lighter color. You can do that. Or you want all the last 5 columns to have a particular font style and all the other rows should have the same font style. Now, all of that can be done using pseudo elements. So you can have a lot of power when using pseudo elements. Now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now to work with pseudo elements, all you have to do is firstly create this. I'll just change the title here, pseudo elements, and save this. I'll go back and I'll refresh. As you can see, the title has changed, so we are in the correct file. Now let me just show you how it would work. So I'll create a p tag, and I'll say this is a p. Save this, go back, refresh, and I get a p tag. I've zoomed in so that you can see. As you can see here, zoomed out version is quite small. So let me just zoom back in again. This is what a p tag looks like. Now, if I want to change the color of p tag, there are many options I have. I can change the color to be red. Save this, go back, and the color is red. But what if I want to change the color of just the first letter? Now this is easier for us to do now. I can just change the, and I just have to embed this text here and then just work its way up. So if I save this now, if I refresh this, it's still red in color, but I'm just trying to see this. And if I want to just change the pen, no, this is what it looks like. So that's one way of doing it. However, it's a lot more code and I have to muddle up my HTML and add unnecessary span tags. So I'll just close this one out. And now I have a p tag. If I want the first letter to be this one, I can use the pseudo elements. Save this, go back, refresh, and the first letter is still red in color. I can even use other techniques like first line. I have the same line here, so it's not going to work that way. Add a bit more text here. Now let's see if it works. As you can see, the first line is clearly red in color. If I were to zoom out, as you can see, as many things get on the first line, this is updating automatically. I don't have to do anything. If only this content is coming on the first line, then only that one is colored red. So that's the power of using this. Let me just close this out. And that's how p tags work. And this is how the pseudo element selectors work. You can do it the other ways as well, but in that you would have to use a lot of different technologies and that would be really difficult. Easier ways are available, so we recommend that you use those. Now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Suppose you want to target all the A tags with the target set to underscore blank. If the target attribute of an A tag is set to underscore blank, that means that when that link is clicked, it will open up in a new tab. Now, if you want to tackle all of these elements and you want to change their color to green, the code below shows how you do that. So you can basically gain access to elements based on their attribute properties. If an attribute of a particular element is set to a particular value, then you can use this attribute selector to gain access to it and change its styles. Attribute selectors can be really helpful when you want to check whether an input tag is required or not, whether it has a no validate property, and there can be many use cases for that as well. Guys, now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Now, again, for the attribute selectors to work, I have this code that is not showing anything in the body tag. Let me just change the title so that we understand attributes select. And now let me just show you how it works. So I have changed the A tag to be nothing, and in the A tag I can type in anything. So let's say this is a link. I can again change an A tag, and with the target property set to underscore blank. This is another link. After saving both of these, all I can do is inside the style tag, I can change the A with the target property set to underscore blank, and here I want to change the color to be, instead of it being blue, it has to be red. So if we go back and if we refresh, now as you can see, these are the two links, but one of them is colored red, other one of them is colored blue. If I were to click on this, it opens up in a new tab. That's what the underscore blank attribute does to the target element. And that's how you can create attribute selector. Different attributes can be used. For instance, if I wanted to use href is set to this, then I go back, and if I refresh, both of them have the same thing. So that's how it works. Different attributes can be used, different selectors can be used. It depends really on how you wish to choose it. So that's how attribute selectors work. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. So the background property in CSS allows us to manipulate the background of an HTML page. You can also manipulate the background of an HTML element, but that does apply to the page as well. Now the background property can be set either to a color or an image. That really depends on the choice that you're going for. You can even have an image of a particular color. However, images are usually rasterized, which basically means when you zoom into a particular color, if it's set to an image, then it's going to pixel it. But if you're using a color, then it's not going to pixel it, it's going to look the same. Now to set the background color of an image, we use the background dash color property and set it to a color. Now this color can either be represented as a hexadecimal code, as you can see in the blue background example here, where we have set the class of blue background, we have set the color to be hash 0000FF, which is a hexadecimal value. Or you can use RGBA values, in which R stands for red, G stands for green, B stands for blue, and A stands for alpha. Alpha stands for the opacity of the entire color, and RGB stands for how much green, how much blue, and how much red from 0 to 255. This is how you can make colors in your HTML code. It could be in either one of those formats. It doesn't really matter. It would work exactly the same way. However, it is to be noted that hexadecimal is the one just usually preferred, unless you want to add some opacity to your color. In cases like this, RGBA is the one that's used. The alpha value specifies the opacity. If it's 0, then it's completely transparent, and if it's 1, then it's completely opaque. Now, to set the background property of an image or to an image, we use the background image property and set it to the URL of an image. Now that URL can either be relative or absolute, as with the links, as with any link that we can see on the internet. The relative URL will be the URL on your own website, and the absolute URL will be URL on some other website, and you can use images on other websites as well. The background image property to a URL use the syntax background dash image colon URL, and inside the URL you create a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you create double quotation. Inside the double quotations you write the URL to the image. Now here we have created an image to the URL to the background image, but you can may name it anything that you want. Just make sure that the URL is correct and it's reachable from your browser. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS background. So the way CSS backgrounds work is we can either set it to a color or an image. Let's take a look at how we can do that. Firstly, I'll just remove the previous code. Let's change this and this one as well. Save this, go back. Let me just zoom out for the clarity. Refresh it. and nothing's there. I'll just change the title as well. CSS background. Now the way it works is the first thing we have to do is we will create a div tag, and that's all I would do right now. Let me just style it a bit so that you can understand. Now the div tag needs to have a height of let's say 500 pixels, a width of 500 pixels as well, and now let me just create the background here. So the first property I will show you is background color. Save it, go back and I refresh. And this is what it looks like. So a div tag is created, a box is created on my screen with 500 by 500 pixels of height and width. And the color is set to be red. Now the red color I've set is basically just a string of color, but I can choose a more advanced bit of color as well. I can make it hexadecimal as well. If I go back, refresh, stays the same. If I want to change the opacity of the color, then I would have to use something like an RGBA function. Inside it, I want completely red, no green, no blue, and the alpha color, let's make it to be 1 right now. I save it, go back, when I refresh, and it's the same. However, if I change the value of the alpha here, then I might get a different result. Let me just show you how that works. So I'm using Google Chrome's Chrome tools, but you can do it in the code as well. So it's here. If I change it to 0, then it becomes completely transparent. 1 is opaque. And if I were to change it to just a tiny little bit, okay, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. As you can see, as I am moving it down from 0 to 1, so from 1 to 0, it's becoming more and more light, or you can say transparent. Right now it's 50% opaque, 50% transparent. I keep going down and eventually it disappears. So that's the way RGBA works. If you want to change the opacity of some element with background color, use the RGBA format, and it works quite well. Now let me just show you what else you can do. So that was just for the background color, and background color can be set to, as we have discussed, it can be set the red color, the green color, the blue color in either the hexadecimal format or the RGBA format, or whichever format that you prefer. All of these formats work completely well, but the way we will do the other bit is we change its background to an image. So to do that, you can do background image, and here I can just change it to be a URL. In the URL, I'll pass in the URL to the image of Google. Refresh this, and as you can see, the image is there. Now it may not be something that you were expecting, because the background is bigger than the image that we have. The image is repeating. I can change the background images repeat for property 2. Background repeat, right? VAC. And as you can see, background repeat property I can set to no repeat. And now the image won't be repeating itself. It will just be there. There you have it. So you have just one image here, and you can change the position, you can set how it's supposed to look, and so on and so forth, but that's the way it's supposed to work. Alright, so that's how background properties work. Let's see what else we can learn. Now let's take a look at CSS borders. Borders are again one of the things that can affect your layout quite well, so we can understand how you can set borders on your HTML elements. Now the border property allows you to specify the style, width, and color of an element border. To do that, firstly, you just need to set the border property. Now that can have multiple things. You can specify it in the order of size, the style, and the color. So size is going to be the width, color is going to be whatever you want it to be, and the style is going to be either it's solid, it's dashed, it's dotted, whatever. Now there are several types of borders available for you, such as solid, dotted, dashed. Transparent borders are also available, however they are not very useful, so on and so forth. You can use it like this. As the example shown below, we have created a class of the borders, and we have applied the style of border of 1 pixel, solid, and black. This could be different. You can change the width of the border, you can change the style, and you can change the color as well. The color could be, it's here, it's just the color's name, which is black, but you can apply a hexadecimal color, an RGBA color, or whatever other different kind of colors you have available for you to use. If the browser supports it, then it's going to work completely fine here as well. Now let's take a look at margin and paddings. So using CSS, we can define a margin and padding for an HTML element. As you can see in the image below, margin and padding becomes quite apparent as to what they are. Just to make it a little more clearer, margin is the additional space around the elements outside the border. So you have some content, there's some space around it, then there's border, and outside that border, if you apply some additional space, that's called margin. On the other hand, padding is additional space around the elements inside the border. So you have the border and you have the content. If you put some space between the border of the element that you're targeting and other elements, that's a margin. If you put the space between the border of the element and the content of the element, that's padding. So you have margins and paddings available for us to use. Now, setting margins and padding on any document or any HTML element is not very difficult. What you have to do is you can choose the margin and padding, either margin or padding, and just change the size of the margins and paddings available for a particular element by targeting it. Here we are targeting a class with white box and changing the margins to be 10 pixels and padding to be 10 pixels. It is to be noted that you can, for instance, change the margins on the top, left, right, and bottom side of the element. You can also change the padding on the top, left, bottom, and right side of the element separately. It's entirely up to you how you wish to do it. Usually people like to just keep the margins and paddings same across all sides, but it's your choice if you want to do it differently. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how we can do that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Guys, now let's take a look at margin and padding. So for margin and padding, I'll just refresh this. This is the previous code. I'll just change the color here. Margins and paddings. Now if I go back and if I refresh, you can see nothing's there. So in order to use margins and paddings, let me first just create a div tag. This will have a p tag if you want it to have a p tag, and that p tag will have some color. Refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now I can change the style here. Let me just show you how I'm going to do that. Firstly, I'm going to change the p tag. P tag is going to have a border of 5 pixels solid blue. Save this, go back and refresh. And similarly, the div tag is going to have the same thing, but the border's color is going to be red, so that we can differentiate where one element starts and the other element ends. So both of them have the same thing.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, IntelliPad provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now, sorry, it's not supposed to be P, it's supposed to be div. Now it's working. So as you can see already, there's some margins around it or padding around it. Let me just tell you how it works. So if I were to click on the P tag here, as you can see, by default, there's some margin of 1 ems applied. If I can just set the margins to be 0, both of them will collapse onto each other. So that's how margins and paddings work. Let's just see how they work in a moment. I'll change the background color of P to be a little different so that, let's see which, yeah, this will get it blue. I refresh this and now it looks like this. And I'll change the color to be white.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And refresh this. Now it looks like this. So everything's visible now. Let's see how margins and paddings work. Firstly, let me just show you how padding would work. So on the P tag, if I add padding of 25 pixels, notice the change in the text here. As you can see, it shifted 25 pixels down, 25 pixels left, and outside the text, we have 25 pixels of padding. If you want to take a look at how the padding is looking like, open up your Chrome DevTools, click on this, and it will show you how the padding is. Now I scroll down, padding is 25 pixels and it's highlighted here. Another thing to note here is that if I want to just set the padding to be on the top and bottom and not on the left and right, I can do so as well just about here. So top and bottom should be this, and 0 pixels should be left and right. So as you can see, the pixels, the padding has changed now. If I were to click on this, go back, the border is there, margins 16 pixels by default, and on the left and right side there are no paddings, and on the top and bottom is 25 pixels of padding. Another thing I can do, if I want to specify the margins and paddings on all of these, then I can just say 25 pixels, 15 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 pixels, and you'll see how that works in a moment. If I refresh this, the padding is quite wonky, but let's see. If I were to click on this now, it will show me how the padding has been applied. So the 25 pixels padding is applied to the top, then the 15 pixels is applied to the right hand side, then 5 pixels to the bottom, and the 5 pixels again is applied on the left hand side. So that's how it's working right now. No, sorry, 0 pixels is applied on the right hand side, yeah, left hand side. So the way it works is clockwise. So it goes to top, then right, then bottom, and then left. Now again, if you want to just specify padding for one part of the box, for instance, I just want padding at the top. Instead of going instead of filling all the numbers to be 0 and just top with 25 pixels, I can just type padding top 25 pixels. And this works the same way. All the other paddings are removed, and only there's only a padding from the top of the element to the bottom. So that's how that works. Let's say I want to add margin. So to add the margin, firstly let me just change the width so that I can show you some cool things. Width is going to be 150 pixels. Go back, refresh, and now it's, instead of spanning the entire section, it's going to span only 150 pixels. And now if I were to change the margin to be 0 pixels and go back, you'll see it collapses. And if I were to change the second part of it to be auto margin, it is pushed at the middle. This happens because I have specified the margin to from top and bottom to be 0 pixels, and on left and right it's auto, which means take the available space, put my content in the middle, and the margin on the left and margin on the right should be exactly the same. So if I were to go here and check it, here you go. This is the border, this is the div tag, and here's the margins. So 675 is the margin right now. If I were to essentially zoom it out or do something else with it, it might change. So for instance, as you can see, as I'm zooming it, the margin is automatically updating. You can take a look at here. So this is how margins affect our work, and margins and paddings work exactly the same way. The only difference is outside the content, but inside the border, if you need space between the content and the border, use padding. If you need space between the border of the element and outside elements, then use margins. Now again, the same way I had applied the margins with there, I can apply it here as well. So it could be 0 pixels, auto, top, right, and then 0 pixels and auto. Go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. Another thing, I have the same properties of margin top, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, if I want to use them. Right now I don't have to, so I'll just put it this way. And that's the way it works. Now let's take a look at what else we have to learn. Now let's take a look at CSS box model. We can consider each HTML element being displayed as a box and is often termed box model. Usually when we're trying to style any div or any HTML element, we can consider it as being a box, and all the sizes that are related to that box are considered in the CSS box model. Now these boxes are used when we are styling and designing our web pages using CSS. So box model is a really important concept, especially when you're trying to apply styles to an HTML page. As you can see inside the content, we have some content, and inside the box that we're showing, we have some content. That's the element. That element has some padding. Outside the padding, we have some border, and outside the border, we have the margin. All of this is considered as part of the box model. All of this is considered as the height and the width of the entire HTML element, with the content, padding, border, and margin one after the other. So we need to be able to take care of all of these if we want to lay out the element correctly. If, for instance, we want the element to be of height 40 pixels, however, we add the margins of 20 pixels on both sides and then padding of 10 pixels on both sides, the height of the element becomes 40 plus 20, which becomes 60 pixels, which is 20 pixels more. So we need to be able to guess what the styles are going to be. Now, CSS box model essentially consists of margins, borders, paddings, and content. Content is what we are providing, and styles define the margins, borders, and paddings of the content. Now, while creating the layout of a web page in the CSS, we need to consider margins, borders, paddings, and the content of an element in order to understand how big the entire HTML element is going to be and how we're going to lay it out on a particular page. In case we specify the size of an element to be 60 pixels, but the room for accommodation is only 40 pixels, then we have essentially either going to create a scroll bar or we are going to drop the current element to a new line, in which either case the layout is not going to look as the user has intended it to look. So you need to be able to take care of that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS link state. Using CSS, we can style links differently depending on the states that they are in. So for example, let's say that you had a link that was being hovered over by a person. Now you want the link to being displayed differently when someone hovers over it. Maybe you want an underline, maybe you want to remove the underline that is already there, maybe you want to highlight it, change the color. It really depends on your taste and your preferences. However, doing this could be a bit difficult. Had CSS not supported link state, you would have had to written a lot of JavaScript code in which you have to firstly hunt down the elements using the JavaScript DOM elements. After getting that, you have to attach an event handler, figure out when the user is hovering over it, and then change the styles accordingly, either by adding a class or by changing them directly in JavaScript. All of that is a lot of work. However, CSS link state make it a really easy thing to do. Now, a link can be in one of the four described states. These states are link, visited, hover, and active. Now, the link state refers to an unvisited link. This is the default state. Whenever you open up a browser and it's a link that you have already clicked, you will see that it has a different color. Sometimes it's a purplish blue kind of a color, while usually links display as a blue color. So that's the difference. The link that has not been visited is in blue color. So that's the link that has not been clicked yet by your browser. Now the second link state is visited state. Now this is the state when you have already clicked on the link and have followed the link to the page that it wants to redirect you to. When that happens, your browser looks at it and determines whether it should be in the link state or visited state. The third state is the hover state. This is the state that is used most often because the users hover over a link more often than they click it. So that's the state that that's used more often than not, and that's how you can essentially use it. When you hover over it, if you want to change the color to red, you just basically gain access to that link element using whichever selector you want. Maybe it's a combinator selector, maybe it's an attribute selector, and you attach a golden hover to the element on it, and then you change the color to red. Finally, you have the active state. The active state refers to the link that is being clicked by the user. Now, this state doesn't last for very long because it basically means that user is clicking on the link. So when I'm clicking on the link, its color should change momentarily, and then the page navigates to other direction. When I'm hovering over it, it's a different color. When I have not visited the link, it's a different color. And once I've clicked it, visited the link and went back, the link is in a different color. So these are all the ways that you can change the link. These are all the link states. Usually hover is used the most because hovering over a link should make it seem like you are hovering over a link, or it should have some sort of a visual feedback that tells you that this is a link and you are hovering over it and you can click it to follow it to some page if you want. So these are all the link states. Now let's take a look at an example and see how that works. Now let's take a look at CSS link states. Now just to take a look at the code that we have, there's a link here, and if I were to refresh this, this is what a link looks like by default, a blue colored link with a blue underline on it. Now I have already written some CSS code so that you don't have to see me type it all out. I'll explain what that means. The link state, which is the default state, should be red. So by default, this link should display as red. Visited state, which means when I have clicked on the link, it should look green. As I'm hovering over it, it should have a color of hot pink so that it's discernible from other colors. And when I have clicked over it, but I'm not let go, it's an active state, in which case it should be blue in color. Let's see that in action. If I refresh this, this is red by default, unvisited link. Hover over it, it's pink. Let me just, yeah, now it's hot pink, the color changes. If I click on this, you are being shown a blue color.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And if once I've clicked on this, this is what it looks like, red in color. So as you can see that all of this is working, and these colors are really useful for us to figure out what the state of the link is. And there are other ways of using this as well, but we recommend that you take a look at this and figure out how it works. So once we have taken a look at all these, let's take a look at the link states. I have opened it up in an unincognito mode as well. So now as you can see, it's green in color because it's capturing that the link is visited. In incognito mode, that will not work. So I will just close this up now and I'll go back. This is what the color looks like. I have an A tag with an href that's pointing nowhere, and we have a link. In it, we have a red color, green color, hot pink, and blue color. All of these work exactly the way we would expect it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS positioning. Positioning is an important aspect of any CSS layout. Let's take a look at what options we have available for positioning elements and how CSS positioning works in real life. So to understand this, firstly let's understand how you can use positions in CSS. To use positions in CSS, you use the position property in CSS that specifies the type of positioning method that we are going to be using for a particular HTML element. Now there are several different kinds of positioning methods that are available, and we'll take a look at all of them one by one. So these are the 5 options that are available for you to use to position an element: static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. All of them provide different behavior, and depending on how you're laying out your entire element relative to other elements, you can use one of the following. Let's discuss them one by one. The first is static. Now, all the HTML elements have the static position on by default. So if you have defined an HTML element, by default, it's positioned using static positioning. So you don't have to change the property to static in any way, shape, or form. It will be done automatically. Now, static positioning leads to an element being positioned according to the normal flow of the page. So how it would have been normally is how it is displayed. It's the default. So for instance, if there are 2 block elements, then they both will appear one on one line after the other. If there are 2 inline elements, they will appear one after the next if the space allows it to be that way. And if the content takes up the entire width of the screen, then the next inline element will appear on the next line. That's how it's supposed to work normally, and that's how it functions in static position. Now, elements that have their position attribute set to relative are positioned relative to their normal position. So, for instance, if I have a relatively positioned element, or what I can do is that when I have a normally positioned element, I can specify, okay, from this position, move 10 pixels left, 10 pixels down. That way, relative to my original position where the document would have been shown because of the static property, it would move according to that, keeping that as a frame of reference. Now, to define an element's relative position, we make use of the top, right, bottom, and left properties. These define that how it should move from the top, from the right, from the left, from the bottom. So if you were to give an element property of relative display, and then we change its top property to 0, that means it should, at the top level, it should be exactly where it is. So it should be exactly where it is on the y-axis. Now on the right property, move this much from right and move this much from left is going to be the left and right property, and the bottom property defines how much it should move from bottom to upwards. So these are the properties that we can make use of. Now another property that is useful is the fixed property. And the fixed property allows us to essentially just put an element in a fixed position. Whether the viewport moves or not, that's a different story. An element with a position attribute set to fixed will be positioned relative to the viewport. So if you have a viewport and it can be positioned relative to that. So if I have a browser opened up and I say, okay, it needs to be fixed and it needs to be on the bottom right corner, it should be exactly attached to the bottom right corner. Then I can set the bottom and right properties to 0, meaning it should be 0 pixels away from the bottom and 0 pixels away from the right. So it completely attaches itself. Now, even if I were to scroll my browser, it would stay exactly in that position. Now, it stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. That's the advantage of using fixed position. Now, the thing is, if you are using it to display some notifications, like for instance, some social networking site, and in the social networking site, somebody follows you and you have sent that notification to the front end receives that notification, and now it's job to display it. The way it happens is that it creates a position fixed attribute notification, and in this it fills up the text that so and so followed you, and that way everything works. So even if you were to scroll up and down, it will still stay there. You can dismiss it by clicking on the close button. That's completely your choice, or it will disappear in a few seconds. An element with position attribute set to absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So to give you an example, let's say that I have a relative and absolute positioned element. What happens is when I set the position to be absolute, it's not positioned relative to itself, it's positioned relative to its parent element that has the position attribute set to relative. So it is positioned to some other element. That's the way it works with absolute positioning. Now, a positioned element is an element that has its position attribute set to anything except static. Usually it is relative, but it could be difficult to say. So if an element is positioned absolute and has no positioned ancestors, then it is using the document body and moves along the page with scrolling. So that's the way it works. Now, it's completely your choice if you want to use absolute or relative. Usually, absolute positioning is used when you want to make sure that the relatively positioned element inside which we have nested another element, and we want the nested element to be positioned according to the relatively positioned element, then we can use the absolute position. And finally, we move on to the sticky positioning. An element with position set to a sticky position is based upon the user's scroll position. Well, let's take a look at what that means. As long as the element is in its original position and it's in a viewport, it acts as a relatively positioned element, which means that it moves away from its original position. And when you scroll it, it will scroll up and down, it won't stay in the same position. However, when the element's original position is scrolled out of the viewport, it becomes sticky and sticks in the plane. Which is to say, as soon as it reaches the end of a page, either at the top or the bottom, then it stops functioning as a relatively positioned attribute and just sticks to that end of the page. So, for instance, if you have a lot of text and you have a position sticky element in the middle, if you were to scroll up, the elements will scroll up, and as soon as it reaches the top of your viewport, it will stick there. It won't scroll out of the viewport. Similarly, the same thing will happen if you scroll down. So if you scroll down, then the same thing happens as well. We must also specify at least one of the top, right, bottom, or left for the sticky positioning to work. If we don't do that, then the sticky position may not work. So with that, now let's take a look at how we can make use of the CSS positioning attributes using a hands-on. Now let's take a look at CSS positioning. We have covered a lot of ground when we come to talk about CSS position. Let's take a look at them one by one. So here's the code. Now let me just go to the body tag, go back, and as you can see, there's nothing in it right now. Now let's add some code and figure out how the positioning systems work. So by default, it's statically positioned. So I don't think we have to explain it that way. If you want to change the position to static, which won't be something that works because it's already there. So all you would have to do is change to position to, and that change to be something other than this. We can change it to static, and that would work. But it's by default, so we won't be changing that. Now let me show you how the relative positioning works. So I'll create a p tag, and it would have a text p tag. Inside the style tags, I'll change the border to be 5 pixels solid black. Save this, go back and refresh. This is what it looks like by default, right? If I were to change the top property to let's say 50 pixels and the left property to 50 pixels, sorry, the left property to 50 pixels, and if I go back and if I refresh, it has no change on it. But if I were to change the position to relative, save this, go back and refresh, now as you can see, it has moved from its original position 50 pixels to from the left and 50 pixels from the top. Oh, and that's the way it's supposed to work in position relative terms. Now that works with relative, but how about absolute position? To display absolute positioning, if I were to change it to absolute, save this, refresh, this is what it looks like. Now it works exactly the same way. The only thing is the width has changed, but that's fine. Otherwise, the position has been the same. Now, if I were to, for instance, wrap it inside a div, put it here. The div tag is here, and the position of div tag is supposed to be relative, and it needs to be from top 50 pixels, left 50 pixels, and let me just change the border of this as well. Instead of having black, it will be red. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. So we have a div tag and a p tag. Let me just show you how this is looking about. Yeah. This is the div tag. Since it has no content, we have moved it 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the right. Now if I were to change this, as you can see, both of these are moving. So the top property of the div tag is being changed and both the properties are moving. The reason this works is because the absolute positioning looks up the parent chain and figures out which element has any other display property, position property other than static. So in the last case, there was no parent, p was nested inside div, so body, and body has no, it has display static. So it had no option but to look at that as the point of reference. Now what happens, since we have a div tag that has a position of relative which is other than static, and it's 50 pixels moved from top and 50 pixels from left, this p tag which is nested inside the div tag moves itself relative to that. So that's how position relative and absolute work. Now let's take a look at position fixed. I'll just change this border from black to green. Position is fixed, and I'll change it to bottom right. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like here. I can also change it a little bit more. I can add a padding of 50 pixels. I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. This is something like a notification. If I don't want it to be 50 pixels from top, Then I can make it like this. Now it looks something like this. This is something like a notification. And if I were to add some content here, let's say, I'll just move it here, and I have a p tag, and it has some content, and I'll just copy and paste the p tag multiple times, more than 70 times, so that it allows me to scroll around. And okay, problem. I think we have p tags here, so p dot notification. Now, if I were to go back, now as you can see, even if I scroll it out of the text, it remains in the same position as it is. So that's the position static. Now, the difference here is that if I were to change it from position fixed to position sticky and change it from top right, bottom right to top right, you'll see a little bit of a change here. Let me just see where the element has gone. Okay, so it's here. Also, position is sticky, top is this, and I can change it from here. And now, all I have to do is move it to the top. Save this. Now, if I go back, and this is what it looks like. So, as you can see, it's sticking to its position. Even if I scroll it out of the position, it looks like it's stuck to where it was. So there are several different ways that you can configure these. As you can see, notification properties can be applied to this one. And there are many other things that you can do. You can think of a lot of other things as well. Right now, we looked at all the kinds of positions that we can.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A, BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And all of them have their own properties, and we can understand that. So let's take a look at how we can use the sticky property a little better. Right now it looks like this. So in order to make it work correctly, let me just try this out. Instead of it being p notification, div with a class of sticky, and I'll close the div here. Then I'll close this one here, remove this one here, scroll to the end, and I will just yeah, now it works. So I have this now it's working. So for that sticky tag, let me just clear this one out. I'll change the div with the border of 5 pixels, solid. Position is sticky. Let's say top is 0 pixels, and right is, let's say, left is 50, left. Now if I were to go back and refresh, this is what it looks like. And as you can see that this is let me just change it a little bit. From top, let it be 10 pixels. It should look fine now, right? So it's 10 pixels away. As you can see, notice this distance. As I scroll it, I try to scroll it out, it will stay exactly where it is. Now if I were to change it to 0 pixels and move it a little down, let's say here, then refresh it, this is what it looks like. But if I were to scroll it out of the view, it still sticks to the top. This is what the sticky property makes it. So that's how all the positioning attributes work. Hopefully this has been informative. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. Now let us take a look at what is JavaScript. It is important to understand what JavaScript is and how it can benefit us, mainly because JavaScript's meaning has evolved from time to time. Before the current versions of JavaScript rolled out, JavaScript was only used for web browsers, but now it can be used in different ways. So let us take a look at what it actually means. JavaScript is a high-level, object-oriented scripting language. It was created by Bernard Eich in Netscape in 1995. So JavaScript was originally created in 1995. Now, high-level object-oriented and scripting language are sometimes considered to be a bit more jargonistic than they need to be. Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is high level. So a high level programming language is basically a programming language that does not deal with the low level memory management stuff that other programs might have to deal with. This is because JavaScript has a runtime environment, and what it does is that it takes a look at the code that you have written, takes a look at the memory that it will need, allocates that memory and continuously at regular intervals of time keeps checking if there is some memory that can be freed up. And if it can be, then it frees up that memory, and all of the variables that were assigned in that memory are going to be completely wiped off. So it will allocate and deallocate memory on its own. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have just no control over how things are happening behind the scenes and how you that you don't need to care about memory management at all. But at smaller level to medium level applications, you don't really have to worry about how applications are being built and how they are going to be used. At a large scale application such as a large scale JavaScript application such as Gmail or Google Drive, you have to worry about how memory is being used and you have to be very efficient about it. There are certain things that you can do in order to affect how the memory management is going to take place and if it's effective or not. So you can talk about this and discuss about this at length, but that's basically what high level means, that at the beginning you don't need to worry about how to allocate and deallocate memory. Whereas in programming languages like C++, you would have to do the memory management stuff on your own. You would have to allocate a chunk of memory to your program. When that program or that piece of program that executes is done, you need to then deallocate that memory. If you do not, then that memory is going to be reserved and is not going to be used by your program or by any other program because the compiler has not freed up the memory. So just keep that in mind. It's also object oriented. Object orientation is basically a paradigm of programming in which you write code so that your code can reflect real world objects and scenarios such as people, person, events, things like that. This is really important because in enterprise level applications, when you're building applications for companies, the common language that you use are going to be to describe these things. In programming, however, these things are not really something that people consider. So you can create your own objects, you can create your own nomenclatures and translate them into code. This is what object-oriented programming allows us to do. And it's a scripting language because it was developed in order to write and to be written and be executed by the browser. Scripting languages are executed by some other programs, not by the operating system itself. So if you are trying to write JavaScript in the browser, then it's a script, not a program. However, it's very important to understand that JavaScript has now evolved and now it can be used to build other kinds of applications as well. So when it started out, JavaScript was a very simple scripting language that was developed in order to for the sole purpose of manipulating web pages, adding content, removing content, animating things into the frame, animating things out of the frame, changing the styles and whatever. Nowadays, because JavaScript is so popular and so easy to pick up, many of the programming languages are many of the paradigms and platforms support JavaScript. You can build JavaScript. You can use JavaScript to build mobile applications, servers, program web servers. Web applications are already being developed using JavaScript, and there are many other kinds of things as well, such as native Windows applications and all. So you can use JavaScript to build different kinds of applications. It has been supported on multiple platforms and will continue to expand its support. So with that, we have a clear picture of what JavaScript is. Now let us take a look at how you can use JavaScript. In this presentation, we'll be taking a look at how you can use JavaScript in a web browser. There are multiple ways of doing so. However, JavaScript, as we have discussed, can be used to build different kinds of applications, and we won't be discussing it here. With that out of the way, let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript. So there are three ways to use JavaScript, especially in the browser. So in the browser, you are supposed to write the JavaScript code in the HTML file or some other file and embed it. But how do you do that? Let's get started and see how you can do that. The first thing you have to understand is that the reason why there are so many ways of writing JavaScript depends on what kind of code are you writing. And in the hands-on for this topic, we'll discuss what that actually means. So the first thing is that it can be inline. Basically suggests that the code that you're writing is completely embedded in the HTML. So if you have a button, it is right next to the button and it's only regarding that button that the code is going to run. So that's one way of doing it. The reason why inline code was invented was that if you had some small bit of code that only needs to run on a particular time or at a particular time, or when it is associated to a particular HTML element, then you can just write it there. Instead of polluting your HTML with different kinds of things, you can just write it there. Then there's script tag. So a script tag basically means that there, just as in HTML, there's a style tag in which you can write CSS. Script tags allow you to write JavaScript code. When the browser sees the script tag, it will take anything written inside the script tag, which is the opening and closing tag, and consider it to be, depending on the version of your browser and what kind of support it provides. So in scenarios like this, earlier we would have to have write some kind of a text that describes what kind of script we are writing inside the tags, such as text slash JavaScript or whatever. Nowadays, it is considered that by default, you're going to be writing JavaScript in the script tag. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Then comes script files. Similarly to script tag, you can write your script inside a file, give it the .js extension, which is the JavaScript file, and you can embed it inside your browser. So you are going to say, okay, after you're done loading the HTML page, load this file as well. This file contains some HTML code, and this file contains some JavaScript code that needs to be embedded in the HTML file. Now, the reasons for the different kinds of script files is something we'll see in the hands-on, but basically it depends on how much of the entire HTML page is going to be affected by the JavaScript. So let's take a look at the hands-on and understand how that works. How you can write the JavaScript code. We'll be printing something on the console. I'll explain what a console is, but first let's see our setup. I have a file, I've called it index.html, and I have opened it in a code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor or text editor that you wish to use. Open that file inside a web browser. My file is located in the E drive and it's called index.html, but you can call it anything that you want to. It's just a convention. Now let's take a look at the different ways that we have discussed using which we can create our JavaScript code and embed it inside our HTML. The first thing we have to do is we have to write some HTML code. Now in Visual Studio Code, I have a snippet that will automatically write most of the HTML that we need in order to get started. So just press this bang symbol and press tab. This will only work in Visual Studio Code. If you're using any other programming environment, this may or may not be available there. So just make sure that you know that it is there. I'll call the title to be JS tutorial. I will save it. And now if I go back to the browser and if I refresh, if you take a look at the title right now, it's index.html. Refresh it. Now it's called JS tutorial. So in case you're not familiar with HTML that much, I would recommend that you first understand HTML because JavaScript builds on top of HTML. So if you don't know HTML, then this is not going to work. Now let's take a look at the different ways through which we can use the JavaScript code. So there are different ways. Firstly, that's the inline code. So how do you write code that executes inline? Well, let's say there's a button. I call it log button. And what I want is when this button is clicked, I want to print something on the console. Now, what is the console? Different programming languages such as JavaScript and C++ have a console. Now, a console is basically just a terminal or a command window which will show the output of the code that you're writing. You can also put the output inside a file or inside some server, but basically this is where the output can be seen. Now, in a web browser, it's a little difficult. So what every web browser has is a JavaScript console. Right click on the web browser and click on the inspect button or press Ctrl-Shift-I. Nowadays, every web browser has this. When this opens, you can see that it has a console button here. I go up to that and I can execute my JavaScript here as well. To print something on the console, you can just execute some JavaScript code here as well. I can write console.log and I'm using Google Chrome, but you can use any web browser such as Firefox or the Edge browser using Microsoft and it will work just fine. And you can write hello world. Semicolons are not required, but it is a good practice to write them. You press enter and this is what it prints. Hello world. Forget about this undefined right now, that doesn't really matter. Now what I want is I want this to be a little more interactive. To do that, I want to have a button which has the keyword log inside it. So if I refresh this, you can see there's a button, but nothing happens when I click on it. So that's a problem. Now I want to execute the same code that I have written in the console, but I want it to happen when I click on the button. So don't worry about the syntax right now. I'll explain what that means in a moment. Just write this JavaScript, hello world, and I can put the semicolon here as well. I go back. If I click, nothing will happen. This is because our browser has the old version of our index.html. We have to refresh it so that we can fetch the new version. To take a look at the current code, right click on the page and press view page source. As you can see that the button now has console.log because it has refreshed. If I refresh this, now everything will work. If I press log now, it prints hello world onto the code. Now, as I've already discussed, the reason why there are multiple ways of doing this is because I only want to run this code when a person clicks the button. Suppose that there are multiple buttons on my page. It's a huge page. There's like thousands of lines of code. And somewhere down the line, or like 1157 line, I write button and I want the same code here. One thing I can do is copy and paste it here, such as this. But this violates an important principle in programming, which suggests that you should never copy and paste the code. So console.log, console.log. It does work, but there's a problem here that you may or may not see. Suppose that this is like, again, as I've said, it's on 1000 line. Multiple people are working on this because this is such a huge file. Somebody comes along and says, okay, the message that we want to print is hello world, but we want an exclamation mark here as well. I put the exclamation mark, I save it, go back to my HTML page, refresh it so that I can see, press on the log button, and okay, it's showing the exclamation mark. So our code works, but the problem is now that the part where we copied the code, it's showing the old version because we didn't update it there. So now we have to go down again and press this, and this is only for two buttons. Suppose there are millions of buttons on a page. Suppose there are buttons and forms and we want to perform these tasks, multiple tasks, and synchronize them together. This could be really difficult. Right now it's working, but it's going to be really difficult. There are other ways of doing this, of course, and we will take a look at those one by one. But to overcome these issues, let me just close this up. Yeah, so I'll just put an h1 tag, look inside console. Now let me just show you what a script tag looks like. So after this, I can write script tag, and here I can write my JavaScript code and it will work just fine. This time it won't work when I'm pressing a button. That was just for the inline version. Here I can just write some code that will be automatically used. So as you can see, as soon as my browser starts looking at the code, it takes a look at the code, creates the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, then takes a look at the script tag. What it does is that it prints everything that needs to be printed on the screen and then closes the script tag. So everything after this needs to be interpreted as HTML, and that happens. So this is why when we look at this gets printed and then this gets printed in the console. So that's one way of doing this. Another thing to understand is that this isn't the only way that you can do this, but this is a good way to get started. Another way to do this is going to be if you can create a script file. So now script files are basically just files that you can use in order to write your code inside them. So you don't want to mismatch your HTML and JavaScript code. What you can do is you can just use script.js. Now to show you how that works, all I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a script.js file that I have already written. I'll write console.log. I'll print hello world. It's the same code that I have written thus far, but it works. Now I write it here, copy, paste, save. If I remove this now and I'll just keep it here. Now do you think it will work? Not exactly, because our HTML page has no idea that the script tag exists.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, IntelliPath provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So inside the script tag, I have to write another attribute called source, and the source file is going to have a name of script.js. Save this, run this again, and now it works. So now what happens is it takes a look at the entire web page, takes a look at the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, takes a look at the script file, opens up the script file, executes the code inside it, comes back, closes the script tag, closes the body, closes the HTML, and is done with it. Now, the reason the script files were invented so that because we may have multiple web pages. So it's not that we only use one page. We could have about.html and many different kinds of files, and we want some file to have access to all these pages. So in cases like this, if I have an about.html, I can just copy and paste this script tag, and that code will be available inside that file as well. So when that file is loaded, it will be logged on the console as well. And if it's like 10 different files, all I have to do is just change it here. If I want to make another change like this, and all of this will be reflected in all the files. So that's the reason why we do it this way. Now, again, this is not the only way to do it. As we have discussed, three ways you can work them out and understand how to use them. Very much like CSS, in which you have inline styles, file level styles, and then external styles in which you can create your own CSS files. Script tags works the same. In other versions, because script files could be so heavy, let's say that you have 7 different script files, then it could be possible to just merge them all into a single file. This is called a build step, and you don't need to worry about it right now. But basically, in cases like this, all of the JavaScript code that you write is taken and merged into a single file by a program called a build system that you can configure yourself. And then it creates that single file so that when an HTTP request is sent, only one file is sent over the wire and multiple requests are not done. So you can take a look at that as well. But these are the ways that you can configure a JavaScript file to work with your HTML page. Again, you need to know HTML in order to work with JavaScript because that's how it was created. So that's how you can get started with it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at what can you build with JavaScript. So we have discussed thus far what are the different ways that you can use JavaScript and what JavaScript is. But now let's take a look at what it can be used to build. So using JavaScript to build different kinds of applications has been the norm. Many different companies use JavaScript for different kinds of applications that they build and use. Let's take a look at what these are. So JavaScript can be used different kinds of applications. These are web applications, web servers, native mobile applications, and hybrid mobile applications. All of these have different ways of being used, and different JavaScript code can be used to use it. So let's take a look at them one by one and demystify how these things work. So the first thing is web applications. Using JavaScript to build web applications has been the norm. We have been building web applications using JavaScript since the invention of JavaScript. Now, the reason why it's so popular nowadays is because there are multiple ways of building a web application using JavaScript. The easiest and the most fundamental way is the way that we have discussed thus far, in which you create an HTML page, write the HTML code, embed some JavaScript in it, either using inline JavaScript or script tags or script files, and then that code is going to be used to manipulate the JavaScript, manipulate the HTML page using the JavaScript in some way or the other. Now this manipulation can be of several ways. Either you add some element on the node, remove some element on the node, get some data from a web server, and after getting that data, populate the entire HTML page with some new content that is available, let the user know that some new content is available, and many different kinds of things. That is important and very, very useful, but that's not the only way that you can do it. The other way is using something called single page applications, in which there's just one HTML page, which is used to just give the basic scaffolding and the shell of a page. Outside that, we have a JavaScript page that takes care of everything else. So if you've heard of frameworks such as Angular, Vue, React, they work on the similar premise. What happens is your HTML code is very minimalistic, and it is a big fat JavaScript file that is transferred over the internet. Once the user's browser has that JavaScript, it tries to execute it. When it's executing it's creating multiple HTML nodes using JavaScript, putting it inside the HTML page, and then JavaScript takes care of everything else. navigation, HTTP calls, manipulation of the DOM, any kind of thing that a web application is supposed to do, JavaScript will take care of it. These applications are really JavaScript rich, and HTML is really used as a skeleton. Not much of HTML is used. CSS is used throughout, and it will be continued to use throughout, but that's the way it works. So because of this fundamental shift in how web applications work, the responsibilities of web servers have changed. So let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript to build web servers. Now, what used to happen before we had platforms like Node.js, which we can use to build web servers, which we'll also cover in this tutorial. But the reason why web servers were a little difficult, especially for front-end developers to understand, is because of the language barrier. So in JavaScript, in the front-end web applications, we'll be using JavaScript all the way. And since that was the only language that we would use to manipulate the web applications and its structure, but in web servers, you can build a web server using different kinds of technologies. JavaScript was not one of them. So the way you would use it would be using technologies such as PHP, which is still by far the most popular server-side scripting language. Then there's Java, which is very popular in the enterprise world. So is C# and the .NET platform. There are other languages such as Ruby and Python that were used, but JavaScript was not really a big player in that regard. So what happened afterwards is that we had the introduction of the Node.js platform that allows us to write JavaScript code so that front-end developers can sort of port their expertise to the backend. Now, it's important to understand that just because you can write JavaScript code on the web server or write the code to create a web server, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just copy and paste your entire JavaScript file from the web browser to the web server and it will work exactly fine. Mainly because these are two different environments. In the browser, you will have elements such as a button, you will have elements such as a form, list, and whatever. It's a very visual environment. In servers, you don't have that. You have number crunching and different kinds of things such as accessing databases, caching data, serving up data, and whatever. So these are two different environments, although you can use the same JavaScript syntax, for loops, console logging, promises, and all the features. But you can't just port the code from here to there, just copy and paste, and it will work. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, in web servers, we use Node.js. Node.js has come a long way. We have Express.js, which is one of the most popular frameworks out there. Node.js is really popular among enterprise as well. And any kind of application that you want to build using backend development, Node.js is very much likely a good option to do that. Then comes native mobile applications. Now, the reason why we are making a distinction here between native and hybrid mobile application is something that we'll discuss in a moment. But the reason why we are saying that we can build native mobile applications is because before this, if you wanted to build an application that your customers could use, you had multiple platforms that you needed to tackle. Platforms such as Android, iOS, Windows Phone, and some other platforms as well. This was a bit problematic because then that means that if you want your application to be accessed by a large number of users, you need to write code for both Android platform as well as iOS platform. These two platforms have different programming language, different programming structure, different skill sets, and different environments in which you can develop applications. Android is open source, so you can build Android applications in both Mac and Windows. However, Apple doesn't allow you to build iOS applications on a Windows laptop. So you need to have a developer account, you need to have a Macintosh laptop, you need to have developer tools installed, you need to have an iPhone to test your applications. There's just a lot of upfront capital required there. In Android, you have the emulator, you have the open source tools and everything. But still, the languages are different. JavaScript is not really the language that they use, but they use Java in Android. And in iOS, the new language that is being used is Swift. And in Android, the new language that is being used is Kotlin. And the previous language in iOS was Objective-C. None of these languages are easy to pick up. And because JavaScript is so easy to pick up, more people know JavaScript than they know Java or Swift or Kotlin or whatever. Now, this is a problem mainly because the web applications that people build almost exactly mimic the features that we would want in an application, in a native mobile application. Now, there are ways through which you can use your current web application and have it work as sort of a substitute application inside your mobile applications. But the problem is that at the end of the day is using the web browser. So what happens is your web page is loaded into a web browser and it takes care of everything using JavaScript. Your application has no access to all the underlying features such as the camera, the machine learning features that have been developed, the Bluetooth speakers, OS, internal hardwares, voice recorders. You have no access to them at all. So if you're trying to build a camera application, you can't do it using JavaScript, or you couldn't have done it. Nowadays, there are frameworks such as React Native, NativeScript, and many other kinds of platforms available where you can use your JavaScript skills in order to build native mobile applications. Again, it's not as simple as just copying your JavaScript code from your web application or your server application into a native mobile application. However, it is very similar to not learning a new language, but understanding the ins and outs of a platform and then adding your skill set on top of it. These applications are really native mobile applications, and the great part is that when you write the code, that code will get converted to both an iOS application and the Android application. You would still need to have the developer account, and for testing purposes, you would need to have access to an emulator or a Macintosh OS in iOS's case or whatever. But you can still have an application that will work. So that's the great part here. So this is what native mobile applications do, but still it needs a lot of configuration and understanding of the platform before you can even start building an application for the platform. On the other hand, we have hybrid mobile applications. Now this is a solution that has been available for a long time. What it allows you to do is it allows you to write JavaScript, and that JavaScript will then get converted into native OS calls. But this is a little slower than native mobile applications. If you're building applications that are just there to deliver content, such as an application that is there to tell people about the new concerts that a band is going to have, new conferences available, new videos available on a video store or whatever, then hybrid mobile applications are good. Native mobile applications, on the other hand, if you want to access the native features such as camera, browser features, voice recorder, Bluetooth, gyrometer, sensors, infrared, whatever your application has to, whatever your mobile has to offer. So hybrid mobile applications use platforms such as Apache's Cordova, and many other new platforms are available as well. You can take a look at these platforms and build these applications yourself. It's not very difficult to learn how to build these applications, but these are really helpful for us to use, and they're very easy to use as well. So these are some of the platforms that can be used. You can also build native Windows applications. You can also build native desktop applications using a platform called Electron, which was developed by GitHub. And there are many others as well. It is too much to count. But these are the platforms that are used. As you can see, JavaScript has evolved from a very simple programming or scripting language that was used to manipulate web pages to a full-fledged application programming language in which you can build applications of multiple kinds. Kind of like Python, but a little different. You can also write machine learning and AI code, but that's a whole different topic on its own. So that's how you can build applications. These are the kinds of applications you can build using JavaScript. This is exactly why JavaScript is one of the most popular job positions right nowadays. JavaScript developers are in high demand because they can use their skills or already existing skills and learn some new skills in order to build many kinds of applications. So with that in mind, let's see what else we can learn.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
I will talk about ECMAScript 6. ECMAScript 6 was published in 2015. I heard that ECMAScript 6 was released in 2015, 2016. Yeah, you would be right when you say that, because in 2015 ES5 got released, and in 2016 ECMAScript 6 got released. Okay, so now when the browsers started improving, in fact, for a long time there was not too much of improvisation that was done on the hardware part. I'm sure if you had bought a PC in early 90s, for a good 7-8 years there was not too much of upgradations that would come. But now every few months there is an update, correct? I still remember, one of my friends had bought a desktop, which had 2 GB of RAM. And then we all went to see his machine. Oh, wow, you have a 2 GB RAM machine, and now look at it. Your phone has more RAM than that machine, isn't it? So it's like that. So there has been a lot of improvisation on the hardware capabilities. And as a programming language, JavaScript or ECMAScript wanted to leverage on that. So they started making this programming language more serious. Most of the device manufacturers also were responsible for it. It started with Samsung basically. They started allowing their APIs to be interfaced with JavaScript. Around the same time, Ryan Dahl, a guy from a company called Joint, came up with a server-side renderable JavaScript, which was actually a job that was done partially by Netscape Navigator itself. Netscape or the Firefox community had developed a programming language called Rhino. It's not a language basically; it's a way of executing JavaScript on the server side called Rhino.js, but it did not get into the limelight. Maybe because they wanted to make all the development internally, or the community people in Firefox who were related with Firefox, and Node was left out for people to contribute. They could create modules and then push onto a repository and others can use it. So that was a big game changer. So many people started incorporating their ideas into modules and Node became really popular. So JavaScript had a demand to be more capable than what it was, so that it is more in line with other serious programming languages. So that was missing because JavaScript was dynamically typed. So even now that's a challenge. I guess next few versions we may expect ECMAScript to incorporate types. Frankly, ECMAScript version 3 already had types. So I have worked with ECMAScript, with other flavors, not JavaScript, but there are other programming languages like ActionScript, which is an ECMAScript compliant language which has types in it. Maybe types will be incorporated in the next couple of versions. Okay, we'll have to wait and watch. But as of now, there is a language called TypeScript, which Angular developers use a lot. React developers don't. Why? Because React as a community believes in utilizing anything that is native. JSX is one, an add-on that they have added, but apart from that, it's a convenience. JSX was a convenience that they've added, but they would prefer anything that is natively available should be used. Okay, not another additional library. But we'll wait and watch. Maybe React community is also thinking of incorporating TypeScript moving forward. Maybe in the next few versions it may happen. So who knows, isn't it? There's a lot that is going on. So ECMAScript, when they started making it more serious, they saw that there are some common pitfalls that the language did not address before. So now those patches were handled with the new version of ECMAScript 6. Okay, so there are some few breaking changes. I wouldn't say all of them are a breaking change. These are some things that are introduced. Frankly, there are more, but I have just listed few here. Why? Because see, our objective here is not to learn everything about ECMAScript. Our objective here is to learn so much of ECMAScript that a React developer would need. Okay, so there are some deviations. Say for example, proxies. We would not use them in ECMAScript. Iterative instant generators, maybe we will use when we talk about middlewares like sagas, but not with thunks. You don't need them. Again, sets and maps are things that you may not need. We can use template strings, but in React we have JSX, and JSX does give us the ability to interpolate using its own templating string. So we will take the new version of JavaScript, convert it to an older version of JavaScript so that the browsers can understand. Because see, even now a vast majority of browsers do not support all the features of JavaScript. But we as developers can start working on it. And we will, in this workshop, we will be using a library called Babel.js, and the Babel.js will compile or transpile ECMAScript 6 to ECMAScript 5. So I can take you to babeljs.io. babeljs.io, and see, you can try it out. See here on the left side, we are writing ECMAScript 6. On the right side, I will be getting ECMAScript version 3.5. So let's go say let user equals Vijay. So as of now, I think this the right side is also giving us an ECMAScript 6 format. Maybe I will change this. I can change that here in the option. Targets, we can set this as ES3. Yeah, see here you got it. Okay, so when I say let user, it gave me a var user, correct? So we will be using this Babel. We don't have to come to this website. Actually, you can download this. See, there are different types of downloads, and there is one that will be used by React implicitly. I'll kind of demystify that. React is very smart in using these libraries. I'll be creating these examples. Okay, but this is like a problem statement, and then I'll show you what is the solution for that. Okay. So I'll call this as block scopes.html. Now the question is, what is a block scope? Okay, in JavaScript, what is a block scope? So I'll go create a variable. I call this as hero list or whatever. And this is a list of all the heroes. I'm creating an array of objects. So each object will have a title. We'll start with Batman. Power, I'll say 7, and city, Iron Man will have a power of, let us say, 6. He's from New York. And let us say Superman. He'll have a power of about 9, let's say. I maybe make it 10. Okay, and then he's from Metropolis. And I would be using this as my example. Okay, so now I will go ahead and create a condition to check if the power is anything above 7, he is included in the game, or 7 or above. Okay, but if it is less than 7, we will exclude him from the game. Okay, so how do we do that? So we'll go create a function, check power. So what will this do? It will iterate through this hero list and give us an answer whether this hero is capable of performing or playing in the game, or he should not be included in the game. Okay, so here we will use a for loop, or maybe we'll use a for loop where I'll say var I, which is initially set to 0, as long as I is less than hero list dot length, that is, I would say I plus plus. Okay, now inside this for loop, okay, we would want to do a condition check if the hero list square bracket I dot power is less than or maybe greater than 7. We will take the title and change the title. Okay, that maybe that hero is strong. So how do we do that? We'll go create a variable temp title equals hero list square bracket I dot title. We'll store that in this variable, and then we would want to change the title. So how do we do that? I'll say hero list square bracket I dot title equals temp title plus strong. Okay, so now this becomes a program that will check for all the power. So let us go do that. I'll say check power, and now I'll say console.log the h list. Okay, so now let us run this program and see how many heroes are strong, how many heroes will not have the greater than, okay, I will say greater than or equal to 7, or maybe greater than 6 would be better, right? Yeah, greater than 6. So this guy will filter out automatically. Save it. So how many of these heroes will have the E strong attached to them? Okay, so let's do that. So we go to the console log. I've got this array, and in the array you see Batman is strong, Iron Man is not, and Superman is strong. Why? Because based on the power, the titles got updated. Easy. So now guys, watch, because I told you that this is a problem, this is not a solution. There's no doubt, this is looking as though it is working. So I come here and say console.log the temp title. What do you think will be the answer if I run this? Okay, it should list all the hero names, correct? So if I now make all these heroes very weak, so now we will be able to access it, correct? Yes or no? Because this condition is not matched, so we'll not be able to get this log to work. Let us go check this. So we got this array here. That's because we got this one. At least if I check this, the title is all intact. Then none of these titles changed. So if I now reverse this, say for example, this guy got 7 power, Iron Man got 6 power, and Superman got 10 power. Okay, so I'll save this. If I run this example, see, we got this Batman and Superman, correct? So this is okay because I'm trying to log here and you'll get all the hero names. You are right, Raghavendra. So that's what you get. So, but if I push this outside now, what do you think you'll get? Will I get anything? What do you think I will get? Okay, check. See, we got Batman, and Superman. Okay, so maybe now I'll suppress this. If I run this, I got Batman twice and I got Superman as well, because this condition matched and I was able to get. So I can access temp title here. That's what it simply means to say, correct? So now if I push this outside here, do you think it'll still work for me? Because where is this temp title created? See, because this check power was called for Batman, Iron Man, and Superman, and this function did a loop here. That is why now it was iterating through all of them. And see, this temp title was actually created inside this block, which is again inside this block. See, this is the problem with this keyword var. Now, what is the problem here? Technically, you should understand that whenever you declare a keyword var, it has the ability to hoist it. Now, what is hoisting now? See, though we created this variable here, what the program basically does is like this. It'll create it, assign it undefined, and comes to this line and then defines it. Okay, and this is all. This is fine. See, even more damaging would be this. If I say I, what do you think? So if I run this example, you'll see I is also being leaked outside. Ideally, I was supposed to be inside this block, isn't it? How am I able to access I as well? So this is quite a damaging thing, isn't it? So usually in JavaScript, there is this feature called hoisting. So even here, the same thing happens, where I is set to be undefined above, and then it gets assigned here. So now you know why we are able to access it outside. So that is why the keyword let was introduced. Now you know, Deepti, why there was a need for a different way of approaching a variable, because by default these variables will be hoisted. So I'll undo this. Just keep in mind that whenever you are declaring a variable, if you declare it with the keyword var, then you are hoisting it. So wherever you have this var, if you simply replace this with the let keyword, let does not hoist. In fact, I would be wrong if I say that let also gets hoisted, but var will hoist to the parent object, but let will hoist itself to something called as temporal dead zone. Okay, you can look for temporal dead zone in the documentation if you want to read more about that. It's called temporal dead zone. Not temporary dead zone, it's temporal dead zone. So now we have converted it to let. Now let us check if we are able to access it. Inside this block, we should be able to access it. We got it because two of these conditions matched and we got it. If I now move it outside, you'll immediately get an error. And again, here, if I look for I, you get it because we are in the loop. We can access the I. We'll suppress this because this is creating an error. We should be able to access I. See, we got it. But if I move outside, then you will get the error. You got it, right? So whenever you're working in JavaScript, make sure you use the keyword let instead of var. Now you understand why you should be using it as well, right? It's justified. All you have to do is just replace this var with the keyword let. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go to the next step. The next example, we'll talk about the const. Step 8, const.html. This is a very simple topic, easy to understand because some part of it we have already understood. So what is const? This is a script block, and let us now create a var. Hero is Batman. Console.log hero. And what is the answer you should get? Batman. Pretty easy, right? Let's go check. You get this Batman. Okay. So if I now go ahead and reassign this value, let us say hero equals 555. This is allowed. I mean, if your program accidentally change this property, is allowed. Okay, but you want to protect it. You don't want this property to be modified. Then you'll say const. Now immediately you get an error. Assignment to a constant variable is not permitted. In line number 10, you have a problem. See, you cannot do that. It's showing you this Batman. But now there is a small twist to the story. I will wrap this into an object and say title equals Batman. And now I'll come here and ask what is hero dot title. What is the output? Batman. So you get Batman. Now you come here and I change this title equals Joker. So what would be the answer here? Joker. You may ask, okay, Vijay, but you said this is a constant. Yes. See, as of now, when you assign this constant to a collection, you cannot change the type of collection itself. That is, you can't say hero itself. This would throw a problem. But since you have assigned it to a collection, the collection properties can change. Is that easy to grasp? Yes. So what is constant actually? If you are assigning it to a value, the value is constant. But if the value happens to be a collection, then you can't change it from a collection to a number or a boolean or a string. Okay, so that's a flavor that you get when you're assigning it to a collection. Is that clear? So we are done with one topic out of this, the block scope. So we understand what is let and const. Now we'll understand what is destructuring. So let's go create another example here. Destructuring, and why do you really need it? I'll use a script block. Inside the script block, what we'll do is this. I'll use var is fine, let is fine. Now that we've learned about let, we'll use the let. Okay, let obj1 object1 equals this. So we'll probably have, or maybe we'll call this as hero1, and this will have a title property, Batman, and a power property, 7, city property. So we are done with this. Now what I want to do here is this. I want to take this hero1 and then I want to bind it to some value here. I'm not audible, right? I mean, I'm audible. Yeah. Yes. Can you confirm if I'm audible, guys? Yes. Cool. Let's go. So I want to render this property here. I want to render the title, power, and the city here. I'll say UL tag. UL will have some LIs, and I'll say title. Title, power, and city. Now I want this title, power, and city to be visible here, but let us say I want to convert it to an uppercase and then display it here. So what I'll do is this. Maybe I don't want to say this as 7. Maybe I want to display it as a percentage, or I want to convert it to multiply it to 3 and then show you, or 4 and then show you, whatever. So maybe there is a requirement for you to not just take the data and display, but to format the data and then display. What is span ID? Span is a tag, right? Span is an inline element that we can use, and then we have assigned an ID to it, like any other element. Correct. So span is an element that has an ID. We can select this ID and then assign a name to it. So here I will come and I would want to, let's say, convert it to an uppercase and then display it. Okay, so I'll go create one. Let uppercase hero equals hero1. Now I will say document dot add event listener. Listen to this event called the DOM content loaded. And when that happens, you call this function. I'm writing an anonymous function here, which will be invoked when the document is loaded. Okay, and I want to select this h1 tag. I want to convert this to an uppercase thing and then use. So I'll now say uppercase hero dot title will be, maybe you can also say dot title dot to uppercase. Maybe I'll change this. Okay, just like that. Okay, or this is fine, but maybe when I use the power property equals uppercase hero dot power multiplied by 2, let us say. So title is modified. I mean, if you want to just go with the program, I'll say dot title equals 2 uppercase. Okay, so now that we have modified, we want to add it here. So I'll come here and say document dot get element by ID. We have an ID now, right? What is the ID? ht dot inner text equals uppercase hero dot title. Similarly, HP for hero power would be the power property. And similarly for the hero city would be the city property. So if I go back and relaunch this program in Chrome, see, we get to see Batman is visible, power is visible, Gotham is visible, fair. All this is working. But let us now ask for this property console.log the hero1 property, or I will say hero1 dot power. What would be the value here, guys? I want to read the entire code. Correct. No, that is expected, but it is not going to be that. Let's check the console. If I refresh, I get 14. So what happened? See, when you make this assignment, here, you are not assigning a clone of this. You are not making a copy and then you are pasting it here. No, you are creating a pointer. You are creating a reference. Upper hero is nothing but hero1. That's what we are trying to do. So when you say upper hero dot title equals upper hero dot title to uppercase, you actually modified hero1.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if I now ask what is hero1 dot title, that would have changed. And of course, the city we did not modify, so that would be intact. Let's go back and relaunch. See, it's modified. So this is a problem, correct? Now you would want to create a clone whenever you have a requirement like this. How do we work with this? How do we deal with this? So there has been various practices that has being used by developers over a period of time. I'll show you some techniques. Watch. See, instead of doing something like this, this has a problem. Now what is the solution then? Now, instead of doing something like this, we will destructure this object. So what is destructuring? You take these individual values, like for example, hero 1's title is assigned to something, hero 1's power is assigned to something, hero 1's city is assigned to something. That way you are assigning the value, correct? So you're not creating a reference. So what we'll do here is this. We'll go create a let ht equals hero1 dot title. So what is ht now? ht is Batman, correct? So you've destructured it. And now whatever you want to do with ht is ht's value, not the hero one's title's property, correct? So now let us go ahead and create three values. This is ht, hc, and hp. This is the hero one dot power, and hc is city. We got three variables now declared. And now what we'll do is this. Instead of doing this, you'll say ht, hp, and hc. And that sure enough will work. But now the question of modifying it, if you really want to, you can maybe right here you can modify it dot to uppercase. You can do that. You can say multiply it with 2. You can do that, and that would work as well. See, but you say no, Vijay, but here in this example you actually modified and you overwritten it, correct? I mean, you did that here, correct? So why can't we do something like that? That would be like exact replica of what we did earlier. So we can do that here. I will now say ht equals ht dot to uppercase, like so. So that way we directly can use ht here. And similarly, hp equals hp multiplied by 2. You don't have to make any modifications here. You can use it and that's working. But if you come back and ask this question, can you log these? See, after I have made an assignment, we'll do that inside this function itself. You'll still find that these values are still the same. They are not modified. See, what we did here is called destructuring. Okay, I mean, this was created so that we understand its purpose. So now coming back to this, instead of doing this in 3 different lines where we had to say let many times. I mean, imagine an object that has, let's say, 20-30 properties, and that would make it really painful, isn't it? So we have one more developer practice that we have been using since olden times. So maybe I'll show you that, because you will find some patterns of these. Even if you do that, you will not be able to reassign. That is all, isn't it? Ankush, if you make it as a let, you will not be able to reassign it. So that way, this will not work and this will not work, correct? So here, instead of doing something like this, which you saw, which you actually saw. So what we can do here is this. We can use comma to separate and declare multiple properties in one. See, the purpose itself is different, isn't it? It's not that they won't work together. They do work together, but they have their own purposes, right? See, let will not allow the value to be modified, but here we are trying to assign this to a different value, which when modified is actually modifying the object. So even if this has been const, this still will have the same problem as if it was a constant that is being assigned a value. Okay, you can try that out in this example. Okay, so now you see that now I had to just use one let here, and since I'm using comma, I should be able to get this also to work. Correct? If I save and run this example, this also works like the way it did before. And this object is intact, not being modified. So what is destructuring all about now is this. So you take, this is quite interesting if you are totally new, watch. So you are destructuring an object. So what you do is use the object notation and you assign this with the hero1. Now you will have to create a property for each one of them here, right? So hero1 has a property called title, correct? Title. This title will be assigned to a value called ht. Is that clear? Now similar to that, I'll take the power property, assign it to the HP. I take the city property, I'll assign it to the HC. So we are actually creating all these lets in one go. Is that clear? The syntax may look little confusing though. Okay, it took me some time to get my mind around this as well. So we take this hero1 and take the title property of that and assign it to the right side value. You take the power property from the hero1 and assign it to the HP property. It is as similar to this, but we're destructuring it here. So if I go back and relaunch, this would still work. Easy. Now let's take this one step up. And there is one more caveat that I want to show you. So let us say instead of using this HP, HC, and HC, we are looking for this property called title, power, and city. These properties don't exist now, correct? So if you want to destructure here, we had to do something like this. I will take the title property, assign it to the title variable. I'll take the power property, assign it to the power variable. I take the city property, assign it to the city variable. And this program would work. Okay, because it is looking for a title property. There it is. It's looking for a power property. There it is. It's looking for a city property. There it is. So if I go back and relaunch, this program also works. But now there is one shortcut. If the name of the variable or the property here and the variable that you're trying to create are the same, if they are the same, okay, so title equals title, in that case you don't have to make an assignment. You simply can destructure it like this. So this is also a way to do it. I mean, when you are taking the property and assign an alias to this, you're creating a different name to this. But if you want to use the same name as the name in the object, you can directly destructure it like this. So if I go back and refresh, this also works. So this technique of taking an object and its properties, assigning it to different properties or different variables is called a destructuring. So you destructure that. So this is going to be step 11, and so what I'll use is a script block, and let us go create one simple example. I'll go create a function adder. I'll call this as adder, and let us say this adder is expecting two parameters, num1 and num2. So this adder will take two parameters and give you the sum of both of them, correct? So I'll go say console.log, call the adder, and pass these two numbers. Let us say, what am I expecting? 19, correct? Let us go back and run this in the browser. Where is it? You get to see 19 is working, and I accidentally created this outside the day 3 folder. So now it should be in the day 3 folder. See, now let us say this program, when it is being called dynamically, somehow it forgot to pass one of the arguments. So what do you think is output? Nan. Nan is like not a number. Save and run this example. So what is Node.js? It's a server-side JavaScript. It's not a client-side JavaScript. It does not require a browser to work with. It already has a virtual machine that is developed by the joint and the team of uh, people who are working to develop Node.js. You and me can also join in contributing Node.js. It is quite open source. It's available on GitHub. You can. Node is considered to be faster as compared to other technologies. Now, Node is in direct competition with other server-side technologies like .NET and Java and PHP and things like that. So, what makes Node an ideal choice? Why should people work with Node.js, or why should they really consider working with Node.js? There are a few things that comes on top of my head, so I've made them, points, bullets on my slide. One, the learning curve is quite short. So if you have to create a program, let us say, you want to create a web application and you are using Java, then you have the overhead to learn Java so that, you can maintain your project on the server side. And on the client side, you still will have to work with JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. But see, can you not leverage on the existing knowledge of JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, and then work on something which is on the server side? That is what we can do with Node.js. Node.js is easy and it scales as per your knowledge with JavaScript. So if you become well versed with JavaScript, you can probably work even on the internals of Node.js. Okay, and Node.js is built for scalable network applications. So I personally worked and consulted several companies both in India and abroad, and I got an opportunity to work with some of these companies which use Node.js on a daily basis to create their platforms, including some banking companies which use Node.js. So security is not a threat. I mean, like any other server-side program that has the security concerns, Node.js also has. But there are some advantages that Node gives. One, there is abundant developer resources that can be easily available for Node.js. Anybody who's worked with JavaScript can easily start working in Node.js. Not with all the glory of Node.js, but yes, they can start. And it is fast because it has a very thin layer to communicate to a machine code. So Node.js can be written in C and C++, which immediately translates to a machine code, binary files, which can then make your computer work the way you want. And in order to achieve that, in order to make this possible, there are several libraries that are integrated. Node.js is made out of libuv, V8 engine, and JavaScript and C++ code. The libuv, because this guy Randall, who created Node.js, was a developer who has Unix in his background. So when he built this application, he wanted to somehow port it to Windows. So most of the libraries that he used earlier were not fully compliant with Windows. So he had to look for some adaptive libraries that can adapt or migrate his code from Unix to Windows. So use this library called libuv. I'll show you. The libuv is also open source. You can intervene inside. You can actually check what libuv is doing when you say alert, when you're not alert, sorry, when you say console.log, because there is no alert. You don't have the browser API there. So when you want to make an event call, libuv basically does few steps. So you can actually intervene in between. And V8 engine is used to interpret the JavaScript that you write so that it can directly communicate and connect to a module that is written in C and C++. No, not necessary. You don't have to always use C, C++ to write a node module. We'll be using JavaScript predominantly in this workshop. So there is a lot of modules that are already built into Node.js, which uses JavaScript and C, C++. So there are a huge stack of these libraries which get churned out to a machine understandable code because you have V8 engine behind the scene, and libUI is to adapt all the Unix code to Windows. So um, the code that is more important to you is this V8 engine. So what it does is it takes the commands that we write. Throughout this workshop, we'll be using JavaScript to write. It it takes the code, it interprets it, and then communicates to a machine language. Could be A32, X, 32-bit and 64-bit, ARM, MIPS, etc. Whatever your um, machine can really understand. So your code gets converted to a machine understandable code. This is the flow chart. So we as developers use ECMAScript 5, 6, or some latest code. Basically JavaScript is what we use. What is ECMAScript? Nothing but JavaScript. New name for JavaScript is ECMAScript. Now, why there is a new name? Because Oracle acquired Sun Microsystems, so that put an end to the usage of the word Java. Earlier, it was borrowed from Sun Microsystems itself. Sun Microsystems had accepted the Mozilla community to use this name, but now that liberty is gone because Oracle has acquired Sun Microsystems. So that is why there's a new name, ES. ES stands for ECMAScript. ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturing Association. Basically, that's a standardization company which provides standards so that browsers can implement them. Okay, so now coming back to the schedule, we have JavaScript on the top. The JavaScript that you write will then be interpreted by the V8 engine, and V8 engine will look for the commands that are associated or written in C++, and they will have additional hooks that are written by the assembly languages, which are compatible with Node.js, and your code then executes. So this makes the journey between what you write and the computer, that is the server that is interpreting your code, lot faster as compared to other technologies, be it Java, be it .NET, be it PHP. So that is how Node.js works, and one reason Node.js is little faster. And Node.js is also fast because it uses a single-threaded approach. So there is just one thread, for your application, and you may also want to do some um, multi-threaded activities. So in order to accomplish them, Node.js uses a callback function architecture. So basically, for any job that would take more time to work, will be assigned a pseudo thread, and there will be a callback that is attached, which will be responsible to call or inform you when the job is done. But you don't have to wait until the response comes back. You can go to the next step and then continue to the next job that you may have in hand. So just because you have learned Node.js, just to follow up on the slides, um, just because you have learned Node.js, don't think that every problem can be solved with Node.js. So as the saying goes, if you have hammer in your hand, every problem will look like a nail. No, not necessary. Node.js is one way to solve. Java is also there to exist. .NET is also there to exist. PHP will also exist. And they may not be replaced with Node.js immediately for various reasons. Each technology has their strengths and weaknesses, and so does Node. But where can I use Node.js? What are the ideal applications that can be built with Node.js is something that I will give you as an overview. And again, these lists I have made based on some experience that I had using Node.js in the past, and the documentation that I've referred when I was working with Node.js. So any application that relies on interaction with the server and the client, like stock applications which manage ticket booking, applications that want the system to be updated about the resources that are available on the server. All of those applications can benefit greatly with Node.js. And whenever you have file upload and download applications, like you're sending chat messages, emails,
short messaging, all of them will greatly benefit with the usage of Node.js. Especially I worked with ad companies, that not ad agencies, but companies which serve advertisements online. They use Node.js so that they get the demographics and details of the client, of the user, and they should be fast enough to serve a relevant advertisement quickly. And that can be easily achieved with Node.js because Node.js is really fast. And hence, Node.js is also used by multiplayer games. There are lots of games that are built on Node.js now. I'll show you a repository of files that you can look for, which uses Node.js behind the scene, applications that are built on Node.js. And we'll also get an opportunity to work with sockets when we work with Node.js. So which can be used by chat applications, video streamings, and things like that. And Node.js should not be mistaken for a web framework. Although you can create web applications using Node.js, Node.js is not just there to create web applications. Node.js can be used to create dozens of other applications, some of them that I've just mentioned. Node.js does not have multi-threading. Of course, you can create clusters and then you can fake those multi-threading features. And Node.js is not for everybody and not for every project. I think I did mention about that. So there are no window objects to deal with. There is no document object to deal with. There is no navigator. There is no location object to deal with. So you actually don't know what browser is using this application. But on the server side, you have all the resources that might be useful. So it goes to the first line, then the second line, then the third line, then the fourth line, and so on and so forth. If the line number 3 has a lot of work to do, it will wait there. That's a blocking code. In other words, that's a synchronous way of working. On the other hand, you also have asynchronous way of working, where you are dealing with non-blocking code. So you make a request and you set up a callback. So you make a function responsible to let you know that this job is done. And then you continue working with other works that you have, other job that you may have. So that way, you don't have to wait until the response comes back. You can continue to the next line and then get this to work. Again, when the data comes back, that callback function will be invoked, it will be executed, and you can then use the response that comes back from that request that you have made. So that is non-blocking. In other words, asynchronous. So you have synchronous and asynchronous. So you should just be familiar with these words. Moving forward, I'll show you examples for both of them and we'll use them. The rest, everything would be a hands-on workshop with an example. So I'll be narrating all of these. So now that you know the limitations of the JavaScript that you write on the client side, let us now see how Node.js would deal with things. So you definitely need some JavaScript somewhere on the client side if you want to interact with, but that comes later. First, we'll understand some server-side features. So I have my terminal open. You go to the view and choose terminal. There is a shortcut. If you're on Windows, Control and the backtick. The backtick is right below the escape key on your keyboard. If you're on Mac, I guess Command and backtick. You choose your flavor. But if you want to go back, go to the view menu and choose terminal. You'll have a terminal here open. So now I'll navigate to this day 1. So I'm in the day 1 folder. And now I want to, make sure the node is running. So I'll type node-v. So I have version 14.17.5, which I believe is the latest version on the server. Hold on, let's go check. Yeah, 14.17.5 is what I have on my machine as well, 14.17.5. Okay. So guys, those who are done, good. Those who are doing, catch up. So I'll go ahead and make some small challenge with this. Let us say we'll make this as first name. Make this a last name here. I'll put my first name and last name. So user should stick to your first name, last name, or you want to use any other names, fine. Just make sure that now you have similar kind of a problem to work with. This is my last name. Now you can combine them and then try and log. So I can have a function, full name is a function, and this would take the first name and the last name and then give away a full name. Okay, so it basically can return the first name. Sorry, I'll probably say this would be fn and ln, and it'll take this first name, concatenate this with a space, ln, concatenate that with a space, and now we'll have to call this function somehow, isn't it? So we'll go call this function console.log. Full name will take two parameters, first name and last name, send. So now that you are done with this, let us go run node step2.js file. It should print your full name. Nothing magical here, but let us say you would want this file and this information to be used somewhere else. Okay, then what? Then I want this information, the first name and last name and full name should be available in another file. I want this feature because then I have the user's first name and last name, and I might want to use it in another context. So how do I do it? So let us say I'll go create a step3.js file, and I want this information in the step3 to be available. So now we have come to a point where we have this property. I want to now convert it to a module. Now, what is a module? The ability to export and import JavaScript files so that these files can be reusable is referred as modules in JavaScript. So we want to convert this to a module and then make it available for outside files. So I'll go ahead and use one of these keywords that allows you to convert things to a module using something called as common JS design pattern. Okay, now I would want this file to export. Let us say I want this file to export one of the properties. I want first name to be exported. Now, how do I export it? So I'll go say module dot exports. Notice the word exports is to export. And this module dot exports is an object. I mean, if you want to just log this, you'll know what is this console.log module dot exports. You'll know what it is. Let us run this. So you see, module dot exports is an object. It's an empty object. It has nothing on it. Now, on this module dot exports, we can actually go create some arbitrary properties and export it to the outside world. If someone asks you what is module dot exports, tell them that it's an empty module and empty object. You can assign anything you really want on that. So I'll go say module dot exports. You can arbitrarily go create a property. Let's say I call this as 1. And then I want to export something. So you can either use a property that is already existing, like for example, first name is already available. I want to, assign that to this property 1 and then send it outside. Or if you are in a hurry, you want to, send something as a string, let us say prop1, and then you want to send it to the outside world is okay. So now this module is exporting. Question is, who can import it? Who can use it? Anybody who has the ability to access this file can import it. And in order to import, you use the keyword require to import it. And it's a convention that now you import it with the name of the module that it is being exported as. So in this example, 1 is the name of the module or property of the module that we are trying to export. And now I want to import it. So I'll go create a variable 1. Again, this is customary, that is all. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule that you will have to stick to, not necessary. I will import it using the keyword require. What do you require? From the current working directory, I want to import step2 file. The .js is optional. Common JS design pattern does not require you to pass the extension. Okay, so I now have whatever is exported from the step2 file is imported to this variable 1. Now if I say console.log 1.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext markup language. B. Home tool markup language. C. Hyperterminal machine language. D. Hyperlinks and text markup language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
You should be able to read the property that was exported and assigned onto this. So I'll now ask Node to read this for me. Node, step 3. So I got an object that has a property called 1 and it has a value prop1. So ideally, this 1 is nothing but this object that is being exported. So which one? This one exports. Okay, and you'll be able to use it. 1 is nothing but the object. So if you want to access the property 1 on that, you'll say 1.1. I know the code hints does support you because Visual Studio Code is able to read through this object and tell you what's happening. So I get the value now, prop1. Okay, so what if I wanted to export multiple properties? How do I do that? Do I do this? Export 1, export 2. This will be prop2, let's say, just for the sake of this. Okay, so you have 2 exports there. Now, what am I importing here? Both of them. In fact, what happens behind the scene is this. If I just want to log this, implicitly, Node realized that, okay, this guy is exporting 2 properties. So why can't I just club them on one object and then send it? So if I run this example, now you'll see that there is an object that has 2 properties, 1 and 2, both. Okay. So if you want to access each one of them separately, then you can say 1.1 and 1.2, something like that. Okay, run this example and you should be able to get both of them rendered. And taking it further, what if I wanted to export more than that? Okay, what if I want to export 3, 4, 5 properties? Can I keep uploading all of them or adding or attaching it to these exports all the time? That's one way to look at it, and you would be right if you do that. But there are smart ways to do it. Let me comment this out. If you're on Windows, shortcut to create a comment, a multi-line comment, that is Alt, Control, and the alphabet A. Okay, so now let us export multiple properties. You'll now say module dot exports. E is an object. Now what are we trying to do here is we are trying to override this module dot exports, which anyhow is an object, with this object. This object can have properties that you may want to export. Maybe you may want to say refer the same name, or you can create an alias for it. So for example, I'll use F name, which is a short form for first name. Last name, L name, will be a short form for last name, like so. So this module.exports object is now replaced with this object, which will have the property first name and last name. Easy. So now let us run this. Here, this one will now be that object. That one will now have a property called first name and last name. Run this example and you should get an output. Complete this and then we'll go to the next step, guys. So you understand that there are a couple of ways to do it. Most of the examples that we'll be working would look like this. You can also export a function that can be invoked at a later point in time once you're done. Now guys, let's go to the step 2, and I want to export this function, full name itself. How do I do that? I'll say full name equals full name, like so. There's one caveat that I wanted to show you. Maybe I'll do that next. Okay, so we have full name here, and then I want to use this full name. Now what is full name here? Full name is a function. So what happens when it is being called? You'll get my name, but you may not be interested in just getting the same name all the time, right? So how can I customize it? So I'll just say 1 and I call this full name here. Now what is full name? Is a function. So you basically call it like so. Now it is expected to get some parameters whenever you call. So in this example, I think I'm just asking the first name and last name already. So I think it's a good idea. So we'll go assign some. Let's say Bruce and Wayne. Now if I run this example, see the full name is a method that you have exported. Then you should be able to get Bruce Wayne. Done. The one caveat that I wanted to show you is this. So when you are exporting this module, see, we definitely had the first name was exported as a alias fn, last name was exported as an alias L name, and things like that. And this should work. So you're exporting this and you are able to import it. There's one caveat here. Let's say, I would want to show you these one dot, let us say first name. It basically gives you the first name. And one dot last name will give the last name. And one dot full name can pass a parameter and then it would give you the output. It's working, right? But here when you're exporting, if the name of the alias and the property is same, you can use this idea of destructuring in JavaScript. Save it, and now you can take this example and still get this to work. Still works. Now for this to work, you need to have the same name for the property that you are exporting. Yes, this idea is called destructuring. So you take these properties, destructure them, and then you assign them here. So now we have seen how to communicate from one file to another file, pass parameters, and things like that. So now we'll understand how to deal with modules that are already built into Node. So if you go to nodejs.org and click on docs, so the version that I'm using on my machine is 14.17.5. So click on it and you'll find that there are lots of modules here. And some we have been using it even without talking about it. We will not get an opportunity to work with each one of these modules. So now we have events. I will also be working with the file system. I'll also be working with a few more modules here. So let us see how to work with it. Okay, how to work with some of these modules. Let us say this is a module that I always pick because this is the most easiest one to work with. The OS module. OS stands for the operating system. It gives you information about your operating system. So we can find out what is the architecture. I'm using a 64-bit machine. I know about it, but programmatically can you derive? Okay, because let's assume that you are running this program on some server and you want to know what sort of server is it. So you can ask the architecture of that. You may also find out how many CPUs you have. Okay, I'm using a multi-core machine, so it probably has about 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe, I don't know, maybe 12 cores. But if you want to find out how many cores do you have, you can say CPUs. Basically, this gives you an array of CPUs. You can also ask what is the length of it if you want to, and that will tell you how many CPUs you have, how many, yeah. And then you also have free memory. You can find out what is your home directory, what is the host name. We don't usually rely on the host name here. I'll show you why. We'll use the process object to do that. But there are options for you to do this as well. So I'll show you how you can use it. And what is the total memory available on this machine? Let us say I want to keep uploading some files. I want to make sure that this much of space is available on the server. So that's where the total memory may come into play. So let us go ahead and use some of these modules. So I'll go create a new file. I'll call this as step 4 osmodule.js. You make sure that this is in the day 1 folder, but because by default it keeps creating files outside the day 1 folder. In fact, what I do is I will just open folder and switch to day 1. Where is node August day 1 folder? That way I will not have that situation moving forward. So I'm in the day 1 folder. So how do I load the external module here? When you dig into the documentation, guys, you will actually find one working example for everything here. So in order to start working with this operating system module, you have a way to do it. You'll have to import it. You'll have to require it. Now in ECMAScript 6, there is another way to import it. So you have a constant created with this name OS and it is required, and we import it and then assign. Any built-in modules that you see here on the left does not have to be explicitly told to be imported by Node. Node knows where to look for it. So what is the default location? On your C drive, on your user machine, user folder. Where is my user folder? Here, there, and then you have app data folder, I guess. I'm not sure again, yeah, inside the app data folder, you have this roaming, and then you should find, not roaming, it should be one of them, local or local roaming. I'm not quite sure about that. So you have this npm folder where you have all the, not this one, I'm sure now, roaming, I guess. Here we'll have this npm folder. Where is it? Yeah, there. And you'll find all the node modules that we would be I have installed all of these on my machine. I've installed Angular, Create React App. These are third-party plugins that I've installed. But all the default modules, I guess, will be on your C program files here in the node module, node.js folder. There would be a list, I think, lib, not lib, npm. There would be node modules. Yeah, this one. Okay, so you'll find all the built-in modules listed here. Okay, it's tons of them, right? The one that so whenever you're looking for any built-in modules, it basically looks for that module here. It knows where to look for. When I create an example of creating custom modules, I'll show you exactly what the sequence it uses to look for these modules. For now, we're just getting started, so let us get acquainted with this. So I'll go create a variable let os equals require os. This should allow you to load this module os into this variable os. I told you it's a convention that you use the name of the module as a variable. That way, after about 10,000 lines, you don't have to question yourself as to what this module is about. What is this variable referring to? Okay, so I'll now say console log os dot. Let us say I want to find out what is architecture. Arc is a method, so you basically call it. So now if I want to run this project, you'll now say node space step 4 module. Now it says that now I'm using a 64-bit machine. It was not a surprise to me, but I'm talking about a scenario where you don't know where this file will be launched, and there you want to get the details of the server. So apart from this, we can also look for the number of CPUs and the dot length property of that. If you want to get each one of those details, you can. I want to find out what is the total memory that I have on my machine and what is the free memory that I have now. You can explore other properties. Just don't be shying away. If you try this out, try all these methods, and if you get an error, you can dig into the documentation and learn more about it. Okay, you can also find out what is the version that you're using. So basically it will return a string, the version of the OS module. It's not the OS module. Okay, then you can also find out what is the user info, and you can pass in some options. Say for example, I may want to find out what is the name of the user, and so on and so forth. All those information will be available using the OS module. So look for it, and in the example you'll get what is the host name, what is the home dir, so on and so forth. Home dir also returns a string.
So now we go on to understand what is Express.js. So Express.js is a web application development framework based on Node.js. So Node.js is the language. It's essentially a language runtime that allows you to write JavaScript for the server side. Express.js, on the other hand, takes some of the common tasks that you have to perform. So some of the common tasks that are related to building a web application or a web API are parsing the request, getting the cookie information, getting the data formatted correctly. All of this is something that we have to do every time. Express.js is a built-in solution for that. So you can use that and you don't have to worry about all the plumbing of the entire web API. You can just follow on solving the problems that you have to solve in order to build the web API, building the business application, so on and so forth. So why should you use Express.js? Well, let's take a look at some of the advantages that Express.js provides. It's fast. Express.js is a really lightweight framework. It's a micro framework, so it does not expect you to be able to define everything. You can do it, and will do this quite easily. So you don't have to worry about it. Express.js is really easy to use. So it's really fast because it's really small and it doesn't contain a lot of things for the web server to go through. So it's a really small framework and it's really easy to understand as well. It's very minimal. So minimalism is essentially, in the case of Express.js, means that it provides the fundamental web application features. So everything that has to do with parsing the request, to formatting the data, to extracting the data from a request is done by Express.js. And since it's minimal, it only takes care of few subsets of the problem. Rest, either you can plug into the Express.js using its plugin architecture, or you can write your own code, or you can use other libraries to do the other things as well, such as database access, routing, caching, and so on and so forth. It's unopinionated. So for those of you who don't know, unopinionated means that it does not have any preconceived notions about how your application should be structured. You can, if you wish, to build a REST API in Express.js using a single Node.js file. So everything that you have to write, every code that you have to write, you can write it in the single file and it'll work just fine. But in case you want to break them into smaller pieces so that they are easy to manage, you can do that as well. Express.js doesn't care, and this is different from other frameworks such as Ruby on Rails and many other JS frameworks as well, such as Kraken.js, where they have a predefined set of rules. They have their own directory structure that you have to follow. You can configure them, but basically they come with a predefined structure. And here in Express.js, you don't have any predefined structure. You can build it yourself. They're very simple. So since Express.js is a micro framework, it doesn't take care of a lot of things. So it's very easy to get started with, and it's very easy to use. So in case you wish to use Express.js, you can get started with it very quickly. Just make sure that you understand the basics of internet, how internet requests work, what is the typical format of an HTTP request. If you understand the basics, you can very easily pick up Express.js. It's very easy and very simple to use, and it's unobtrusive. So unobtrusive basically means that it provides unobtrusive basically means that it does not disallow people or developers to make choices about the kind of things that they wish to use. So for instance, you can use any library that you want to use. You can use any database. You can use an in-memory database if you wish to. Express.js does not disallow people from using the kind of things that they want to use. Although some things could be very difficult to although some things could be very difficult to integrate with Express.js and some things could be very easy to integrate with Express.js, depending on what you're trying to do, it can work that way. So now let's take a look at MongoDB. So we use MongoDB to store data. It's a NoSQL database. But the reason we're discussing it here is because in our demo, we'll be using MongoDB, and MongoDB is the most popular database system that is used with Node.js and Express.js. So you should be familiar with MongoDB. Even if you don't use it, you should at least know the basic concepts. So let's take a look at that. So MongoDB is a document-oriented NoSQL database management system. So NoSQL databases are basically databases that allow you to store data. Typically, when you used to store data in SQL databases, you used to store them in tables, in columns and rows. Basically, you used to store them like an Excel sheet. Not you wouldn't be storing them in an Excel sheet, but the format would be similar. You would have a table, it would have rows, it would have columns, and in those tables you can configure constraints, primary keys, secondary keys, so on and so forth. In NoSQL databases, you can store data in different formats. So MongoDB is a document-oriented database. That means that you can use the JavaScript object notation or the JSON format and store unstructured data. There are no constraints as such. You can put the constraints yourself, but by default, you can just put in data of any shape in your MongoDB collections and you can retrieve it. It's written in C++, so it's really fast, and so it's much better than an in-memory database because it stores these things in the database's disks, so that even if the database is rebooted or it crashes, the data will still remain intact. So why would you want to use MongoDB? Although there are many other NoSQL databases such as Neo4j, which allows you to model your data in a graph, to Cassandra and CouchDB, there are many others as well. Why would you want to use MongoDB? Again, MongoDB is really fast. It's written in C++, so it provides really high consistency and speed for reads and writes of collections and documents. Collections and documents, let me just briefly explain. When you're building a data model in Node.js, you have collections and documents. Think of a document as a table. So it's basically a group of collections, and a collection is a single row in the database. So if you have if you want to store data of some users, all the data stored inside the user's document, and each single row in the data or each single data about a user is a collection. It's flexible. So as you can see, it is as you can quite easily understand that MongoDB is schemaless. Now, schemaless essentially means that it provides the flexibility of inserting a record in any shape. Like I've already told you, there are no constraints by default. So if you wish to insert some data inside your MongoDB of one shape, as in it has two data points, such as if you're trying to store a user, you can store their first name and last name, and in the next row you can store data that neither has first name nor has last name, just the date of birth. It would be really inconsistent for your database to keep track of things like this, but you can do it. So this is why NoSQL databases are preferred in larger organizations, because they allow developers to create applications on the go, and they don't really need to define a schema. They don't need to be mindful about certain things, but schema is not really the thing that they'll be really something that's in the back of their mind. And also it allows them to make it really easy for them to understand what the data is about. So that's why they use schemaless databases. No joins. So if you have ever used NoSQL databases, one of the most important aspects of of an SQL database is join. So if you have data stored in multiple tables, which is what good database design is about, you have to break every table into smaller pieces and then connect them using primary keys and secondary keys. And when you have to gather data from multiple tables, you use joins. Now, joins are really expensive. They take a lot of time. Many people get over this barrier by using caches. So they essentially just store the joined data inside an in-memory database. And when they want to get the data, they take a look at the cache first. If it's not available, then they perform the join, which is quite slow. Then put the data in the cache and then return it back. In MongoDB and other NoSQL databases also, you don't need to perform joins. Since the data has no schema, you can just embed one data point inside another data point, and that way you can just get all the data. There are certain constraints in certain databases, and you have to be mindful of this. But in general practice, you don't really need to worry about joins. So you can use databases without joins easily. Easy to use. MongoDB, if you have used JavaScript, then it's really easy to use. For those of you who have not used JavaScript till now, you can take a look at the MongoDB shell and interact with it. It's very simple, and it's very effective also. It's very much like you're trying to write JavaScript code. It's very object oriented in nature, and it's very easy to wrap your head around. As a developer, it's really easy to understand, and it's really easy to use as well. And scalability. So MongoDB allows you to deploy your clusters to cloud. MongoDB has their own cluster services, database services in the cloud. They allow you to create your databases and use your databases in AWS, GCP, and Azure. AWS is Amazon Web Services, GCP is Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. So you can use that there as well. Also, MongoDB has several other features and several other tools that allow you to ingest massive amounts of data, and it is a really large ecosystem. So it's not just databases, it has other systems as well, such as data lakes and so on and so forth. You can use that as well. The reason why it's distributed in cloud, because it comes with a native support for distributed data, sharding, clustering, so on and so forth. These are concepts that you need to understand when you're trying to model data of a large scale. If you're trying to think of a database of a large scale, think of database of Google, which has so many users, or think of a database of Facebook. Right now, Facebook has around 2.4 billion users. Just storing their username and password in a single machine is not possible. So to do that, what they do is they create multiple machines and store data of particular users on one machine and some other collection of users on other machines, and how they group these machines and how they spread data across these machines is a little different to understand. But the main point to understand here is that MongoDB comes in with the built-in support for these features, so that you can, when you reach a really high limit of users, distribute the data, scale it, and use it the way you wish to use. So now we'll take a look at Mongoose. What is Mongoose and why do we need it? So on its own, Express.js and MongoDB are two separate things. Express.js is a web application framework and MongoDB is a database. It needs a library that can be used to connect Express.js applications to MongoDB servers and fetch data and records and so on and so forth. And so Mongoose is an object data mapper, or ODM as it stands for. If you've used other frameworks such as Spring or any other framework like Ruby on Rails, Laravel, so on and so forth, you'll end up using something called an ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. Here, since we're using objects and data, we're using ODM, or Object Data Mapper. Essentially, how you would do a typical REST API in a typical web server is that you get the data from the database. You then map that data into an object of your defined language. Let's say you are using Java, then you have to create an object, and then you get the data from the database that you have gotten, and you put data one by one inside an object, and then you return the object.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Object data mappers allow you to not worry about these kinds of things. What they do is they allow you to define the shape of the data, and what they will do is they'll get the data from the database and put them inside a document or put them inside an object and return you back the object the way you want it. Obviously, you can change the way it interacts with the objects as well, and it allows you to use those objects to interact with the database directly. So instead of issuing SQL queries in the case of SQL, and in the case of MongoDB, instead of issuing database commands, all you have to do is deal with the objects. It's very easy for object-oriented programmer to deal with objects, so that's why things like object data mappers or object relational mappers have come into play. So why should you use Mongoose? This should be noted that Mongoose is not the only library that allows you to interact with databases. There are other libraries available as well. To name a few, there is MongoDB. The name of the library is MongoDB. It's created by the creators of MongoDB for Node.js and Express.js. The only problem with MongoDB is that it's not an object data mapper. So like I've said, you need to get the data and then map it to the object and then return it back. And to use get data, you have to get the collections, define the collections, you have to work with all the internal plumbing of dealing with the database.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A, BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
While in Mongoose or other object data mappers or relational mappers, you can just leave the internal mappings to the library itself and focus on the code and the relationship between the datasets. So Mongoose provides several benefits for using it. One of the major benefits is speed. So with all the additional benefits, Mongoose still provides very good data access speed. So in case you are someone who is looking for a solution that doesn't compromise on speed, but also gives you a lot of good use cases for using object data mappers, then you can use Mongoose. So it provides schemas as well. Schemas can be used to enforce strict validation. So in case you get data from the internet, which is very untrustworthy, and then you put it into your database, MongoDB will take care of the validation. So you can define if you want certain fields to be required, what is the data type of those fields, what is the default value if the user doesn't provide a value, so on and so forth. You can also take a look at validation. So you can validate the schema defining the rules that you want to. So for instance, if you want to validate an email using a custom regular expression that is used to match a particular text. You want to see if there's an at the rate available and some text before it, some text after it, then a period or a dot, and then a subdomain like com, in, so on and so forth. Then you can take a look at validations in Mongoose. They allow you to do that. If you were not using Mongoose, then you would have to do all of this yourself. Utilities. So Mongoose has several built-in methods that allow you to run custom code successful after every query execution. So to give you an example, if you want to append some information about the row that has been fetched, so for instance, how many records were fetched in a particular query, so on and so forth, you can assign some methods to Mongoose and they'll be run right after you fetch the queries. It's very easy to use that way. And it's reduced effort. So Mongoose greatly reduces the time it takes for developers to build the application, since it's taking care of a lot of the internal plumbing and a lot of the internal things that you would have to take care of if you're doing things yourself. Mongoose will do it for you, so you don't have to worry about a lot of the things that otherwise you would have to worry about. Can we build sequence against any transactions in it? So that's the thing about MongoDB and any other things, that transactions are not really a thing in Node.js in particular. Mainly because Node.js is just a single threaded environment. It uses something called an event loop, which is something that is a really advanced topic in JavaScript, and you would have to your own or using some of the resources that we provide. But typical SQL transactions are not a part of MongoDB. So that is really something you have to figure out on how to use it. Usually data stays consistent because MongoDB takes care of all the internal threading work and all of that. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Mongoose is the replacement for MongoDB connection string. No, not the connection string. So MongoDB has its own library that it has published. The developers of MongoDB have created a library named MongoDB that you can use in your Node.js or Express.js application. So that's not really a replacement, but it's an enhancement to the MongoDB library. It takes care of a lot of the internal plumbing as well, right?
Creating a full stack application like Netflix, we will be going through the system design architecture of Netflix, and also helping you know how you can create APIs, which probably Netflix is also using these days for their website, right? So I'm going to explain you the system design architecture of Netflix, right? And this is how basically applications are also designed when it is basically on the sketchbook. So for example, let's say you want to open an application like Netflix, or you want to open your own website. The first thing that you do is you write down the features that you want to have on your application, right? And then that application is then designed for resiliency. It is designed for failovers. And then once the plan is laid out, the architecture is deployed, and then and the parallel your development team also starts to work. So guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres. And all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay, now having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example, when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtown time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, if they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems? is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address or basically take into account the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service, and we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages, low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So, guys, low latency is nothing but, when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So, how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say when we, as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well, but most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay. Now, when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was, causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to, basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now, obviously, the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is, as far as, this particular circle over here. Okay. So how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that, let's say, if you're in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you'll be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing, the service, and based on that, you're connected to the respective server. Now, this sounds good, but it is a very expensive, operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup, which is again a video streaming service, or which, say, let's say, is an internet company, right? Which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best, service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where, all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment. So what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure. Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service, in cloud, which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers. And it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up then one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when you talk about a service like Netflix? Now let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right, those movies are all same, they're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right, so let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie. Let's say I play a movie like, let's say, Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say so, and also notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix? That the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its silence. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers. And when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network. And this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay. So this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now, obviously, if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I, as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is, I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution, so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now, how do I deal with that? So what I do is, every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay. So if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. So let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. If I am dealing with a MacBook, again, the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie. So on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay. Now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K, somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p, then you have 360, then you have 240, then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions, that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now, the part over here which is interesting to know is, these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size, because the screen size is different. on a iPad it will be different, and on a MacBook also it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay, then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using Open Connect. So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay, so what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay, and now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to uh, your device, and that's how you see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay, so before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now, let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage, so let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, what how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on a streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on that, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So there are, when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering, and the other is content based filtering.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, or the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is, in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that, it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is, when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it. And then that, by that, Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth. So probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movies that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching. right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests, but the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay, so similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is in a gist what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
All right, guys. So now we'll begin with the coding part. I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API-based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js, and for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the backend, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built or how things happen in Netflix code wise. So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically, the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button. Everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying that these are the components. Now, this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database or a DB, as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there, or so for instance in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it, that's called authorization part. Essentially the flow happens like this. The front end renders or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically, it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file. We want to do these things. So here, what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, it could be an Android app, it could also be an iOS app, could be a Fire TV app, Amazon OS, or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other, Black Delilah, or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created, /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL we want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix has something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part. So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT, that we don't have the entire server setup and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things, such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that you want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2, and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video, there are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix, and now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code, but before we do, let me just show you one other thing. which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. Now, what we will do is firstly, we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and dash dash y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is NodeMon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. For dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use Express.js, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and MongoDB content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code and the MongoDB content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install NodeMon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it'll take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the Mongoose and Express package, so I type Express.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter, but you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be number. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string, release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime, or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language, Node.js is the runtime, or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And Express.js is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that, so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost :27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology are some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed MongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that MongoDB lives on your local system. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. And then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically, all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder. In the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB of our disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay, the media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data, and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one, or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else, because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Node.js, and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now, if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files, or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember, I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the Static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment. That contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search, /content, /video, or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. The webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically, what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query, or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for, and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function, and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is dark beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this, this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and Q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in Q, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file, and it's doing the same thing, but here we are finding by genre instead of name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah. So we get all the movies with the genre is fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Now, since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a really interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed. We go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to the view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends with this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the Dark Knight URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And This is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully that gives you a good idea.
Well, guys, before we even get to the agenda of this session, I wanted to ask you if you knew these facts. See, for example, there's 4,000 new devices that keep connecting to the internet every single minute of a day. Well, how cool is that? 4,000 new devices. And the number that you see on the bottom is the total number of devices that are connected to the internet across the globe, active devices right now. Now, what is the world's population? And look at the number of devices that we have that's connected to the internet, making use of an internet in one way or another, right? So it might be a person who's using a computer to watch a video on a website or something, or it might be a person who's coming online to shop or whatever it is, right? The active number of devices that are connected to the internet is astounding. Now, we live in a world of internet, right? See, websites are something which has been super commonplace right now, right? So everyone has a website. You might have friends who have resumes on their websites, portfolios if they're photographers. People who have their own businesses have websites. People who have brands have websites. People who are writing blogs, keeping journals have websites. So everyone in today's world has a website. Now, when you think about it, why is this kind of trend going on, right? Well, the internet is one of these things where you can do anything that you wish to, right? If you want new information, if you want to learn new thing, understand something new, just like how you're doing right now, you come to the internet and then you want to buy something. Of course, you can buy whatever you want, right? I mean, there are many ways to buy many different products of your choice. And then, do you want entertainment? Yes. Do you want to watch your favorite TV shows on Amazon Prime, Netflix, or wherever it is? Yes, even that is possible. And I've just put in three of the main use cases of the entire the website era and the internet rush. But when you think about it, even if you want critical information, right? So for example, how do you perform CPR on someone, right? So it's an emergency procedure that is very much required in the knowledge base of everyone. So you can find multiple videos regarding medicine. So it's wealth of information that I'm sure you guys already know about it for now. So coming to the important point of this particular video, it's basically teaching you how to build a website for free, right? So what do you all need to know on how you can go on to build your websites? But then before that, we need to know what goes on into making a website, right? See, this field that we call as web development is something which involves, making a website. It's not only making a website, it also involves creating web applications as well. See, whenever you begin to work in web development, it means there are multiple paths that you can take, and it's not only one thing that a web developer will do. For example, there's something called front-end development, there's something called back-end development, there's maintenance, there is support, there's so many different things which goes on into building a website. Now, a front-end developer is very much responsible to create the user experience, right? So as soon as you go onto a website, any favorite website of your choice, if the website is very nicely laid out, you can find out whatever it is that you're buying or watching very easily, then of course, right, you'll be happy. But then if you have to like go on through multiple web pages and it's very complex to go through, or it just doesn't make you happy going onto the website, that's a bad user interface, right? So that is what a front-end developer is responsible for, creating a good user interface, making sure at the end of the day.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Whatever is seen on the website is aesthetic, it's functional, and of course it drives a good experience. Now a backend developer is responsible for making sure that there is content that goes onto the front end, making sure that there is functionality to the website, making sure that everything, right, from data storage to security and a lot more. Now coming to building a website, you might have many questions, right? So okay, so what do I choose? Do I become a front-end developer or a back-end developer? Can you do both? What is the salary like? So you'll have so many different questions such as this, right? So which to choose depends on what you like to do. If you are inclined towards front-end or back-end development, so which to choose is definitely something that you and you alone can answer. Are you into creation of graphics? Are you into creation of beautiful looking aesthetic websites, or do you want to be a coder in the backend who wants to provide solutions, who wants to work with servers, databases, and whatnot, right? Can you do both? The answer is yes. A full stack developer does both. He or she will have the capabilities to go on to do all the things done by a front end developer and a back end developer both. And what is the salary like? Well, putting one number into this is very hard, but do understand that this is one among the top paying jobs of this particular decade and the next one as well. So that is something which is very important that you should understand. And then let's talk about actually building a website, right? See, as I told you, a front-end developer is concerned with so many things, right? He or she should be looking at how one can go on to theme the website, all the coloring, color schemes and whatnot. Then of course the basic layout of what goes where and how it can be presented the best. Styling, of course, right? So each website is unique in its own way, and whatever stands out to a majority of the crowd is considered to be a good style, right? So this is all of these are something a front-end developer will take care of, while a backend developer has many technical things to look at. For example, how will the front end connect to the backend? Where is the data stored? How can one go on to work with it easily? See, there'll be multiple users in a website, right? A person who creates the website himself, there'll be admin administrators, there'll be users, there'll be people who are maintaining the site. There's so many things to handle. Users is very important. And then security. If your data is online on the internet, it is at its most vulnerable state there, right? So in that particular case, making sure that your website is secure, the data information there is secure is vital. And of course, a backend developer is also responsible to drive good website performance, because for many things, including SEO and a lot of other things, having a website that performs well is good. It's not only for the technical requirements, right? If you open a website and it takes 10-15 seconds to load, even though you have a super fast internet connection, it means that the website is not very effective, it's not efficient, and it's not quick enough. And this actually turns down a lot of people. A huge population do not like a website which loads slow. So in that particular case, that is something very important too. Now the question is, who is a web developer? Well, a web developer is this person who creates websites, who has the capabilities to write code to create web applications as well. So what he or she does is that he or she works on the logic of an application, building the basic framework, building the basic backbone of a website. And of course, it's not only just doing all of this, it's about doing it in a clean way. What we call as clean code is in a way the code is not redundant, it is very efficient at what it does, and of course it is reusable, right? So this is something which is very important. And since you guys are looking towards building a website, becoming web developers and whatnot, I think this is something you definitely should choose. So circling back to the same point of which one you should choose, right? If you like visual designs, if you love creating user experiences, you should consider working in the front end. But then if you like working with data, algorithms, optimizing complex systems, then guess what? A backend developer's job is something which is very which would appeal you to the max, in my opinion. Now with that, you will have a question saying, okay, all of this is fine, but what are the building blocks that make up a website? Well, the first things first, whenever you see a website, what's the first thing that you notice? The layout, right? What's laid out? Where are the images? Where are the text? Why is it laid down the way it is? The animations and whatnot. So the layout is the first thing in the front end that you notice. And after that, as a person who's willing to build your own website, you'll of course look at the content, right? Now the content is very different for two different websites. For example, one e-commerce site might look very, very different from another e-commerce site, even though they might be selling the same items. You will have had experiences with this, I am sure. So you look at the layout first, you'll be thinking about the content next, and the next thing is, where is it on the internet? Where is the data stored, right? This is where we'll talk about web hosting. We'll get into that in a while, but you really should know that a layout is something you would notice first. Of course, there's content that makes up a website. Then all of this layout plus content creates the front end. It's all hosted on the internet somewhere, and it's not only this, many times it has to be as secure as possible. In that particular case, adding a lot of security methodologies for a website to make sure that it is prevented against unauthorized use is something that's important.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
And lastly, we are living in a mobile era right now, correct? I mean, 99% of the tasks we do today is on our mobile phone. So when you're viewing websites, if it works fine on a computer monitor, but it fails on let's say on a TV or something, or on a laptop, or even a tiny device like an iPad or a mobile, then it doesn't make sense. If it's all jagged, if it gets cropped out and whatnot. Now in that particular case, making sure that your website works both on the desktop screen and of course on mobile platforms with various resolutions, that is something that you should be looking at as well. So what are the steps that one can use to build a website? Well, the first thing, in my opinion, that would help you get started quickest if you come from a non-technical background, or if you, let's say, you do not have the time itself to go on to build a comprehensive website of your own. In that particular case, you should know that there are multiple free website builders out there. What these free website builders are is that they'll give you a layout, they'll give you a template. All you have to do is fill in the content, and at the end of it, you will have a complete website ready without you having to, write a single line of code. Now, you might be wondering, well, I do want to write code. I want to become a developer. I want to work with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, all of this. Well, correct. You can do all of that, but But this is the case for in case if you do not want to do that. See, a simple Google search. See, it's very simple. All you have to do is go onto Google, type free website builders, right? See, you will see multiple famous websites through which you can build your own website. For example, one really famous one is Wix.com, and even Google is now giving you a free website builder as well. Wix is definitely something that a lot of people I know, a lot of friends that I know have started their businesses with, and they give you a lot of beautiful looking templates to start with if this is your particular case. As I just mentioned, even Google does provide a free website builder. So one of the things that you definitely could be looking at if you want a quick start is by making use of a free website builder. Now, the second thing you might be wondering is, okay, if I do use a free website builder, do I get a free hand in adjusting the layout that I want, or am I stuck with whatever they give? Well, many website builders have the limitation where you have to use their own templates, right? I mean, they would have created a lot of drag and drop facilities there to make sure your experience of creating a website is easy. In that particular case, definitely I would suggest, whatever is your requirement here. See, there might be all the templates in the world, but it might not satisfy your exact requirement, right? This is like art. You will have an idea in your head and you want that on your website, and there's a very good chance that there won't be a template that exactly matches that idea. Now, in that particular case, you definitely should look at working with code, writing your own HTML scripts, writing your own CSS styling elements, and going on to creating something from scratch that works just for you. So your second step of building a website is somewhere you definitely should sit and give some time to think about if you are okay with using a template and starting from it, or if you want to build from scratch. Now, based on this decisions, the next couple of steps will change, but then most of the commonalities, the basic scaffolding is the same, so follow through. Now, as I told you, with using templates, with using website builders, right? See, there's a lot of drag and drop facilities where, as I told you, you really do not have to write any piece of code. If you want to add a functionality, if you want to add a picture into your particular website, all you have to do is drag the picture from somewhere else and place it wherever you want on the website. Well, how convenient is that? If you have to do it manually in code, you will have to at least write, let's say, 10 or 15 lines of code to go on to do it really well. So if you are well versed with that, if you like that kind of an approach, again, both of this will have the same result at the end, where you can place images wherever you want, but it depends on how you want to approach it. If you want to approach it from a non-technical aspect, use a drag and drop facility. If you want to monkey around with code, definitely you can do that too. So after understanding all of these features, one very important thing is that it is your website. It is what you are doing, right? It might be because you're doing it for yourself, your business, or whatever it is. Customize it as per your requirement. Sometimes there are website builders, there are templates online which are customizable in a way where you can use something as a foundation that they provided. Of course, customize it later, change it around to have it as per your choice. It is not like you are given one HTML file or something where you cannot edit it. All HTML files are actually to an extent editable, and you can work with it, which I'll show you at the end of this video. But it is very important that you have to customize it in a way which fits your requirement, and there is no one solution that fits all problems here, and I'm sure you already knew it at this point of time. So you can have certain drag and drop facilities, but at the end of it, if you want to perform some nifty changes to it, you can head to the code and you can write then and there, do some changes to the code, and you can see it reflect directly on the website, again, which I'm going to show in the demo as well. And after that, you'll be looking at something called as free hosting. Now, let's say you have designed a website, it's on your computer, everything is ready, your website is working fine, you've put in good security methodologies, you have user authentications done, you have a login page, you have forms, you have many things, and your website is ready. But to get it out to the world, you have to use something called as hosting. Hosting is when you take the entire data of your website and put it on a server that is always running. Now, what happens if you're hosting from your own home with your internet connection is that as soon as you turn off your laptop or PC where it's been hosting from, your website is not live anymore. So whenever someone searches for it when your PC is off, it means they cannot reach the website because there is no data that's being shared to the internet. But with hosting, what happens is that your website will always be live no matter where it is hosted across the globe. Any user sitting on any corner of the globe, of course, now even from space, they can sit and view your website. Again, there are many websites that are available for free hosting. So all you have to do is type free hosting on Google, and you again, right, it's all as simple as Google searches. But then to do this, you need to know what to search for, right? See, there's so many places, there are so many websites. 00 web host is something which is very popular. I have used this a couple of weeks back, in fact, myself. So you will find out a lot of things that these guys provide. See, for free hosting, they're going to give you 5 domains that are already hosted. They're going to give you 250 MB of disk space to store all your data in. You can have traffic worth of 6 GB per month. You'll have 3 email accounts, you'll have databases, you'll have database storage, and you have many things, right? So it's not only just 1 or 2 websites. You will just have to see what fits your plan. For example, hosting can be very cheap as well. For example, HostingGrid says they're ready to give you plans from 59 rupees a month, right? So you'll have one website, one email ID. You can have somewhere around 100,000 monthly visitors, SSL certifications, resources. There's so many things, right? Even if you pick up a premium plan, for example, something that is like 115 bucks a month. This is of course Indian rupees, guys. So if you want to pick something up, you will have a good working website which is hosted online, which won't really cost you a lot of money. And that's my point. Free, of course, yes, you can do it, but if you have to pay for the premium features, yes, you can do it, and the returns on hosting is definitely something that will help you a lot. And the next thing is, after hosting or while hosting itself, you need something called as a domain name. Now, what should people search for to go on your website? Now, of course, see, they can punch in an IP address and they can get into your website, but that is not the point here, right? People cannot go on to remember IP addresses for 100 different websites, so they need a domain name. For example, www.google.com is a domain name. Facebook.com is a domain name. Instagram.com is a domain name. Harvard.edu is a domain name, right? So you will require one domain name of your own. For example, my name is Anirudh, right? So I can have www.anirudhrao.com. That would be my website, my domain name. So you can purchase these kind of domain names, based on whatever is your requirement. And again, a simple Google search will show you what all free domain names you can pick up. And there are, the popular choice here is to actually buy a domain name, because you can get it at whatever name that you are requiring for, and you're going to hold it, right? So if you build a brand around that, you're going to copyright that, you're going to carry it forward throughout until the end of the business. So there's so many things here that you should know, but then a domain name is one of these important things. So after having a domain, after setting up all of your backend servers, after creating your website, after hosting it, pushing all your data online, you will have to publish it. Now, once you publish it, this is when people across the world can land on your website. They can check it, they can interact with it, whatever it is that you're trying to convey via the website. You're showing a video, you're showing images, you've written a blog, whatever it is, people will get to know that at this point in time. But it's not only just publishing, right? So you want people to come to your website. This is where we call something called as driving traffic into your website. Traffic is general population who are online, and these guys are the ones that will come on your website and interact with it. Now, there's two ways of bringing in traffic. One is called as organic traffic, where you really do not have to spend any money for people to actually come and visit your website. But then there's another way where it's paid traffic. So basically, you put up advertisements, you pay for people to feature your website in a way where through that people will definitely come on your website too. So driving traffic is something which is very important, because if you have the most beautiful website in the world and if you don't get viewers to it, there's no point there, correct? So how can we bridge that gap? In my opinion, marketing is something that'll work hugely, right? And in fact, we have comprehensively put together videos on our channel itself of how one can go on to mix and match marketing with a brand, right? Digital marketing. And in fact, a couple of days back, I myself had a session on how social media marketing can be used for all of this as well. So make sure to check that out after this video. But then understand that, well, marketing is something where you can take an idea and grow it out into a full-scale product, into a brand, and things really explode on social media, especially, right? When you think about it, if something is trending, everyone wants to see it. There are 4 billion people across the globe using social media right now, and in that particular case, if you appeal to even 10% of that population, your website can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Now, that is my point. It's not only about creating your website, you have to think about the big picture, which is also marketing your content there. But then all of this is okay. You can build a website for free. We've checked that out now for sure. But what does it do for your career in terms of website building? Well, understand this, a web designer's career, a web developer's career is among the top 10 jobs in this particular decade. And the second thing is that there are business requirements, right? It's not like whatever brands we have right now are going to be the only brands forever. Every day there is hundreds and hundreds of businesses being floated around, new businesses coming up, new individuals wanting business. So there will forever be a requirement for websites no matter what. This is a bulletproof career domain in a way where, there will always be a requirement for a web developer, a web designer, a person to create websites no matter what. And of course, this is the mobile era, right? It's so convenient to open a website. All I have to do is unlock my phone, which I don't even have to touch my phone anymore. I have to show my face. My phone unlocks. One click will take me to a browser and it'll already load a website for me. That's how convenient it is. 2 clicks maximum, right? So that is something which definitely adds to the simplicity of majority of humans hunt for today. And it's a one-stop solution, right? If you are a small business, a big business, an individual, a lawyer, a painter, a photographer, whatever you are or your client is, having a website means that no matter what details they want about you, it is there. Do they want to contact you? Available. Do they want to see your work? It's available. Do they want to reach out to you for problem solutions, questions, whatever it is, whatever content that you're putting up? Everything is possible with a website, right? That is exactly my point with this particular field. Now, the average salary of web designers are something which is very interesting, because in the US, the average salary of a web designer is somewhere around $80,000 per annum. In India, it's somewhere around 6 lakhs per annum. And of course, in the UK, it's somewhere around 47,000 pounds. Now, this is a very lucrative job, but of course, you need to have the skill, you need to be trained, and you need to have this kind of a passion for art. You need to have this kind of an interest towards building a website, right? See, now you can put the most amazing content on a website, but if it doesn't look good, if the aesthetics are not good, it will not work, because people, when they go onto a website, the first things that they see is definitely the aesthetics aspect of it, at least in my personal opinion, because I subconsciously look for a website which looks beautiful at the start itself, and then my head goes into the content, right? And I'm sure you guys can agree to that at this point of time. But then now, to show you how you can go on to do all of this for yourself, right? So I'm going to take the initial approach where we spoke about templates of how you can customize it, how you can use it all on your own. So to do all of this, I actually have a demo here. See, I will just open one HTML file to show you what it is that I've created first. So this is a sample website that can be edited as per your requirement by making use of basic tools such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Bootstrap. Well, HTML is one of the foundational concepts that gives you this kind of a foundation for your website. CSS is cascading style sheets, which is used to style all the elements. For example, adding color to the box, changing the color of the header, so many things, right? So all of this is taken care by CSS, which looks after styling. And now that you have now that you have a foundation, now that you have styling to it, you need some functionality, right? So for example, if you have something like a form or something where someone has to fill up their name, email, and hit submit, that is where you would require JavaScript. And Bootstrap is again complementary to CSS, where you'll be using that to create even more aesthetically pleasing websites. For example, you can see the change in transparency and the way the website scrolls, right? That is because of Bootstrap. Now, this is what a website would look like, because it consists of many elements. Now, what are these elements? Well, first, this is actually the HTML file that I opened. So if you have any sort of HTML file, you can open it with any sort of word editor. Now let me open it with WordPad. Now, as soon as I open it with, if you are overwhelmed to see, these many lines of code, and in case if you did not know what they mean, well, do not be concerned, because at this point of time, all of this is a good amount of HTML and CSS code. And once you get trained on working with HTML, or you can go on to use all of this easily. So the basics of HTML involves, the concept what we call as tags. Each of these things that's closed by a triangular bracket is called as a tag, and each of these tags have their own meaning. And there are a couple of tags which are compulsory that you have to use. For example, the HTML tag indicates the start of a document. It has to be used compulsorily. You have the head tag, which denotes the header. You have the body tag, which denotes everything that goes on into the body. There's many tags, right? So there's double-ended tags, there's single-ended tags. Single-ended tags basically means if you use one tag, you can achieve its purpose. But with a double-ended tag, it is something like this, right? See, the first line we opened the HTML tag and now we have to close it. By closing it, what I mean is, its functionality ends at this point of time, and it has this /HTML / denotes its closure, right? There's so many things in this simple piece of HTML code which is responsible for creating a beautiful looking website such as this. Now, to edit it is something which is very simple. For example, on the first line here you see it in bold saying sample website, right? Now, can we go on to change this to do anything? So to put up anything of our choice, is it possible? Well, the answer is yes, of course. You can put in whatever text you want, whatever images that you want. Now, which is the section that would contain a sample website? The simplest way to check out is for header tags. If you do not know header tag, it is the h1, h2, h3 class. And now I've put in here saying sample website, right? Now let me change this. Instead of sample website, I'm going to say welcome. Welcome dear learners. Now that I've changed it, let me refresh the page. Well, it did not change, right? Why? Because I have not saved this. Well, now let me save it, and as soon as I saved it and hit refresh, you can see it says welcome dear learners. So you can go on to change anything like this in a very, very, very simplified way by creating your own website. You can have images inside these boxes. You can change the color of these boxes. It's not only just this. This is a very simple example of making use of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Bootstrap. But at the end of the day, you can do a lot. If you are trained in working with, let's say, jQuery and HTML, CSS, and all of these tools, you can create a website which is probably 10 times more beautiful than this in your first 1 or 2 months of learning itself. So this is one of the most important things that you have to know. And it's not only just this kind of a file that has all the details, right? It's not only the .html file that contains everything. For example, the image that you see there, right? The image that you see here on top. So we have to have a separate folder with the image. For example, here this is the image that you see on the screen. This is a free stock photo that's available on the internet. You can have any image of your choice, of course. You can have a video also. You can have a short animation, whatever it is that you require. And our HTML file is picking up the data from this particular folder. So whenever you're hosting something, all of this will be on the server where you host. For example, if I go on to measure this, it's all of this is just 4 megabytes in size. That's about it. But then there are websites which can get big, which consumes a lot of data. For example, if you're watching this video on YouTube, the YouTube video itself is such a huge size. You're watching it in full HD, I'm sure, but then it takes certain space to kind of store it somewhere, right? In that particular case, yes, it does work. And then of course we have Bootstrap, we have a folder for CSS, we have all the images as I just discussed. You have the jQuery aspect and the JavaScript part of it, and all the fonts that you see, right? We used custom fonts. Of course, you don't have to do this. All of these are present here as well. So based on what is the font that you require, images that you require, styling that you require, you will go on to work with it. Now, this was in fact a template which I have customized to my particular requirement. And again, even if I had to write this from scratch, it is pretty simple. It is possible to do so. In that particular case, whatever approach that it is you are taking, I am sure you can go from having nothing on your website to creating a beautiful website which is as simplistic as this very quickly. So on that note, do head to the comment section. Do let us know in case if you have created any websites of your own, or in case if you have any ideas that you think are nice for websites as well. And of course you can also let us know in case if you have come across any good tools that has helped you in building a website and more.
Let's quickly take an introduction to who a web developer actually is. So you might have heard of web developers, you might know web developers, and of course there's a lot of them in today's world. So a web developer is basically an IT professional who has the ability to create web applications, which can be hosted on the internet or on a server architecture, which basically means that you can have applications which can be used anywhere across the world. So web developer works completely to provide a very clean code for the website and the web applications. See, as learners, as beginners, as intermediate users, you might have come across code sometimes which is actually easy, but it's very difficult to understand. That's bad code. When we mean clean code, it has to be very readable, it has to be understandable, it has to come with supporting documentation, comments, and everything more. Now, they are also responsible for building the entire framework of a website and a web application as well. So
So when you think about all the things that happen in the back end, well, these guys are responsible for that as well. So we have an entire career path when you talk about web developers. It's called as full stack web development, where it consists of front end, back end, functionality development, and so much more as well. And of course, all of this includes working on the logic of the application, the actual, probably the heart of the application, be it a website, be it a web application. So logic is pretty important there, right? And these guys are known to work on the logic part of it as well. Now, coming to who a software developer is. Well, as you might already guess, a software developer is a person who's involved with creating new softwares. So he's a professional who knows all of the tools, the requirements, the client side aspects, the methodologies, and everything that's involved, to go from scratch to a ready software that solves a particular problem. So a software developer will work very closely with most of the people in the company, be it a business analyst, be it all of the designers, to make the application look good, the user interface, the user experience to be beautiful, and of course the clients, because at the end of the day you have to satisfy their requirements. Now, a software developer is also responsible for creating be it applications on the mobile and the desktop platform as well. So it's not only that they write applications, give you software on which works only on a PC or a laptop. No, they are responsible for working on mobile development as well. Well, now, as I mentioned, for the web developer as well, even a software developer should have the ability, in fact, to provide great documentation for all of the code that they write. Because at the end of the day, if they're writing the software or a piece of program for a client who might not know the technicalities of it, it is the job of the software developer to basically make it easier in terms of understandability as well. Well, now, if they have written their own software, it means that there might be applications where, things might not work as expected, or there might be certain weaknesses in the applications. And of course, it is their job to find these weaknesses, to test them continuously, test for vulnerability, and of course, fix them before delivering it to the client as well. Now, with this, we can quickly jump on to the comparison between web development and software development. And of course, the first point in our comparison is the ability. So when we talk about ability, we talk about the skills that's required and whatever is required to basically build applications in both of these domains. In terms of a web developer will have all the skills to build websites and web applications, and not much apart from that. But then when you're talking about a software developer will have the ability to do some sort of web development as well. Because at the end of the day, if it's a software or an application which is scaled across the web, then pretty much, it forms to be a tiny aspect of a web application itself. So a software developer gets a slight advantage here because he or she has the complete ability to build any kind of software, that's required based on the requirement of the client. Now, the second point we have to talk about is the architecture. So what we mean by architecture is basically that whenever web developers work, or whenever they are set out to solve a problem, everything that they work basically most of the time is client server architectures, because there's a server which hosts all of the applications or all of the content that they require, be it web applications, be it websites and whatnot, and they develop code such that they bring the client server architecture together and eventually drive a product out of it. Now, when we're talking about software developers basically provide solutions to clients as usual by basically working on client-based systems only. Because at the end of the day, your client might already have a server architecture which just requires a client unit to work with, right? So in that particular case, they'll require only a client-based system which will sit fine with their already existing protocols or already existing architecture and work fine there as well. So this is a simple difference in the architecture of how web developers go on to do their jobs and software developers at the same time. Now, the third point we need to check out is the development platform. Because when you talk about web developers, since they're writing websites and web applications, the most important concern here is that all of their applications and websites need to work fine whenever you talk about any browser. It's not like their application works fine, let's say on Google Chrome, but fails to work on Mozilla Firefox. No, that shouldn't happen. So these guys have the ability, these guys work with the entirety of the mindset where they make sure that their applications work flawlessly in all of the browsers that there are. And when we talk about software developers, software developers have a similar requirement, but here it's not web browsers particularly, but it's different operating systems. So just like how web developers want to make the products work across all of these web browsers, software developers are concerned with making their products, their applications, their softwares work fine in multiple operating systems as well, be it Linux, be it Windows, be it Mac OS, and more.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to the fourth point, it's again a very important one. Which is easier to learn as a beginner or an intermediate user? Well, it is in my opinion that web development is easier to get started with because you have a very structured form of learning in which all of the tools and the techniques can be mastered very easily, and in fact they are not complicated to learn if you pick up a structured program that will teach you for this. Now, with respect to software development involves a lot of different methodologies. When you're building a software, so it involves a lot of operations alongside software development, bringing together a lot of teams and working hand in hand with the client as well. So it requires a lot of understanding in terms of methodologies, tools, and even philosophies, of course, because there are some philosophies that suggest what a good software is and what sets it apart from a bad one or a mediocre one as well. So in that point of view, for beginners to get started with all of these in terms of software development might be a little overwhelming. Coming to point number 5, it's the average salary of these developers. Both of these developers, be it web developers and software developers, they're paid really well. But when you talk about web developers, they have a starting salary which is slightly less than that of a software developer, just because of the complexity that's involved. Web developers, they get paid around $80,000 annually in the United States and somewhere around 7 lakhs per annum, in India. When you talk about software developers, these guys have an average salary of somewhere around $115,000 to $120,000 in the USA and somewhere around 10 to 12 lakhs per annum in India. So with these wonderful numbers, we can move on to the sixth point, which is the programming languages. Because as web developers, pretty much, they mostly work with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all these flavors of JavaScript, frameworks based of JavaScript, be it React, Node.js, and many, many other tools as well. In the case of software developers, again, they have to have a lot of proficiency in the languages that they're going to write the applications in, be it C++, be it Java. Python is a beautiful language for software developers, C#, and even they'll require some framework knowledge as the .NET framework and how all the tools integrate into a framework and how eventually they can drive a software based on the programming language and these development frameworks as well. So all in all, in this point, I think the software developers will have to put a lot more work into understanding these softwares and frameworks rather than web developers, because at the end of the day, it's not simple to be a web developer and it's not a simple task to be a software developer. But if you are getting started from scratch, I think a web developer's aspect to it is a bit advantageous, but of course it depends on your interests. If you are interested towards a software development career, then you will find a lot of resources in our IntelliPath website itself that can get you started with these. Now, coming to the seventh point, it's about hosting applications. As the name suggests, in web development, the final products or the end result has to be hosted on the internet so that it can be accessible from anywhere across the world, right? So this part of development, which involves hosting everything on the internet, makes use of a server architecture. The data is all stored in a server and clients just get connected to that server and use it in the finest situation possible. Now, when we talk about software development, it might or might not involve deploying it on the web or deploying it anywhere, in fact, because at the end of the day, it's based on the client requirement. It might just be that the client wants it in such a way that they want it to talk to their servers and not be hosted on the web. So that part of it, which involves writing programs to make sure that the clients can access to the softwares and the tools, techniques that's already available in that server, well, that takes some skill as well. Now with this, we come to point number 8. Point number 8 involves career domains. You might have heard of web development branches. There's full stack development, there's front end development, back end development, merge stack, mean stack, and so much more, right? So, do not get convoluted by these names. In fact, pretty simple as the name suggests. The front end developer will have the ability to, create the user interfaces, make it look nice. So, whatever you see on a website is what a front end developer does. Now, when you take about back end development is providing functionality, ensuring storage, making sure that your front end has some data to show. Well, all the data comes from the back end development, and full stack development can be considered as a loosely bound front end and back end development together, followed by other abilities as well. Of course, we have complete in-depth videos on full stack development and front end and back end development on the channel as well, so make sure to check it out. Now, coming to a software development career path. Well, a software development career path may depend on what you want out of the career as well, because at the end of the day, you might be into application programming, or you might want to build a software which goes towards the domain of data analysis, be it software testing, or you might have interests in terms of database management as well. So it depends on where you want to go, where you see yourself right now, and what you're inclined to do as well. Now, coming to the ninth point, it's community support. Both web development and software development have amazing communities. Most of the tools are in fact open source, so you can find a lot of documentation on the web itself. Now, with web development, it's rapidly growing. You might have seen the popularity of the job openings, in fact, for React.js, Node.js, and it seems to be taking over the web development industry. Well, of course, these tools have proven that they can provide a very good results, very efficient results without doing much. Well, that's one of the reasons why web development is considered to be growing at a rapid pace. And if there's a business anywhere in the world, well, they have a requirement of at least having a website or having a presence on the internet, right? And this calls for web development. Coming to software development is very, very vital. It is one of the most important things that can be placed in any organization. And of course, as the name suggests, it's software development. It's an ever-growing field. It's had the title of being ever-growing probably for 30-40 years now, and ever since the term was coined way back, it's still holding true to what it means when they say it's ever growing. So let's begin this top web development interview questions by starting with the first question. It states, what is the difference between SOAP and REST? Well, this is a very important question that is very much asked in all of the web development interviews, so let's check it out. Well, to begin with, there's a lot of differences between SOAP and REST, because SOAP is actually a web development protocol while REST is an architectural platform. And then when you have to talk about what languages and what kind of markups it works with, SOAP works well with XML, while REST gives you the ability to work with XML, HTML, and plain text as well. There's one very important distinction that you do have to mention in this comparison is that SOAP does not have the ability to use REST, while REST can completely make use of SOAP. So even though this might not feel like a vital difference, but in its application and in its usage, it is very vital that you actually say it out loud. So make sure to convey these 3 points to the interviewer when you ask this question. Now with this, we can check out the second question. The second question states, what is the use of a namespace in web development? Now, well, a namespace is actually a global object whenever we talk about web development terms, and this object, just like any other object in the world of programming, has the ability to hold on to methods, has the ability to use properties to actually define the object and its characteristics. And in fact, a namespace can also have other objects in them as well. So they hold 3 things: methods, properties, and other objects too. So when we talk about why we require namespaces, one of the main reasons is that it will provide very good amount of reusability in terms of code, and we do not have to type out the entire syntax all the time. This will avoid a lot of name conflicts, and more than this, it will add to the ease of use whenever we talk about modularity as well. So with these 3 being the primary role of namespace, it just makes your ability to write code very effective, and eventually if your code is very efficient and and you do not have to put in much more effort. You can use the same time to concentrate on the logic as well. So this is a win-win in terms of making use of namespace in web development. Now, coming to the next question, it states, what are the newly introduced input types in HTML5? Well, HTML5 has had multiple iterations, multiple revisits, multiple updates from the past couple of years, and then it's growing to be very nice markup language for all of us to work with as well. So whenever we talk about the types that have been introduced newly, there's so many types that have been coming on as per the update versions keep coming out. But then at least take this opportunity to name at least 3 to 4 HTML input types whenever you ask this question. There's so many on your screen. Everything from color, date time, local. You have email, you have month, number range, and more. So mention 3 to 5, and that should be more than sufficient. Now, coming to the next question, it states, what are the form elements that support media content in HTML5? Well, there's actually 5 very important elements in HTML5 whenever we talk about engaging or using any media, be it any audio visual media or images as well. So the 5 main elements are these: audio, video, source, embed, and track. So whenever you think about naming these, it will also be a little impressive if you add a sentence to each of these while explaining. For example, you can talk about the audio element on how it helps to import a piece of audio or use a piece of video as well. And then when you talk about source and embed, where you can embed links, and of course even track as well. So make sure to mention 1 or 2 sentences each whenever you're mentioning, so you add a little bit of concreteness to the answer. Now with this, we can come to question number 5, that states, what is SVG and why is it used? SVG actually stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's actually a file, whenever we talk about moving and making use of vector-based graphics anywhere over the internet. So the graphical content that is present in these SVG images, right? So they are rendered, which is based upon an XML format. So you can make use of PNG, JPEG, and all of those, of course. But then when you make use of SVG, the graphical quality of the content is actually high. The image quality is really high, and it does not play a big impact in terms of website loading or any of those performance metrics that's involved in web development as well. So for one of those reasons, SVG files, SVG images, and other vector-based graphics are preferred in this field. Now, coming to the 6th question, it states, what is the use of canvas in HTML? Well, as the name suggests, canvas is in fact a piece of canvas, as it suggests, just like in real life, it's in fact a tag in HTML where it will allow the user to draw anything he or she chooses to. You can draw circles, boxes, images, paths, and a lot more. So canvas is actually added into HTML5 to make sure that users have this ability to manually go on to create circles, boxes, images, and all of these easily. And of course, it is done by making use of JavaScript. So that is canvas, and with this we can come to a quick difference that might pop up in case the question about canvas or SVG is asked. It is, what is the difference between canvas and SVG? Well,
just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
An SVG image is actually resolution independent if you talk about it. So you can scale it on multiple devices, and it does not have a dependency on the native resolution of the device that it's being viewed from. But then canvas is a little different. With canvas, the images are actually resolution dependent. So you have to be careful with that. And in terms of events and event handling, SVG actually supports event handlers, while Canvas does not offer any sort of support for event handlers. And then when you think about rendering for large scale applications, well, as you can already think of it, SVG is the format that's actually preferred whenever you have to talk about large scale rendering applications. But then you do not have to make use of SVG always. If the call is for a small scale rendering application, or let's say the images which do not take up a lot of time to create, and which do not have a large impact on the surroundings of it, then well, of course, yes, Canvas is the tool. Well, then of course Canvas is used a lot there as well. So this forms to be the basic differences that lie in between Canvas and SVG. Now on to the next. We'll check out the 8th question. The eighth question states, how can page loading time be reduced? Page loading time is one of the very, very important things that can either make or break your website, right? So if someone's on your website and if your page is loading way longer than it's supposed to, that person could be a customer who could drive a lot of sales for you, and he might be uninterested. He or she might be uninterested, and the person might leave. So understanding that you have to keep the page loading time to as minimum as possible is important. Now, if we're talking about how we can actually reduce this, there is multiple factors that affect a page loading time. See, I've mentioned about 5 or 6 on your screen, but then you can name about 20-25 factors if you go in depth to a very complex convoluted level where you can understand of how you can reduce the page loading time. But then these are the 5 very important things and some methodologies that you can implement to actually reduce the loading time. See, for example, reduction in the image sizes will actually have a lot of impact, as in images are large size files, right? So they have to be loaded every time the page is refreshed and whatnot. So reduction in that will help. Then if you have any widgets that you feel that are unnecessary, then of course removal of it. Then we can use HTML compression techniques, and when we're talking about lookups as well, the reduction in lookups are going to have a really big impact on the page loading time. And when you think about page caching and making use of minimal redirection, where you're not redirecting the users multiple times across the websites to get everything reloaded up again and again, well, that of course will help in reducing the load time in between the web pages in your website as well. So these are some of the very, very important factors that we talk about to bring down the page loading time drastically. Now with this, we can check out the 9th question that states, what is the use of CORS or CORS? Well, CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross Origin Resource Sharing. So it is one of the very simple mechanisms that actually provides the users with the ability to have access for a variety of resources, let's say from one domain to another domain which is outside the current request domain, right? So if there is the current working domain that you have and there is another request domain which is outside the current workspace, then of course this mechanism will act as the binding bridge where resources can be shared across these two domains without putting much effort out there. So to do this easily, we make use of CORS or cross origin resource sharing. Well, with this we come to the 10th question that states, what is the difference between local storage and session storage objects? Well, as you can tell, both of these are actually objects when we talk about web development, and objects have lifetimes, right? So the one thing you have to talk about storage is of course the expiry time, and if you're talking about local storage, there is no expiry set for the objects that are stored here, because there is data present and the data does not expire. And then when we talk about objects in session storage, well, the object here is actually valid only until one single session, and after the session the object expires, and of course the session object will be recreated again and used again. But then it is very vital that you understand the basic difference between having an object that does not expire versus having an object that does expire for every single session. Now what happens after expiry, right? So data is actually not deleted whenever we have local storage methodologies in place, because even after closing the window, the data does exist. But then if you're talking about a session storage object, as soon as you close the particular session, particular window or whatever it is, the object immediately gets deleted because that session is done. This is complementary to the first point. And then of course, if you want the objects to be back up again, you open the website again, or in fact reloading the site again will bring back the objects for that particular session, and it similarly goes on and on. So this is the basic difference that lies between local storage and session storage. Now with this, we can come to the 11th question that states, what are some of the new features that are introduced in CSS 3? Well, cascading style sheets has been around for a while, and with every version it gets more impressive than ever. With CSS 3, I think the very most important thing that you have to talk about is how the entire framework is now made more user friendly, more easier to use, yet at the same time very powerful enough. So you will do a small amount of things and that will have a big amount in terms of styling as well. So there's a lot of new features that were added, but then if you have to talk about the most popular ones, the ones that have made the charts, the ones that are really popularly used among developers, then of course it's the ability to add rounded corners to images or any other parts of the objects as well, then adding animations, having custom layouts and working with that, making use of media queries, and a lot more. So these 4 features wind up on the top of the table whenever we talk about how CSS3 and its new features are playing out in today's market. So make sure to mention at least 3 of these. Now, With this, we can come to the next question that states, what is RWD in HTML and CSS? RWD is also called as responsive web design, and in fact, it is one of these amazing concepts that is used to create web pages where, let's say where we have clients or users across multiple resolutions. So you might have clients who are using the particular website you're designing on their mobile phones, on their iPads, or on their laptops, or let's say even on a very big, let's say a 150-inch projector screen as well. So in that particular case, making sure that your web design is responsive, as the name suggests, where you're not tying up the native resolution and having dependencies with the machine as well. So your website will have the capability of automatically adjusting itself, changing the structure as and when it requires, to provide the best possible viewing experience for the user, to make sure that they don't miss out on any data, or that they do not have to scroll a lot from one particular design to another. So it's all about making sure that your website fits all the screens, and RWD is all about that. Now, after understanding this, we need to check out what are some of the types of CSS that are available today. So when we talk about cascading style sheets, the first very important thing that we always discuss is how are we going to implement CSS in our particular design, right? So there are actually three types of CSS that are present, in fact, that are very widely used. One's the inline CSS, we have external CSS, and we have embedded CSS. And as the name suggests itself, so whenever we're working with HTML elements, right? So if you add the CSS code in line with the HTML elements, then we call it as inline CSS. And then if we actually have to import a file, an external file which contains all of the CSS programming, which contains all of the CSS data, then we call it as external CSS, because we are actually using our HTML to import this particular CSS file, hence the name external CSS. And then we have the embedded CSS. Embedded CSS are added by making use of the style tag that's available in HTML. So using this, we can add all of the required CSS style as per desire and as per requirement as well. So these three are the very important types of CSS that are present, and all three of them are very widely used as well. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that states, what is the use of a selector in CSS? So whenever we have, let's say, any elements, any inline elements that require styling, a CSS selector is always used there. So it's used with a rule in all of the inline statements. And with this, the most important thing is that it makes it easy for the users to, let's say, find and select HTML elements. It can be on a lot of factors, right? You might have to select HTML elements based on its attributes, based on IDs, based on names, and a variety of other factors as well. So to make sure that you can select all of these easier, as the name suggests, a CSS selector is very much in use. Now, moving on to the 15th question. It states, can you give an example of making use of an ID selector in CSS? Making use of an ID selector is very simple, and it is very straightforward as well. So check out the example, on your screen. So we have the paragraph tag where PID is equal to selector example, and here the selector example is actually name of the identification that we provide to that particular point of reference as well. So it's as simple as that. It does not have to be selector example. It can be anything. Just for the sake of this, to denote this example, it's put as selector example. But of course, you can name the ID anything as well. So as you can already tell, so if you have an element that has to point to a target element for any sort of usage, then it is as simple as shown on your screen. So with this understanding, we can check out another question about CSS, which states, what is the use of grouping in CSS3? Grouping, again, all of these are very readable concepts, as you can see. And again, grouping, as the name suggests, is one very important concept where CSS is providing the users with the ability to actually apply one single CSS style elements to multiple HTML entities without having to type it multiple times. So if you have more than 4 or 5 HTML entities where you need some styling to be added, you do not have to type it 5 times manually or 6 times manually, right? So 5 or 6 is a very small number. If you have a very complex website, you might have thousands of lines of HTML. So, copying it for thousands of lines and styling it manually is not possible and is very inefficient. So what we do is, in terms of grouping, so whenever we group all of the CSS tags, as you can see in that small example shown, you can have that particular styling added to any number of HTML entities that you wanted. So all it takes is one single declaration of that statement, and the styling can be matched to multiple HTML entities. So with this, we can check out another question about selectors, which states, what is the use of a class selector in CSS? So this is a very important question, so make sure to pay attention. Well, a class selector in CSS was actually an entity that is used to select, a statement in HTML, modify the style of it, and make sure that you, do it for the correct tag at the same time as well. So if there is a requirement of selecting a statement, modifying the style of that particular element in that statement, and making sure that it is on the correct HTML tag, we make use of selectors. And all of these selectors, right? So whenever we talk about class selectors, especially, they start with a period. They start with a full stop to begin with as part of the syntax, and then we have the name of the class for that particular selector. For example, you can see on the screen in the below example shown, you can see dot example class, right? So that dot example class indicates that it's a class selector with the name example class, and of course the styling is followed by that, and then we can make use of it later in the particular tags as well. But then it makes it very, very simple and very elegant to use when we do this. So with this, we can come to check out the 18th question that states, what is the use of WebKit in CSS3? If I have to talk about web development, then WebKit has to be a very important aspect of it, because so WebKit is a very, very important concept of CSS3, which will provide the users the ability to have their HTML files and CSS elements rendered easily across a span of browsers, right? So it is not browser dependent, but to make sure that you get this compatibility where you can run the same CSS HTML elements across a variety of browsers, be it Mozilla Firefox, be it Safari, be it Google Chrome, or be it Microsoft Edge, or whatever it is. So but then to use these WebKits, we have something called as engines that have to be supported by the browsers. For example, we have an engine called as Gecko for easy use of HTML and CSS in Mozilla. We have Presto for Opera, the other browser, and then we have Edge for the now retired Internet Explorer as well. So when you think about it, these engines form to be very important components that allow the usage of styling and rendering of all of these HTML and CSS elements as well. So with this, we can check out the 19th question that says, what are the use of another type of selectors called as child selectors in CSS? Child selectors, again, you might have guessed it, is actually used to look up a child element in the case of CSS. So what happens is that, let's think about it as an example. So if there is an example where, let's say, where you use the UL tag to create a paragraph, right? So what happens is that the paragraph tag is the parent tag, and then under it, if you've made use of the UL tag, then that becomes the child tag, right? So how can we implement this child parent pattern by making use of CSS, you ask? Well, check out the last line. It is as simple as that. So P2 UL and the font size, the styling that we have given manually is supposed to be 20 pixels, and it just takes one single line, in fact half a line, and it's very simply done, and it's very easily done like this. Now with this, after understanding child selectors, we need to understand that the new feature about how rounded borders can be implemented in CSS3, and how can they be implemented in a very simple way. To make use of the rounded borders, right? So CSS has this border radius property that will allow all the users to make sure that they can make use of elements and give them a very nice looking rounded corner as well. So instead of having sharp, squarey or boxy corners, having rounded corners is always aesthetic. To add this, there are 4 very important attributes of the border radius property that you have to check out for 4 corners, as the name suggests. You'll be rounding the top left border. So you have the ability to separately round out the top left corner, the top right corner, bottom left corner, or the bottom right corner by making use of these attributes that are shown on your screen. So you do not have to round all of them compulsorily at the same time, but then you can make use of these individual attributes to round as and when required. So after understanding this, we can check out a concept which is very simple called as pagination. So the question might be, what is pagination? Well, pagination is actually a very simple sequence of pages whenever we talk about a website, and all of these pages will have so there is a situation where most of the websites might not have many things that changes, right? So a web page will not differ a web page will not differ a lot from another web page in terms of all of the concepts. So there are certain concepts, where things remain to be the same. So to give you an example To give you an example, think about an e-commerce site, right? So when you're browsing through all of the products, you have multiple pages where you can scroll through. You have multiple items on the same page, and then you have multiple pages which have exactly the same layout, but then the products are different, right? Page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. So if you're wondering how this is done, well, the concept of pagination is used, and this in fact is very easily done by making use of CSS3 as well. So that elegance, that bit of making sure that your website looks structured and the web page does not differ much from the other web pages, but then the products differ, of course. This can be easily implemented by making use of pagination. With this, we can check out the 22nd question that says, what are the components of the CSS box model? Well, the CSS has very important components, and the box model is the foundation. And the box model is the foundational aspect of CSS. So it is very vital that you understand the box model, because that is the very important entity that encloses all of the HTML content, either as a box element or a button element as well. And to do this, it has been governed by four very important to do this it has been governed by four very important components. One is border, we have content, margin, and padding. Make sure to mention all four of these components, as each of them have their own usages. For example, border will actually denote the padding and the content around the border. Then content refers to the actual content, of course, and then you have the margin. Margin refers to all the top layer of the box element and the designs associated with that. And then we have padding. Padding is a concept where we talk about the empty spaces or the negative spaces in between the elements that are present, that have to be styled as well. So make sure to mention all four components. With this, we come to the 23rd question that states, what are some of the properties of transitions in CSS3? Well, transitions in CSS3 are very simple to use, and they will give you the ability to rapidly do a lot of things with a small amount of code. Let's say, for example, if you have to add animation effects or anything of that sort, you can make use of transitions to do it in a very simple way. Whenever we talk about the properties of transitions, there's four main properties that you have to mention. One is the transition delay, the transition duration, the transition property, and the timing function. And each of these, as the name suggests, have their own niche usages, where delay will control the actual delay of movement of an entity, the duration will talk about the duration of display, the property will talk about the effect that you want to achieve, and of course we have the timing function as well. So these four properties have their own unique aspects whenever we have to think about making use of transitions, let's say to add very simple animations in CSS3. Now with this, we can check out the 24th question that says, what is the use of pseudo classes in CSS? Pseudo classes, again, even though it sounds like a class, it is actually a technique that we have to talk about in CSS. And pseudo classes are used to change the style of all of the elements whenever we have one element that has to change its state. So whenever there is an element that changes its state, and if we have to change the styling after this element changes state, pseudo classes are very widely used. So there's a good chance you've already come across this. For example, there is a style change when you move the mouse over an element. The mouse color might change, the button color might change. You might have animations when you move out of focus, or let's say if you have external links, then you can add a styling to that. You can change the color of it as soon as the mouse moves on it, and there is so many things, right? So the application of pseudo classes, especially in CSS, is immeasurable, because there's a lot of things, and your imagination is the only barrier here. And then pseudo classes are of course widely used just for their aesthetic abilities as well. Now, after understanding this, we can check out the 25th question that states, what is the use of media queries? Well, media queries, again, as the name suggests, will give you the ability in which you can design an RWD, a responsive web design, where you can adjust a lot of entities which have been styled based on their shapes, sizes, and a lot of things. So they are mostly used to adjust a lot of entities, such as the height of viewing, then you have the width, then you have the viewport. The viewport is very important for rendering and showing to the users. Then you have the resolution, you have the orientation, and so many things, right? So to adjust all of these and to define styles for these in CSS, well, media queries are made use of this. And the good thing is that they help a lot whenever you're talking about responsive web designing as well. So that's a win-win for both efficiency and looks. Now with this, we can come to the 26th question that says, why is float used in CSS? Float is again a very important property. In fact, it's a property that's used a lot in CSS because it gives you the ability to easily control the positioning of an element, or let's say even if you have to change the layout and control the layout, it can be done in a very simple way by making use of float. So if you're talking about placing any element on a web page, then think about this. The simple example shown on your screen, we have the div and then we're talking about float to the right. So whatever the content that you're styling out here, right? So all of the content of that particular div class will be made sure to placed on the right side of the screen because you have specifically mentioned in the floating attribute that you want it towards the right. You can have it to the left, you can have it to the center, and a lot of other options as well. So based on this, you can easily move around objects in screen by making use of float in CSS. So moving on to the next question, it says what is a z-index in CSS or z-index? Well, z-index, again, if you can already think about it, it's actually a property in CSS where we try to define an order of elements using this particular index as a measure in any sort of web page designing, because the working of z-index is very simple. It works on the basis of ordered indices. So let's say if there is a higher ordered element that has to be so let's say if there's a higher ordered element that has to be shown and that has to render before a lower ordered element, then z-index will give that element the property where it will denote the order of execution as well. And then one very important thing that you have to mention to the interviewer about making use of z-index is that z-index will only apply if your elements are positioned. What does this mean? Well, this means that these elements must have the position attribute compulsorily by making if you have to make use of z-index. So without the position attribute, z-index will not work for that particular styling entity there. So make sure to mention that as well. So with this, we can check out the 28th question that says why are external style sheets preferred, right? So we saw inline, external, and embedded in a previous question. So why are external style sheets the most popular ones out there right now? It provides many benefits, and I've mentioned the top 3 benefits that they offer. With an external style sheet, you can make use of the classes any number of times that you desire, be it 1 times, 10 times, 100 times. You can make use of it without much effort as well. This has to be the biggest benefit of making use of external style sheets. And then with an external style sheet, and with an external style sheets, what's actually happening is that it will give you the style control of multiple documents, right? So you can have one CSS file and map it across multiple documents for styling requirement as well. So it simplifies the plethora of files that goes into building a good website as well. Be it the use of groupings, be the use of groupings or selectors. All of these can be used in a very simple fashion in a single file, in fact, to apply styles across a variety of files, across a variety of HTML elements in the entire website. So external style sheets are a win-win in terms of efficiency, win-win in terms of ease of use, and a win in terms of making use of reusable concepts as well. So with this, we can check out the 29th question that says, what is the meaning of long polling in web development? So when we have to talk about long polling, you have to understand one thing is that long polling is actually a developmental pattern that we make use whenever we have to, let's say, simulate a data push operation from a server to a client machine. So let's say if there is some data that has to be moved from the server to a client machine, long polling is actually the development pattern that is used. So what happens when long polling is used, right? So when long polling is actually operational, the client will send in a request to the server saying, hey, I am available, I am polling to you, so now you can send the data. So what happens is server accepts the poll and then it can push all the data from the server to the client. And once the data is actually transferred, there will be a timeout attribute that denotes the connection end, and of course the connection will end based upon that. And after so the connection will end based upon after the data has been sent to the client, or if there is a manual timeout that is provided. So whatever occurs first, either the completion of data sending or the occurrence of the timeout criteria, the entire connection will drop out as is. So long polling is a very simple concept to emulate data push operations from servers and clients, as you just saw. So make sure to mention all these points. Now with this, we can check out the 30th question that says, what are some of the web development technologies that you know? Well, you might not have to wait until the 30th question actually to get to this point in an actual interview, but then an interviewer can start out with this being your first question as well. So it's an extremely common question and there's a very good chance that it is always asked too. So one very important thing that you have to remember here is that answer this based on your learning, your experience, whatever you have taken in terms of knowledge, be it in a certification program, be it self-learning or whatever you have done. Make sure to answer it based on that. But then, of course, to give you a good clarity about what a good web developer will have, what skills the web developers will have, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, Python, PHP, frameworks of PHP such as Laravel, Cake PHP. There's a lot of things. The list can go on and on if you're talking about what a good web developer should know. But then at this point of time, if you do not have all of the skills that are shown on your screen, well, fear not, because most of the time you will be concentrating on at least 3 or 4 of these maximum. So you really do not have to worry about it unless you're looking at full stack development. In that particular case, a good amount of proficiency is required in all of these. So with this, we can check out the 31st question. So the 31st question states, what is the difference between cookies and local storage? In terms of web development terminologies, cookies are actually data that is accessible both to the client and the server, while local storage is only available when we talk about the client side machine as well. And as you already might know, cookies have what we call as an expiry time, and all of the data that's stored in that cookie will get deleted after expiry. And there is no local, and there is no concept of expiry when we talk about local storage and how the data can be manually deleted rather than having it automatically drop as well, because of the presence of no expiration too. So this very subtle difference that lies in between cookies and local storage are very important in the entire working in the field of web development. So make sure to mention these 2 points to the interviewer as well. Now, coming to the 32nd question, it says, what is the difference between XHTML and HTML? Well, there are many differences we can talk about XHTML and HTML, and we can have another separate video just for this. But then to make sure that you optimally answer this question, here are the 3 very important differences that you should mention. HTML, first of all, is not a case-sensitive language, while XHTML is a case-sensitive language. So whenever you make use of HTML tags, in the case of XHTML, all the tags must compulsorily be in the lowercase, and that is not the case when we talk about HTML. And in XHTML, the tags should be compulsorily closed. There should be no open-ended tags. It is not allowed as per the syntax. But then HTML can have open-ended tags, and it'll work fine if there are no other ambiguities as well. And then when we talk about attributes always have to be put in double quotes in XHTML, and attributes in regular HTML does not require the compulsory use of quotation marks as well. So even without that, it'll perform well. So this forms to be the very simple difference that lies in between how strict the syntax is when we talk about XHTML versus the regular HTML. So make sure to mention these to the interviewer. So with this, we can come to the 33rd question that states, what are the various data types that are present in JavaScript? JavaScript has 7 main types of data that we talk about. It is very important to mention, and it is very important that you mention all of these as well. So we have Boolean, which talks about true or false, and we have the number data type, we have the object itself is a data type, then we have undefined, we have null, yes, null is a data type, and then we have string, we have functions, and much more. So it is very vital that you know at least the basic functioning of each of these data types, and instead of just mentioning it out, just like any other answer which has a list attached to it, make sure to explain 1 or 2 sentences about each of these. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature, and it will impress the interviewer, giving them an aspect of knowing that you have an idea about all of these concepts in depth as well. So mention 1 or 2 sentences, and it will help you a lot. Now with this, we can come to the 34th question that states, how can styles or classes be changed in elements when we're making use of JavaScript? So how can styles be changed or classes be changed, right? So to do this, we make use of 2 very important to do this, we can actually use 2 very. So this can be done in JavaScript in a very simple way. So modifying classes or modifying styles of any element is not much of a task at all. To modify the styles, we're going to make use of style.font size. If you have to add in, the font size, then if you have to modify the classes, we just give the class name instead of dot style. So instead of dot style, we have the dot class name, and then of course we do have to, provide the name of the class there. But then when you think about it, there is no much difference between the syntax. It's just very subtle, but then both of these easily will allow you to change styles or classes based on the requirement by making use of JavaScript in an easy way. With this, we can check out the 35th question that states, what are the types of pop-up boxes that are present in JavaScript? So, we've all seen very good looking dialog boxes whenever we go onto a website. So there are actually types of dialog boxes that you're supposed to know. There's three main types of dialog boxes. In fact, whenever we work with JavaScript, one is the alert box, one is the confirm box, and there's another box called as the prompt box. So with an alert box, a message is displayed on the screen. There'll be a message and an OK button. It's like telling you, hey, here is something, which can either be going right or going wrong, and it's displaying it to you. It's conveying it in a sentence. Now, when we talk about the confirm dialog box, here the users will have the ability to either say OK or cancel it, and you can make a decision based on this. So a decision can be easily made by making use of the confirm box. Then we have something called as a prompt box. A prompt box is where you will have to input something, say such as your user ID, your email ID, or password, and then you'll have the OK buttons, the cancel buttons, or the login button. That's very simple. So that's it. So that's a very simple example of making use of a prompt button. So make sure to mention all these three types of dialog boxes when you ask this question. It's the alert box, it's the confirm box, and it's the prompt box. And this concept, in fact, as you've already seen, is very simple to remember as well. So being confounded or being confused is not an option here in terms of web development, because all these concepts are highly readable and they offer easy to look at and work with syntax as well. Now with this, we can come to the 36th question that says, what is the difference between window on load and on document ready? Well, both of these are very widely used events when we talk about CSS and the usage of images as well. So what happens in window.onload is that this is an event that is not called until the page is completely loaded, right? So all of your images, all of your CSS styling, everything has to be loaded. Only then the window.onload event is called. And what that event does is it will add a little bit of a delay whenever there is a rendering of a web page that's required. So if you have to manually have a delay, you're going to make use of this. But then if you have to remove a delay, we make use of something called as on document ready. So when we're making use of on document ready, this particular event will wait only till your DOM is initialized. It will not wait until your entire website is initialized. And as soon as your DOM is ready, it will begin all of the things that is required to be done under that particular event action. So this will reduce the delay, while window.onload will add a tiny bit of delay while rendering as well. So this forms to be the basic difference that lies between window.onload and on document ready. And now, when we're talking about the type conversion and how type conversion is handled in JavaScript as well, there could be a question, that's very important that can be asked in terms of JavaScript, which is how is type conversion handled here? Well, this could be a slightly tricky question in case if you're thinking about taking the manual approach, because JavaScript is a weakly typed language. With a weakly typed language and its ability to handle automatic type conversion, you can just pass any function as an argument to any other function without having to do anything else. So with this simple usage, there's no errors, there is no data associated warnings or, anything else that might pop up, as all the values will directly get converted into the data type without you having to do anything. So it all gets converted, automatically. And with the ability of JavaScript being weakly typed, the automatic type conversion is one of the things that will help a lot whenever you're programming in JavaScript as well. So make sure to mention how type conversion is handled in JavaScript. So with this, we move on to the 38th question that states, what is the meaning of scope of a variable in JavaScript, right? So I'm sure you already know this, but then explain the types as well. So scope will refer to the access of functions and variables in a running environment. So, you can have multiple variables, but then not all the concepts in your program can have access to these variables. So you can change these programming scopes where you're providing variables or other entities certain access but then you can stop other entities having access to these variables as well. So this is the important part. Make sure to talk about the two types of scope. One is the local scope and the other one is the global scope. If you're talking about a variable or a function or a value or anything that's in the local scope, that means that all the values are actually in the same function. The values can be accessed, the values, everything can be done within that particular function just because of its local scope, and all the values cannot be accessed outside it. So it's like think about a plastic car. so think about a cover where you've put in certain clothes or anything, right? So you cannot have access to this unless you have access to the cover itself. That's a very good example of local scope. And then when you talk about global scope is like if so global scope is a very simple concept, exact opposite to that of local scope. So instead of having a cover, just have it so have your clothes on an open basket so anyone can have access to it, right? So exactly the same concept here as well. So variables, if they are declared as global, they can be accessed from anywhere in the application throughout without having limited scope or limited access as well. So this is one very important concept, and these have their own niche use cases, either local scope or global scope. They have their own use cases, and and most of the time it is only spoken in terms of security, access methodologies, and a lot more. So make sure to mention all of these when you ask this question. Now with this we can move on to the 39th question that states, how are comments used in JavaScript? So again, this is again a very simple question. When we talk about comments in JavaScript, there are actually two types of comments. We have the single line comment where your comment is just one line, and then we have multi-line comments where your comment is a multi-line comment where your comment actually lasts for more than one line with a line break in between. So to make use of the single line comment, we make use of double slashes and just we type whatever comment we require. But then if you are making use of a multi-line comment, we make use of a slash and an asterisk to begin the comment. Then of course we type the actual comment in multiple lines, and then we close it in the exact opposite order, which is the asterisk and the asterisk and the slash. So make sure to take a quick note of the syntax in terms of using single line comments and making use of multi-line comments, as well, as it is very vital that you know this subtle difference that exists. Now, after understanding comments, we're going to check out a quick concept with the 40th question that is called as undefined and undeclared variables. So what are these variables that are undefined? What are these variables that are undeclared when we talk about JavaScript? As the name suggests, if you have to talk about undefined variables, these are variables that are already declared. These are variables that are already specifically mentioned to the compiler to understand, but then we have not initialized it. We have not provided it with any value. We're just told that the variable exists, but then we have not provided it any value or instantiated it or initialized it anyway. So that is an undefined variable. But then if you have to talk about the variables called as undeclared variables are variables, say, that are already being used in the program without it being declared. So in that case, if you have not declared a variable but then you're still making use of it, that becomes an undeclared variable. Check out the example on your screen. We have the alert.undefvar where we're talking about the undefined variable. You can see the use of a comment as well. And then we're talking about not declared. This is an alert that can be set to act in case if there is an access for an undeclared variable in that particular program. So the subtle difference that lies between having a variable which is undefined or having a variable which is undeclared is very important for you to understand as well as convey it to the interviewer too. So with this, we can move on to the 41st question that states, what is the method used to submit forms in JavaScript? Well, this is a very simple question, very straightforward question, but then sometimes you might get it wrong, so make sure to concentrate. Forms can very easily be submitted in case of JavaScript, and all you have to do is use one single method, and that method is forms.submit. So document.forms of 0.submit that you see on your screen right now, in case if you're wondering what the 0 stands for, the 0 actually talks about the index of that particular form as well. If there's multiple indices, then of course multiple indices are used apart from 0 here as well. So document.forms of 0.submit will help you submit any form in JavaScript in a very simple and an easy fashion. With this, we can come to the 42nd question that says, why is this keyword used a lot in JavaScript? I'm sure you've come across the keyword this, and in fact, you might have used it a lot as well. So do you know why it is used a lot? Well, one very important thing is that it is primarily used to access the current object that is present in the program. So whenever you're working with the program, it will let you access the current object. So this object might be residing inside a method, and the keyword that is used, whenever we're talking about that particular variable or whenever we're talking about that particular object, makes it very easy to access as well. So this keyword will provide us access inside a method, and it'll help us in referencing all of the variables or the objects that exist in that particular methodology too. So after understanding this, we can check out the 43rd question that says, what is the use of the differ attribute in JavaScript? Again, the differ attribute is widely used because it is primarily used as a Boolean type attribute, right? So you already know Boolean. Boolean is 1 or 0 or true or false. So but then why do we use it as differ, right? So differ is primarily used to delay the execution of any sort of JavaScript code on the web page. We will manually halt the execution of JavaScript code until everything else initializes. For example, your HTML entities can completely initialize, your CSS element can completely initialize, your parser can be ready, your DOM can be ready, and after all of this is done, then we can make sure that your JavaScript code executes after all of this. So to add that tiny point of delay to wait for all the other components to be done, well, differ is used just for that. A simple example is shown on your screen just to use this. One very important thing is that whenever you're talking about attributes and concepts in JavaScript, wherever possible, please do use an example while explaining as well. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature. Now, when we talk about their particular firm or a question that's related to them, it can be like, how can you prioritize SEO, manageability, maintainability, performance, security, etc. in a web application? So what gets priority, right? So this can be a very confusing question to begin with, because you might not know what you have to prioritize for that company, but then there is a certain standard that is set. The interviewer is asking you this tricky question to check if you have the ability to understand the working environment that you're applying for, right? So in case if it's a small startup, then you have to answer it in a different way. But then if it's a very large corporation or a mid-sized firm, you have to answer this in a very different way. See, if it's a very large firm that you're applying for, of course, data security will get the highest priority over SEO. So this is one common practice that has been used for the last couple of years. But then if you're talking about, let's say, a publication firm, let's say, or a small size firm that's into publication a lot, then of course SEO will get the preference over security. So to answer this question very well, you can do one simple task beforehand. Even before attending the interview, just read a little bit about the company that you're applying for. This way you can have a clear understanding of what priority you would like to talk about when you ask this question, because this is again a very important question. It's very frequently asked, and if you can answer this without taking a lot of time or without putting an effort while being asked, then the interviewer will get a clear picture of how you've put in your effort to understand about the firm as well, and not just prepared for the interview. That will help you immensely. So make sure to prepare for this question very well. Now with this, we can check out the 45th question that states, what is the result if a jQuery handler or a jQuery event handler returns a false? Well, what happens when a jQuery event handler returns false? It's very simple. If your jQuery event handler returns a false, which is a Boolean value, it means that the event will not execute any further. Your event is halted at that particular point of time, and whatever actions were given after that will be skipped. But then whatever actions were there before that, of course, would have executed. Only then the event handler will return the Boolean false. Whatever is after the Boolean false, just as I stated, will be omitted. So this is again a very straightforward question with a very simple example. So again, this is a very straightforward question with a very simple answer. Now, we can move on to the 46th question that states, what is the use of the each function in jQuery, right? So the each function is again a very important function. In fact, it is the most used function whenever you're working with jQuery. So what this each function does is that it provides the users with the ability to move across all of these elements in an iterative pattern. So if you have a set of elements, if you have multiple elements that you have to work with, you can move across them one after the other by making use of each element. So there's a simple function that gets passed onto the each element, and then this will result in the execution of each of the events for which the object have been called. So make sure you read that last line again, because we're stating that whenever a function is passed to the each method, right, this will result in the execution of all of the events for which the actual object has been called. So to iterate over it, we have to call it first, a function has to be passed, and then eventually we can have access to all the data that's present there as well. So again, a simple question and a straightforward answer. So moving on, 47th question states, what is pair programming? Pair programming is one very, very important thing that you have to understand, especially in web development, because not all of the time you are working on a solo project, right? If your project is very big, you will of course have lots of colleagues in your web development team that you'll be working with to solve whatever problem that you have at hand. So pair programming, as the name suggests, in fact, will check your ability to see if you can work very easily with other colleagues. So how easily is your interpersonal skills, and how effectively can you collaborate with other people in a fast-paced environment, be it an agile development platform, whatever it is. But then if the scenario is actually about fast-paced development, then most of the time agile will not fit that particular situation clearly. So pair programming is something that is used for fast-paced development and collaborative development. So it is very vital that you know this. So after this, we can check out the 48th question that says, what is the use of the dollar function in jQuery? So the dollar function is again a very simple function. It's again very widely used. It is used basically as a wrapper to wrap around every other object, if we are talking about their jQuery counterparts as well. But then why do we have to wrap around objects, right? So this function is used to wrap because this will give the users the ability to call any method of their choice. If it is defined as a jQuery object previously, you can call it and you can work with it without having to put much effort there as well. So that's very important. And here is one more thing that you have to understand is that selectors can be also passed to the dollar function. So what happens if we pass a selector to a dollar function is that the result is the output of the jQuery object where this is the important part, where it contains the matched DOM element. So if you want the output of the jQuery object to be a matched DOM element, or to output you that particular requirement, then of course selectors are passed on to the dollar function to do just this. Now with this, we can check out the 49th question that states, what are the types of CDNs that are supported in jQuery? CDNs, I'm sure you already know about it. It's content delivery networks. And primarily when we talk about making use of jQuery, there are two types of CDNs. One's from Microsoft and one's the Google CDN. So the Microsoft CDN is to use So the Microsoft CDN is used to load all the jQuery, Ajax CDN libraries and files and whatever is required for that. But then when we talk about Google, we use Google to load the jQuery from the native APIs, what we call as the Google Libraries APIs that are already present, and work with them at the same time as well. So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. There are Google and they are Microsoft. One talks about Ajax CDN when we talk about Microsoft, and then when we talk about Google, we'll be loading the jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Now with this, we come to the last question that says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, this is a very important question, and as you might have already known, a certification program will add a lot of value to your candidature in any sort of technological company job role that you're applying for. Be it if you're a fresher, be it if you're an intermediate user, or if you're an advanced user moving from one programming language or concept to another, a certification program will help you a lot. Because apart from the usual concept where you have a lot of knowledge in you, you would have been proficient in a lot of concept, you would have been expert in using it, you would have had let's say real life project use cases and whatnot to work with. But then what the other thing you have to talk about here is how you're impressing the interviewer, because the interviewer will be looking at your ability to learn new things, you showing aspiration to actually learn it, or in fact you making use of web development as a career path in a very serious way. And this shows that you're an effective learner as well. If you've learned it on your own, or if you've learned it on a certification program, whatever it is, you're just showing a lot of girth and potential to the interviewer as well. So my suggestion to answer this question is to make sure that you answer about how you've made use of the certification program rather than the actual program itself. Because you might have one or more certification programs, but what will add value to the interviewer is if you convey to them what you have done. So what is the result of you picking up that certification program? What have you learned there? What have you implemented there? And what problems have you solved there? That is what they are after, and that is what they are looking for in this question as well. So make sure to answer about that. Explain about what you learned, how you implemented new things, how you learned it, how it's helpful to you so far as well. Here's a small bonus you can use as well. Apart from all of these, talk about how you plan to use this learning to their firm's advantage as well. So state 1 or 2 points where you can talk about how you will bring the upper hand to the table, and how you would want to implement your learning with their company, and that will impress the interviewer as well. So with this, you have come to the end of the top 50 web development questions, interview questions and answers. So I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best for all of the upcoming interviews, and I'm sure you've got a very clear picture now on how to approach questions and how to attack these answers in a concise and a precise manner.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below.